Trump just folded to Iran? No, he signed a 14-point agreement to stop the war for 60 days while negotiations take place. Let's go through each one. Remember, Trump says we got into this war to end Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs. Well, the opening point has nothing to do with any of our concerns, but it has to do with one of Iran's top concerns, which is stopping Israel's attack on Lebanon. Point 1 is about terminating military operations on all fronts, including Lebanon, which goes to number 2. The U.S. and Iran must agree to respect each other's sovereignty. And then 3 is just the commitment to negotiate and achieve a final deal in 60 days. We'll see about that. Even they say it's extendable. But number 4 is another thing for us to do. The U.S. must immediately remove its naval blockade, which must be fully done in 30 days. And then 30 days after the final deal, our forces must leave proximity of Iran. Yeah, and in exchange, number 5 is Iran will open up the Strait of Hormuz. Commercial traffic will start immediately as Iran will start demining the strait and talk to Oman about future services there. Notice the strong language in number 4. The U.S. will fully end their naval blockade in 30 days. But for Iran, they must just make their best efforts for safe passage through the strait because they put up a bunch of mines, so that language just reflects reality. And then number 6, here's where it gets interesting. The U.S. will undertake with partners a plan to invest at least $300 billion of reconstruction and economic development dollars in Iran. And then if that wasn't enough, number 7, the U.S. must terminate all types of sanctions against Iran, so we're paying them $300 billion and taking off all sanctions. This is the most one-sided deal ever. Okay, you're being a little deceptive by reading steps 6 and 7 and pretending that step number 8 doesn't exist, which is Iran saying they will never have a nuke and they must come to an agreement with us to dispose of its stockpile of enriched uranium. Even this part seems to be written by the Iranians. The two parties must also agree to discuss the issue of enrichment and other mutually agreed matters relating to the Islamic Republic of Iran's nuclear needs. So now we're going to fulfill Iran's nuclear needs? You're twisting. Let me translate this. In the next 60 days, Iran must agree to verifiably dispose of their nuclear stockpile and enrichment capabilities. Maybe then can we discuss options for them to have civilian nuclear material, but only after a verified agreement on nuclear do they then get sanctions relieved. And only then do they make the nuclear concessions, and if Iran agrees to a broader deal in 60 days, do they get the $300 billion, which will come in the form of willing private sector investments from the Gulf countries. Again, that only happens if Iran is verifiably nuke-free. So Trump went from fighting for investments in America to investments in Iran. Got it. Well, you criticized him either way. And then number 9 just says until a final deal, the status quo around nuclear and sanctions must remain. Well, not all sanctions, because number 10 says immediately. So even before a final deal, the U.S. will issue waivers for the exports of Iranian oil. So they give up nothing for their sanctioned oil to be back on the free market. And then 11, we must also immediately make frozen or restricted Iranian funds and assets fully available for use. And then 12 just creates a mechanism to monitor compliance. But then 13 says before the final deal negotiations start, first the ceasefire, the blockade removal, the Strait of Hormuz opening, the Iranian oil waiver, and the asset release provisions must happen first. So they get to sell their oil and get assets released even before negotiations. Why is it so one-sided? Why are our big commitments before negotiations, but theirs aren't? Well, they have to immediately open up the Strait of Hormuz, and this agreement fails to recognize that we destroyed Iran's conventional military. This has the backing of our European and Gulf allies. Trump is making the tough decision to end a war and move to diplomacy. What do you want? More war? I'm just saying, this agreement does not look like we won. Let's wait till the final agreement. We'll see if we get there.
And all right, guys, we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. I had to take a little break yesterday, had a headache. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back into it, because we're going to go ahead and cover, well, Trump's last speaking engagement and, of course, current news like Iran striking a cargo ship in the Strait of Hormuz, pretty much showing us their dominance over the strait. But first, let's get into it with our guy Trump, and then we're going to get right into current events.
Problem, but Germany, for example, also reason for disappointment. It is a mixed bag.
Well, the big question is, are they paying the 5%? They agreed 6 months ago when we were together to pay 5%, and for the most part, they're not paying.
Well, when you look at the numbers, take, for example, Germany. So we agreed they get a couple of years to get there because you cannot spend it in 1 year because you have an absorption problem. But Germany, for example, Germany is doubling its defense spending between 2021 and 2029. They will spend over 150 billion by 2029, which is staggering, more than the French and the Brits combined even. Take the Dutch, and Poland and the Baltics already there. Countries like Denmark really stepping up. So and the Nordics. So it's a bit of a mixed bag, but most of them are doing it, and the alliance is so much stronger because of this man.
Please, yellow dress.
But and all right, guys. Now, if you don't know what the common language has been used against NATO, I mean, come on now. We've been pretty much upset at NATO because they didn't follow us up with in the Iran war or conflict. And the problem is, though, I can't really blame NATO for not doing that because let's be real, the alliance built on NATO is that, well, somebody got to attack us or somebody got to attack them for us to jump in. Not that we can just drag each other unwillingly into any conflict that we choose. Trust me, if it was built on that, then we'd be at war with Russia at this point.
Thank you, Beth Turner from GB News. You mentioned that our Prime Minister has got one foot out the door. The new guy's coming in, Andy Burnham. What do you know about him, Mr. President? And what does he need to do to improve the relationship between our two countries? The new incoming Prime Minister, Andy Burnham.
I don't know anything. I see that he was, I guess, the mayor of a town. I hear he's extremely liberal, extremely. So that means he probably won't open up the North Sea. You know, I gave Keir Starmer some pretty good advice. I said, open up the North Sea. Go to Aberdeen, which was the hottest city in the whole continent. It was the oil city. It was the oil of Europe. And they closed everything. It was terrible. I saw it before my eyes, and I couldn't believe it. The North Sea is loaded. I have had every oil company come to see me. Sir, could you give us access to the UK? We would do anything to drill in the North Sea. And they haven't even found what's there. The amazing thing is they buy their oil from Norway, which gets the oil from the North Sea. Think of it. And they pay a big premium. Norway's got now $2 trillion in the bank, and UK is dying. So they should open up the North Sea. That's an easy one. And a lot of good things are going to happen. It's among the greatest fields in the world. Peter?
President Trump, great night for Democratic Socialists.
I mean, the UK does hold themselves back in that regard, but it does seem like they're pushing this whole green initiative. Sadly, the whole green initiative is being paid for on the backs of the UK people. So yes, of the people of Britain. I'm sorry, but that's actually how it's working out for them. And it doesn't have to be that way, but that's just how your elites chose it for you.
It's last night in the New York primaries, they swept and knocked out two incumbents. You're from New York. Why do you think it is that now the endorsement of Zohran Mamdani means more than the endorsement of Hakeem Jeffries?
Is he the GOAT?
Well, they're going.
I ain't gonna lie, Zohran Mamdani kind of sound like the GOAT of politics right now. Why? Because this man was able to get like 3 Democratic socialists across the board, pretty much got them voted in, and I think one of them had a complete blowout. So yeah, it does seem like the Democratic Party is being taken over, well, by the Democratic Socialists. Now, of course, people are going to say, oh, this is communism. Communism is taking over. And I was like, yeah, I mean, sure, you could say that. But then I've been warning this as well. Like, I remember I warned it on stream 2 nights ago that if you keep letting crony capitalism persist like this, then you're going to turn more and more people socialist. And I believe the elections in New York, which is the financial capital of the world, should honestly be enough proof for you guys understand. Hopefully it is. Hopefully.
Radical left, they're going really, you talk about the Democrat socialists, it's really communist. That's these people. I watched that woman last night. That's not a socialist. I know socialists. That woman is a communist. And you know what they don't say is that I was 16-0 last night. But mine were a little more boring, a little more mainstream. They were Republican conservatives. But we were 16-0.
Now, the problem is that, so there's a civil war going on both parties. The civil war going on in the Democrat Party is between the establishment and the Democratic Socialist Party. So that's the civil war going on there. And it looks like the socialists are kind of winning that one. And on our side, of course, we got America first versus Israel first. And I mean, well, it looks like America first may be winning on this one, just because of the results of the Iran war, sadly.
And if you look over the last 2.5 years, we're about 347 and just about 0. That's pretty good. But nobody writes that. But he picked 3. They won. They beat a guy named Dan Goldman, who's, a loser. He was one of my prosecutors, one of my many prosecutors that they used on me. Dan Goldman, not a good prosecutor, fortunately, but he's now looking for a job. I was very surprised to see, because he's a pretty liberal guy. When they go
Trump's surprised, but he's not all that upset. He's like, yeah, a bunch of socialists won, but hey, one of my enemies, Dan Goldman, is out of office. So I mean, there's a win right there. A bit petty, but all right.
More liberal than Dan Goldman. They're really into Never Land.
Does this tell you that the Democratic Party's 2028 nominee will likely be, or could likely be, a Democratic Socialist?
Well, it should make it easier for Republicans because most of the nation is composed of sane people. They don't want to.
I mean,
You
the
know,
problem
if
is,
you
if Republicans are going to sell out the corporation, I wish I could say it was a sure deal. I wish I could say, oh, yeah, run a socialist. They'll definitely lose. I wish I could say that'd be the truth. But if affordability gets worse and worse, and the Republicans kind of made it worse this time around, I mean, how y'all going to argue against the socialists who kind of want to take everything away from the corporations and give it to the people? Like, it's going to be really hard beating these guys around that time. Why? Because you let things get this bad. But hopefully, they reverse course. If not, then the socialists will win.
look throughout history, go back thousands of years, you've always had socialism and communism by different names. It's never ever worked. It's not going to work this time either.
I hope not.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. As a Turk myself,
Don't worry about it.
As a Turk myself, I can tell you with great confidence that your presence in Ankara is eagerly anticipated. What's your message to your great friend Erdogan and the Turkish people? Because you're going to be there in less than 2 weeks. Yeah, I'm a Turk myself. And
I like him. He's a friend of mine. And he stayed out of the war. You know, he was a prime candidate to go into the war with Iran.
Yeah, true.
Maybe on the Iran side, because he's not a big fan of Israel, as you know.
True. I mean, Naftali Bennett did just say that Turkey is the new Iran. So trust me, I wouldn't be too fond of Israel either if they're calling me the new Iran. It's like, so what? I'm next? Like, what you saying?
And I asked him to stay out. He stayed out. And you know who else was great? Was President Xi of China. He could have come in. He gets half of his oil from that area. You know, I could see him wanting to, and I asked him to please stay out, and he did. We did a good job, but he stayed out.
Guys, remember, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and also if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to send in the super chat or Venmo, guys. Let's get right back into it.
Erdogan's a great leader, very strong person, great military, and I asked him to stay out, and he did, and so did President Xi, and frankly, so did Putin, if you really look. But you could say that Vladimir has some other things to focus on.
Oh, no. Considering that, we have proof that Russia and China was giving Iran, satellite imagery so they can attack our bases accurately, by the way, I would say that's involvement. But, I mean, we have no proof that they gave them weapons, even though Iran was using Chinese shoulder pad missiles, to fire off at our jets. But I guess that's not enough proof to, prove involvement, I guess.
They all stayed out. I mean, it was pretty amazing. People were surprised. And I think that Erdogan he loves Turkey, right? He's doing a great job. He loves Turkey. I love the U.S., but he loves Turkey, and he's doing a great job. He's a respected man, a respected leader, and he's been a friend of mine. Now, I shouldn't say that because guys like Peter would say, oh, he likes Erdogan. He likes Erdogan. No, Peter won't. Peter doesn't. Some of the others, let's say. But Erdogan is a strong man, but he's been everything I've ever asked him for, he's done.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General clearly pointed out that allies want to do defense business with you, and Turkey is definitely one of them. They want the F-110 jet engines, and they want the F-35 fighter jets. Are you going to Turkey with a big gift bag for Erdogan?
Yeah, I think so. Look, he's a member of NATO. Some people don't consider himself, but he really is. He's a strong member of NATO. Yeah, I'm going to probably do something that's going to make him very happy.
And Turkey has
Tell him hello, right? Tell him hello. He's a good man.
And Turkey has a huge defense industrial base, 3,000 companies working all over the alliance, also here in the United States. So strong.
People don't know how big Turkey is in terms of the military. It's a very strong, they have a lot of our equipment, a very strong military because of him. Yeah, please.
Your expectations, sir, about this meeting in Ankara? What do you think?
Well, except for the fact that it was being held in Turkey by President Erdogan, I don't think I would have gone to it.
You want to come for me?
But I might go for it. You're right. I mean, I wouldn't have gone for, what we went through over the last 2 months with, the various countries. But you're probably right. I would have gone for you. But I would have not gone for most people. But He called me up. He said, please, I have it in Turkey. You got to be there. The United States has to be there. And so I'm going out of respect to President Erdogan.
What do you want the allies to do more than what they are doing right now? Do you
Just
have
be
a
loyal.
mass?
I just want their loyalty. We don't need their money. We don't need anything. We have the most powerful military in the world by far. But I just want loyalty. You know, we're so loyal to them. We're always fighting for them. We have thousands of troops all over Europe. In Germany, we have 50,000 troops. And
I don't know, man. I can't say that us starting the Iran war was, fighting for them. Shoot, I mean, if you want to talk about fighting for them and supplying them with weapons, for sure, I'll agree with Trump all day. And, and with the fact that they don't fully pay their bills, yeah, I mean, I guess we help in that way. But, like, let's just keep it real, though. It's like, I can't really blame NATO for not wanting to get involved. I don't think any country should allow another country to drag its country into a war. I mean, I wouldn't want NATO to drag us into their little conflict with Russia. And they're talking about going into full-on war with Russia behind Ukraine. So would you want to get dragged into that? No. So why should NATO let us? So why should we let NATO drag us? Well, I'm bad. But why should NATO let us drag them into this war with Iran or this war/conflict? And I'm glad they didn't get involved because only their assets would have got effed up too, just like ours. And then Iran will probably start firing off into bases in Europe as well.
then you want a little, give us.
Hey, hey, man, shout out to the longtime viewers. My man, Luke, Anonymous. What's going on, guys?
A little nudge, give us a little kiss. We don't want much. And they say, no, we can't do it. We're paying hundreds of millions of dollars for the troops that we have in Germany, the troops that we have in UK, the troops that we have all over Europe. I will say Poland was very good. I endorsed him and he won. By the way, many people that I endorsed outside of the United States won. You know that, right? Do you know we had a big win yesterday with Colombia, a favorite place of Marco. Marco loves Colombia, but no, I endorsed the man who was, the end, and he won. But the same thing in Poland. He was number 10. I endorsed him. I didn't like the man that was the president at all. And I endorsed him. He was a fighter, a big fighter, a good fighter. And I endorsed him. He came from 10th place and he won. And they say it was the biggest upset in Europe in 50 years for a major election. And you know what? He's going to be a great president of Poland.
Mr. President,
but we have many people, South America. But we just the other day, we endorsed somebody that LT Gray. They call him LT Gray because he's tough. He's another fighter. I like fighters, I guess.
Mr. President, you like
but
winners.
He won.
Mr. President, you like winners. Do you think President Zelensky is winning right now?
Well, he's doing pretty well. Look, no matter how you look at it, he's doing pretty well. He's holding his own, at least. A lot of people dying on both sides.
Yeah.
But I think he's doing pretty well.
Can I ask you?
I mean, the problem with that conflict is that, like I said, guys, in 6 months, like it's not the reality is going to set in for Ukraine, and it's going to set in for the rest of the world that Ukraine is losing this war, and there is no winning for Zelensky. Now, Zelensky done took a couple wins, of course, hitting inside of Russia, what they've been doing, by the way, and then, of course, taking back this small little village through RV drones with turrets on them, which was kind of badass. I'm not gonna lie, but Russia is still taking land by the week, so that's the problem there.
You have to say he's courageous. He's got great equipment, but he's got great men. He's got fighters.
And can I ask you one other question?
Yeah.
Have you seen the report into the Minab school attacks? Could you tell us?
I have not seen it, no.
Why not?
At some point, well, I have to wait for it to be complete.
Complete.
I don't know that they're ever going to solve that problem.
Oh, come on now. So hold on. So apparently Minab, you don't know what Minab is. It's the school that we bombed, or that us in Israel bombed in Iran. And the problem is that it ended up killing a whole bunch of schoolgirls, but we mistaked it for an IRGC base. The problem is we was going off old intel. Yeah, we were going off old intel, old maps, and we end up bombing a bunch of innocent schoolgirls. About 165 of them. Yeah. But let's see here. What's our largest short? Now, let's see here. I'm not really sure if they actually confirmed that it was us or not, but I'll look into it.
I mean, you could ask Pete, but I don't know that they're going to say it was one of our missiles. Pete, I don't know that they're ever going to solve that problem in terms of whose fault was it, because there were missiles flying all over the place. And it's horrible what happened, but there were missiles flying all over the place. And Somebody said it was our missile. Well, maybe it wasn't our missile, but I've seen nothing to lead me to believe it was. There were plenty of missiles being flown by other people. What do you think?
It was hit by a tomahawk.
We've taken the investigation
That's
very
the problem.
seriously, and when the appropriate time is right, whatever that outcome is, that'll be the time to divulge. And do you know what the
I mean,
results
if
of
you come up with the right
investigation is?
answer, I don't think it's going to be us. I don't think it was us. There were a lot of missiles being fired at that time. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you just had a colourful lunch on the Senate, in the Senate. Would you be open to a compromise measure that had provisions of the SAVE Act into a reconciliation bill?
Not really. No, the SAVE Act should be, there's no compromise. It's voter ID. It's proof of citizenship.
So what we know right now is that the strike on Shahira Tabia Girls Primary School in Manab, Iran, occurred on February 28, 2026, the first day of the U.S.-Iran war. Officials' final reports from the Pentagon remain classified or unreleased, but the preliminary military findings and independent investigations point to a catastrophic U.S. targeting error involving Tomahawk cruise missiles. And if you look at the video, you can literally see that it was a Tomahawk cruise missile that hit them, that hit the school. So it is looking like it's us. Like, I'm be real with you. The more that comes out, the more it points to us.
Citizenship. And it's also the mail-in ballots. We want mail-in ballots for the military if they're away. We want it for people that are ill or people that are in some form handicapped or have a hard time or people even that are on vacation. I'm open to that. But mail-in ballots, you have to vote because we have a lot of rigged elections.
And would you veto the housing bill?
And then we added in men and women's sports is a no-no. No men in women's sports and no transgender mutilization of our children. These are 99% issues.
You know, unless the parent says so, because that's exactly what Trump conceded on. Yeah, it says no more trans in your children unless your crazy liberal parent says that you can. I ain't gonna say liberal, you're crazy leftist loony parent, because I ain't gonna lie, most liberals low-key ain't with transing their children. But I mean, hey, there's a very small group on that side that's pretty loud about it. So there's that. But yeah, no, that actually not going away. As long as your parent gives you the okay, you can go ahead and get yourself trans, and if you're a kid, of course.
And we have to do it.
I advise you go to therapy first, though. I advise you go to therapy.
To protect. Look at what's gone on in Los Angeles and California. The vote still hasn't been counted. What's it, 2 weeks now? It still hasn't been counted. And I don't know Spencer Pratt, but I watched him and he was doing really nicely. All of a sudden he's out. And I said he was going to be out because he was doing well. And then a week later, they started saying, oh, he's starting to lose favor. He's starting to lose. I said, they just rigged the election. And they were going to do that with Steve Hilton. He's a good man. And I asked the U.S. attorney to go look at their votes. And as soon as I did that, they announced that Steve Hilton would be a finalist. So, no, we have rigged elections. Now, in my case, I made it too big to rig. Remember the expression, too big to rig? But we have rigged, and we have to have voter ID. If we don't have voter ID and proof of citizenship, but basically it's the Save America Act. Everybody wants it. Everybody is it, including Democrats. 87% of Democrats want it, not the leaders because they want to cheat. Mm-hmm. Their policy is so bad, they're unelectable.
Would you veto the housing bill if it came to your desk, sir? Would you veto it?
About what?
If the housing bill that you didn't sign today, if it came
No,
to your
I
desk.
said I'm not signing the housing bill. I want to see what happens with Save. Look, the housing bill is housing. I made billions of dollars with housing. I know housing better than anybody, maybe anywhere. It's all about the interest rate.
Oh, God, like I say, you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in or Venmo, but make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen and help us reach our goal by supporting so we can get the call-in line open. We can have some of you naysayers and some of you guys who just support the show come on up. All right, guys, let's get right back into it.
Lower the interest rates. You can have all the housing you want. But you have to understand, I don't want to hurt people that own houses too. These people, for the first time in their lives, they have valuable houses. They become rich. I don't want to hurt them either.
Sir,
what you want to do is what good for everyone? Get the interest rates down.
Hold on, Trump. I mean, no, somebody got to take an L here because those inflated house prices is a problem. So some people got to take an L on the house price. We got to make more houses, increase the supply to drive down some of these prices. I mean, it is what it is. Some people's houses are going to have to lose value. I'm pretty sure everybody can understand that you can't have it both ways. It just doesn't work like that. You're going to have to make the boomers mad to make Gen Z and millennials happy. Like you got to, Gen X and millennials happy. I mean, you got to give on something.
We have this numbskull that was the head of the Fed before, and he's a stupid person. And we call him too late because he was too late with the interest rates all the time. We need low interest rates. Low interest rates will solve everything. We'll solve that. Now, despite that, we're doing well with housing. But where we're really doing well is oil is plummeting and costs are coming down. Affordability, we're doing great. The Democrats gave us a tremendous affordability problem, and we're reducing prices a lot.
Our new Prime Minister will be installed in a matter of weeks, could be 3 or 4 weeks. Would you want to be the first person on his list to visit globally?
No, but I think we're probably of a different persuasion. He's very liberal. But, I got along well with Starmer. I disagreed with Starmer. I said, you have two problems, immigration and energy, and crime, too, by the way. Crime. You have a terrible mayor of London, by the way. I don't want to cause any problems, but your mayor of London is grossly incompetent, a bad person, and a horrible representative for your country. You know that. That's why you're smiling and laughing, and it's true. But you know that. The mayor of London is a horror show. But you have a crime problem. You have an immigration problem. The immigration helps cause the crime, by the way. And you have a tremendous energy problem. You're building stupid windmills all over the country, and they don't do the job. You have the greatest oil field in the world, one of them. It's called the North Sea oil. All you have to do is bid it out to Exxon, Chevron, Shell, British Petroleum. They're begging to go there and pay billions of dollars. And because the left is so crazy, they don't want the money. And the country is losing. I mean, your country is going to go bankrupt. Think of it. You have one of these. Now, most countries don't have that. You have the North Sea oil, and you have the best part of it. Think of it. You go to Norway, who doesn't have the best part of it, and you give them, and they have $2 trillion in the bank. They have $2 trillion, maybe more, because the UK pays them all this money and others. But you have one of the greatest fields. And I told this guy 15 times, and he wouldn't do it. I said, you're going to lose your prime ministership. And he did. In fact, I called him about 3 days early, right? Remember I said he was leaving?
I told you so.
I wonder if that nudged him out.
Mr. President, on Iran, sir, would you block a final Iran deal if it included any kind of fees on shipping or maritime activities?
It would be unacceptable to me.
Well, actually, it's too late. According to Jordan, they've already been paying. Jordan and Egypt and other countries have already been paying fees to get through the strait already. And then we're about to get into current reporting here that Iran has already fired off on a ship. I forgot where the ship is from, but they already fired at a ship, like I said, showing their dominance over the strait. Like, do you guys see the problem now? But actually, yeah, we can go ahead and get into that one if you guys want to. Take a quick little detour. Yeah, Iran ship in the Strait of Hormuz after Trump claims total control. And I've been told you guys that was complete bullshit. I was like, bro, really? You think we control the strait after we had to get Iran into a deal, into a ceasefire to get it open? What part, like, how does that sound like control to you? Control kind of makes it sound like we didn't dominate them militarily. We didn't lifted their control off the strait, and now they're eating out of the palm of our hands. That is not the reality that we're living in right now. I'll tell you that right now. But all right, though, let's get into this story real quick. And don't forget to double tap that screen and link the video.
Attacked in the Strait of Hormuz. This is the first time in 9 it makes. It's a cargo ship that had just passed through the Strait of Hormuz. It was attacked by Iran. A strike that leaves any sort of an agreement between Trump and Iran as shaky.
Hold on here. I do want to refresh the page because it is kind of laggy right now. But in the meantime, please enjoy this little clip.
Kim Jong-un is now praising his soldiers for ending themselves. During a speech this week, he confirmed that a long-suspected and pretty disturbing North Korean battlefield policy is real. You see, if you're a North Korean soldier and are captured, it isn't just seen as defeat, it is considered actual treason. In fact, your family at home can be punished for this, which is why you are expected to sacrifice yourself rather than become a prisoner of war. While referring to soldiers that recently died in battle fighting for Russia against Ukraine, he said, quote, "Those who hastily opted for self-blasting suicide attack grenades in order to defend the great honor are heroes." This is the definition of the height of loyalty to our army. In fact, it's at the point where some North Korean soldiers who were captured alive reportedly said they regret not blowing themselves up.
Boy, that is some real loyalty right there, man. But all right, though, let's get right back into it.
Attacked in the Strait of Hormuz. This is the first time in 9 it makes. A ship attacked in the Strait of Hormuz. This is the first time in 9 it makes. It's a cargo ship that had just passed through the Strait of Hormuz. It was attacked by Iran. A strike that leaves any sort of an agreement between Trump and Iran as shaky and amorphous and undefined. And how many synonyms can I come up with on that, as it already was, is in question tonight. Now, what we know about this attack is that a cargo ship was hit by a one-way attack drone, according to the Wall Street Journal, which also reports that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps was responsible. Now, Tehran is just showing the obvious here, though, but this action speaking louder than any word, showing that, yes, they are still in control of the Strait of Hormuz. They can shut it down whenever they want, despite what Trump just claimed.
As long as they respect us. I don't want to use the word fear because that's an inappropriate word. But as long as they respect us, we're not going to have any trouble.
I don't know about that.
We have total control of the strait.
Now, obviously, if you have total control of the strait, other countries aren't bombing ships in the strait. Okay, that's just to state the obvious. And it's not the only thing that we've been pointing out, that Iran and the United States are just having completely different tales about. Trump says there's not going to be any that there will be nuclear inspectors inside Iran. I'm sorry. Iran is adamant that there will not be. Iran's president said its missiles are also not part of the agreement, saying, quote, "The discussion over our missiles does not exist in the memorandum of understanding, and it never will," which is really mind-boggling, because Trump said when he started the entire war, as one of the core tenets of the reason that he bombed Iran was to limit the country's missile program.
Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make.
It raises big questions about this so-called agreement.
So-called agreement and the negotiations. I mean, part of the 60-day negotiation.
I mean, it just lets you know that Iran now controls the strait. It's a major point of leverage, and if Israel don't cut the ish in Lebanon, then the strait will be closed again. And we're just getting gas prices under control. But once again, Israel want to mess that up for us. Then all the Fox News pundits want to do is talk about how we just need to double down on what was failing. And then they just ignore the fact that, if Iran escalate things any further, I mean, the entire global economy is cooked. And then Trump already snitched on us. He said we're 4 weeks away from our strategic reserves hitting critical lows, aka gas prices are going to skyrocket in about 4 weeks. And then it was going to get even worse because the strait's not open. Oh, and then God forbid that China what was it? They reduced their endpoints by 40% to kind of help out with gas price. God forbid they take back in that 40%, along with the strait being closed. Yeah, everybody's cooked. There's going to be a huge fuel crisis.
Negotiations, a 60-day deal that reopens the Strait of Hormuz, says that in exchange for the United States removing the naval blockade, that Iran will ensure, or to the best that they can, ensure the safe passage of these commercial vehicles or vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. That is clearly not what they did here. It does not say only have these vessels go through Tehran's route. And that is what we heard from the Iran Revolutionary Guard. They had put out a statement before they actually attacked this ship. And they said in it that it's that safe passage through the Strait.
Hey, and shout out to my man, Billy Cobb. He sent the Laughing Disco for 250 jewels. Appreciate the support. And because you started us off, you get a celebration. Raise a blade. All right, man. If you also want to see dancing Kim Jong-un again and his smooth ass moves, go ahead and send a little bit of support in. Appreciate the support, guys. And let's get right back into it. And don't forget to double tap that screen or smash the like button, depending on how you are watching.
Was limited to routes designated by Tehran, and that other routes were unacceptable and completely dangerous. Well, they're dangerous because of Iran and Iran striking them. They're flexing every single muscle they have here, saying they control the strait, saying that if you don't listen to the way that we want to control the strait, we are going to attack you. And that's what we saw here. Now, what's also interesting about this is there's been no comment from the White House on this. And what we've seen really in the past several days is that the White House, the administration, has been willing to not necessarily give Iran any kind of leeway here, but trying not to rock the boat. They want this deal to work. They want these negotiations to go through, and they want to be out of this war. We've known that for some time, President Trump looking for this off-ramp. But what this does is that technically it appears it actually breaks the deal. If it is Iran that is attacking the ship when they were supposed to be, to their best of their capabilities, keeping these vessels safe through the Strait of Hormuz. So what does that mean for the naval blockade? And again, we have not heard any actual comment from the White House on this, but of course we know they're watching this very closely as they're trying to get through this negotiating period and get a final deal on the table.
Iran is sending the world a message. We're in control of the strait. You follow the routes we designate, or we're going to hit your ships. But even more important, the statement from the Persian Gulf Strait Authority, which has responsibility for tolls, is making the same kind of statement. So it indicates that they're going to be imposing tolls or fees. In a sense, they're
too late. Like I said, Egypt and Jordan and other countries in the Middle East have already reported that they're paying $2 million a pop for their ships to get through the strait. So Iran is already collecting tolls. Already, guys. They've already been making money, sadly. This is just the sad reality of this conflict, because now we left Iran in control of the strait. And I know Donald Trump want to sit here and give you the propaganda of, oh, no, we control it. We have total control. But I mean, all right, if that's the case, then why did Iran just fire off at a ship? And why is everybody now turning back? Because Iran controls the strait.
They're almost mocking the president because he has given away so much of our leverage by lifting the sanctions and unfreezing assets. So I think what has to happen now, the administration has to think very hard about suspending the lifting of sanctions and the unfreezing of assets to regain our bargaining power, because clearly Iran is far from taking us seriously. This is a very ominous step.
Yeah, I mean, well, and there doesn't seem to be anything that they're in agreement on. As I said, it's confusing what was signed, when, and by who. All of that is confusing. But missiles are in it. The other side's missiles aren't. Nuclear inspectors are in it. No, they're not. The strait's open, or we control it. No, we control it. There's not a single thing they appear to agree on, actually, except for the fact that Iran was getting money.
And the inspection issue is absolutely key, because if you recall, when a lot of us went along with the JCPOA, we insisted that there be airtight inspection and verification by the IAEA. Now the Iranians are saying no oversight, no verification, no inspection has been agreed to. That's a real...
Hold on now. What they actually said was that we're not giving no type of oversight. We're not giving the U.S. no type of oversight until sanctions have been fully released. So they want full sanction relief for us to be able to put the IAEA back on there and get the inspectors back on the ground. So this is what Iran is actually pushing for. Before they give away any type of, or before they let any type of inspectors back on the ground. This is why they pretty much were telling us, whoa, hold your horses before you tell your people you're about to let inspectors on, because you need to go ahead and release the sanctions first. And this is what Iran is, standing 10 toes on.
And okay, so I want to ask you about something else here in the Middle East, actually. You're demanding an investigation into something very specific, which is reports of a secret $500 million investment by an Emirati royal from the UAE into the Trump family cryptocurrency business. So there's this $500 million investment that you want investigation into. And this investment was made just 4 days before Trump's inauguration. That's the timing of it. Wall Street Journal first reported it and said it was an Emirati royal who was involved. So the Trump administration very soon thereafter gave the UAE access to special chips made by NVIDIA. What questions do you have here?
Well, this deal, Aaron, is probably the most overtly corrupt deal.
But all right, though, let's go ahead and get back to President Trump now that we understand what's going on in the Strait. And I'm telling you guys, look, don't believe the propaganda that the administration is feeding you on this. And trust me, I'm telling you, this is somebody who actually voted for Trump himself. But come on now, is it not a bit obvious about the results of this war? We have not gotten anything out of Iran, and Iran's getting everything they want. And this sanction relief is going to only enrich Iran. Like, let's just be real.
You have numerous straits, and if you did that for them, you'd have to do it for other people. You have other straits. I wouldn't allow it there either. Yeah, it would be a game changer.
And have you made progress on munitions building in Europe? That's obviously something.
Yeah, we always make progress. Some of the countries that he represents are as good as him. He's great. They're lucky they have him. They're lucky they have that guy.
And the production.
Okay, behind you.
How do you think that Congress voting to end the war with Iran, even in a non-binding way, impacts your negotiations with Iran?
So we're doing great in our negotiations with Iran. Right in the middle of one of the key things, which we're going to get anyway, we have breaking news. The Senate has voted that they'd like Trump to stop the war.
Yeah.
So Iran sees that and they go, what's that all about? Now, you know it's meaningless, right? But I had lunch with them. We had 4 Republican senators and all Democrats.
Democrats here.
They want to lose the war.
It's not that they want to lose the war, it's that they see continuing this war is only hurting the U.S. But this was pretty much going on. The Senate passed the War Powers Resolution 50-48, so it was kind of close, to block unauthorized military action against Iran. So AKA Trump's pretty much gotten kind of stripped of his war powers. Now you can't act without Congress. Now, four Republicans joined most Democrats. Trump called it meaningless. Yeah, because I'm gonna be honest with you, what was that? I think they already approved the first one. So what they're doing here, it kind of doesn't really matter, but we'll see, guys. We'll see.
Because they're stupid. That's why we call them Democrats, you know? I no longer use the E. I've changed the E into a U. We call them Democrats. They're dumb. Their policy is so bad. That's why they are opposed to the Save America Act because they don't want voter ID. They don't want proof of citizenship. You know why? Because they have to cheat. Their policy is so bad that if they don't cheat, they wouldn't win an election. They're phenomenal cheaters and they stick together. But you know, the people, the Democrat people, are 87% in favor of the Save America Act.
Mr. President. Last night, of course, as Peter pointed out, we saw.
Hey, shout out to my man Anonymous for gifting 1 membership, dog. Appreciate the support. Shout out to my man Anonymous. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back into it. And you actually, shout out to my man Monty coming again. He says, over 4,000 millionaires created under Elon, 1 created under Bernie himself. And that is true, though. Bro, what is it? It said people in the cafeteria, people in SpaceX that's in the cafeteria, not the boardroom, executive room, but in the cafeteria became millionaires overnight. I was like, God bless. I can't even get mad at that. And you got to be, and that's what I've been talking about. I mean, like in Elon's case, that is trickle down economics in a way. But in other people's case, like Bernie or another bigger corporations, I mean, we don't see that a lot. We do need to see more guys like Elon that's actually out here creating millionaires in such large numbers. Because I don't really know another billionaire's numbers you could put up like that. Please name me another billionaire that created 4,000 millionaires, over 4,000 millionaires overnight. Just name me another one. As much as we don't like Elon politically, name me another billionaire that did that.
Loving father or mother dies and they leave it to their beautiful child, the child is supposed to pay 50% tax. That's on top of federal tax, right? So basically you're leaving him nothing. What you're doing is you can be liberal, you can be anything. It's common sense. You're forcing people to leave. And these are the people that pay the taxes. They pay 90% of the taxes, and they're leaving New York, and they're leaving California too. Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President. You said yes to the jet engines, but you're a very direct, very straightforward, no-nonsense man, as you've known in Turkey as well. What needs to happen for the F-35 deal to be finalized? What do you need to see?
Why don't you answer that question, JD? I want to give you an easy.
Okay,
That's an
thank you,
easy.
sir.
He's done a great job over there, by the way.
Well, I know that Pete and the entire team are reviewing this right now because there are certain things that we have to certify that have happened in order to comply with American law. The president has asked us to do that. We're running the traps and confirming that's happened. This is really a congressional thing and ensuring that Turkey has complied with American law so they can get the F-35s. And of course, we'll announce that when we have that review complete.
Yeah, we're going to work. Look.
Hey, yo, Israel about to lose their shit. Come on now. If you give Turkey the F-35s, Israel is going to start tripping. But, I mean, hey, it is what it is. If they're going to pay the price, sure, give it to them. I mean, the problem is, though, is that, like I said, it's funny how it kind of seems like we're going against Israel. Because Israel just called Turkey the new Iran, and here we are giving these guys F-35s. Like, you know what, guys, man, good luck. Look out, man. Israel, they're hunting people, okay? They're hunting countries, and they're knocking them over. Just look at Lebanon. Hopefully it don't turn out that way. But all right, guys, let's get right back into it.
The man who
shout out to my man Monty said, I know 20 people that are 5+ millionaires. Exactly. I mean, God bless. God bless. I can't be mad at that. I don't know, some people want to be, but hey, I think mainly people are just mad at Elon seeing $1 trillion. I think that's what they're mad about. If you explain the 400,000 millionaires, average people who just went to millionaires, then it's just like, come on, can you really be that mad? Can you?
A little controversial, but I am too. But I know him. I think he's a very good person. He's helped us a lot. He really, anytime I've helped, like as an example, I said, I'd love you to stay out of the war with Iran. That's a natural for him, right? He stayed out. I like him. A lot of times when they have a problem with Erdogan, they call me and they say, would you talk to him? They'll call me. They'll say, could you do me a favor and talk to him? You have a question in the back? No, yeah, in the back. I love your questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier today, you instructed your Department of Justice to do an investigation for oil companies that you said gas prices were not coming down quick enough, and you are concerned that there is price gouging going on, taking advantage of the crisis. Sir, can you elaborate on that?
So it's ExxonMobil, it's Chevron, it's Shell, it's BP, it's a lot of them. The gasoline or the oil prices have come down so much, and we are not seeing anything at the pump by comparison to what you see.
I mean, yeah, because sadly, just like with inflation, prices are quick to rise, but slow to come down, Trump. That is a sad reality. But and here's the thing. I get what he's talking about, though, because it's like, yo, we're almost at pre-war levels, but we're not at pre-war price. And I'm like, yeah, that might be due to a little bit of price gouging, but also it's because we're missing like 1.1 billion barrels of oil out of the global supply. So that's also why prices aren't coming down, is because of that supply crunch right there. Like, yeah, so trust me, I get what he's saying. Like, what you mean? WTI crude's at 70, Brent crude's at 73, price should be the same. And it's like, no, so we're still missing that 1.1 billion in barrels of oil. So there's that. And if you could replace that, then yeah, prices will go back down. But until then, we kind of got to deal with that and, catch up. Oh, and shout out to my man Monty. So I just got off a 30-day straight push for 30 days for the V3. We worked our asses off to change the world. I mean, when you put in work like that, man. And shout out to my man Monty, our residential SpaceX employee, soon to be going to Mars. You never know. You never know, bro. You never know. But all right, man. Shout out, bro. And all right, guys, let's keep it going. Well, there we go.
We should be, in my opinion, at $2.25 right now at the pump. And we're higher than that.
Nah, I wish.
And we are doing a big investigation on it, yeah. They're not reducing the prices commensurate with what's happening. Look, we are sending out, think of it, 19 million barrels came out yesterday. That is a flood. That's like a gusher. That's an oil gusher. And they should be much lower. The gasoline prices, which really is what people see more than anything else, but for their car. But the gasoline prices should be much lower at the pump. And the oil companies are possibly gouging. I hope they're not. Otherwise, they're going to be in big trouble. They're going to be in big trouble. We're not going to play games.
Have you spoken to them, sir? Have you spoken to the oil executive today about this?
I told them, don't gouge our people.
Trust me, I wish that was the truth. I wish it was just price gouging, but no, it's really just more than 1 billion barrels of oil have gone missing. And let's get right into it here. So let's just get into the CNN article, CNN Business. I know, CNN, but guys, let's not talk about the source. Let's talk about who they are citing. But all right, the good news, the Strait of Hormuz is open again after Iran and the United States signed a memorandum of understanding this week. The bad news is it might be too late. Oil hasn't been coming out of the Middle East for nearly 4 months. All told, the world has lost 1.15 billion barrels of oil supply during the war, according to analysts from Kelper. Yes, I'm saying this is what they're citing. So don't remember, it's not CNN who's saying this. It's these bastards from Kelper. I know they're the ones that's giving us this bad news. And that has left the oil market in a precarious state. Now, it's rapidly approaching a breaking point. The International Energy Administration strategic petroleum reserves are at their lowest level since the 1990s. The American Emergency Reserves is at a 43-year low. So, guys, my main point in reading this was to show you that, well, guys, it's not about these guys price gouging. It's that we're missing a whole lot of oil from the oil supply, and this is why prices have not gone down, because we're still dealing with somewhat of an oil scarcity. Somewhat. All right, well, let's go ahead and get right back to it.
President, there's a report that you're going to present the World Cup at the
I am. Well, I've been asked to by soccer, by football, by Johnny. Johnny's done a great job. By the way, how hot is this?
And the Dutch are doing very well.
How hot is it? You're doing well. We're doing
very well.
Maybe we'll play you in the finals. No, but how hot?
And I'll have to beat it.
How hot has it been? It's been great. You know, they came to the United States, which isn't a big, as they would say, football, but we can't because it's too confusing. We say soccer, but it's not very big at that. And this is the biggest they've ever had. They've never had anything like it. The numbers are bigger than anything, and there's great spirit. There's tremendous.
The Dutch king and queen.
I think Johnny has done a fantastic job. And yes, he has asked me to hand out the cup.
And will the fencing around the reflecting pool be down by July 4th, or is that going to be?
The pool?
Yes.
It's in great shape.
The reflection pool, I ain't gonna lie. People say that there was vandalism, but I'm gonna be real with you. I think that there might have just been a bit of a hiccup with constructing the reflection pool. Somebody might have effed that up instead of there being actual vandalism. I think we might have just got our science wrong, or the Trump administration or the guys who constructed it just got their science wrong. They probably need to go back to science class. But shout out to my man Noah Joyner. He says we should be using gallium cooling systems in the AI data centers. It will mostly fix the water usage issue. Yeah, and what was it? I think that was the CEO of the video was actually, I believe, says something like that. They were pretty much coming out and pretty much saying that, yeah, well, we understand that we can't keep using up your oil and your electricity, so maybe we can come out with some type of cooling system that, you know, kind of recycles the water and continuously runs through the data center. I'm like, well, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know why we gotta damn near talk about destroying data centers if you guys understand that you kind of got to make this work for the American people. And this is what I mean by with these data centers, they put the cart before the horse. They were supposed to make sure that the energy infrastructure can take it before just putting it out there. But I guess, you know, to beat China, we had to, you know, kind of speed things up. And I guess I get it, but let's not become China while trying to beat China.
Yeah, no. Ready? Thugs. They just told me a little while ago, 6 have been arrested and like 6 or 7 are under investigation. They have pictures and everything else. They went to the bottom, and it's not a paint job. It's very expensive. It's not rubber, but it's like rubber. And they went down with probably a box cutter or a very sharp razor of some kind or a knife. And they cut, and then they started ripping it up. You know why? Because they're sick people. And then the side of the pool, right at water level, they took razors and they started cutting this, very expensive stuff. It's incredible stuff. It's beautiful. And and it's still beautiful. But we have one area where they cut it, it's still holding, it's not leaking. But they heard it. So in about probably maybe after July 4th or maybe before, I don't know, we'll let a little water out because it's at the edge. They'll cut it, they'll replace it, and it'll be as good as new. But these people should go to jail for a long time. There's a statute that I signed when I had my first term, that if you do anything to hurt statues or monuments, fountains in Washington, D.C., or federal fountain, it's actually federal all over the country, but you go to jail for 10 years and there's no shortcuts. In other words, it's not 5 years for good behavior. It's a very tough statute. And
I
so
ain't gonna lie,
tough.
man. We've been handing out, bro. What was it? I mean, there's huge outrage going on because of what was it here? It was a sentencing of about 3 to 6 people who got sentenced for, I guess, trying to raid an ICE facility with weapons, and they got handed 30, 50, 100 years. And everybody's in outrage over it because they're like, yo, this is a bit much. You kind of send these guys' whole life away for something that really wasn't that serious. And now one of the guys, that kind of was that serious. He at least deserved that 50, but he got 100. He got 100 years. So, I'm gonna go look into it more because I remember I was just reading the article on it and it didn't really give enough details on their names and all that good stuff. But it was kind of insane to hear these guys, getting such a extreme punishment for what they did. And out of the entire group, maybe only one guy deserved their sentence because that was a guy who actually turned around and shot at a police officer.
That it really hasn't been used very much over the years. But I used it when they had a problem in Washington where they were trying to hurt, the sickos were trying to hurt things. And I announced it. As soon as I announced it, read it, announced it, and
here it is. All right, it was 8 people received 30 to 100-year sentences tied to the 2025 attacks on the Para Ireland Detention Center in Texas. Prosecutors called it domestic terrorism, while defense lawyers disputed the Antifa framing. And this is coming from Reuters.
I said 10 years for anybody. Everybody dropped what they had, including ropes. They had ropes. They were tying ropes around Thomas Jefferson's head. Andrew Jackson right up there. They had a rope around his head on that incredible statue outside. As soon as I invoked it, everybody left. That's still in play. They could go to jail for 10 years. They better be careful. They have a gash on that beautiful pool. It's a reflecting one. This is a very expensive material. Then on top of it, we did a much bigger job than we said we were going to do because we did all the outer areas and everything else. We did a beautiful job. It's like a piece of glass. And for some reason, this disturbed the radical left lunatics. One of the guys, he's a member or a big payer to Act Blue. He's a big Hillary supporter. He's a big supporter of Sleepy Joe Biden. This is a very political thing. But as I understand it, 6 are under arrest. This was pure vandalism. It's an amazing thing that we did. Don't forget, it hasn't worked properly since it was built because it always leaked in 1922. So it was built in 1922. So that's 100 years more ago. It's never worked properly. I always say it had great potential. And I said in my first term, I'm going to do something. So Biden and Obama, between the two of them, spent over $100 million. It was a disaster. Obama, because of the environment, took the water from the Potomac, and it was horrible. It was bad. I don't want to have to tell you what happened, but it was really bad. You can read about it. Biden, he didn't have any idea what the hell they were doing because he didn't know what anything was happening. But they spent over $100 million. We spent 14 or 15 and a lot less than that because a lot of these people work for the Parks Department anyway. So, they're going to work. So I would say a lot less. And we put a great surface on. This is a world-class surface and it looked beautiful. But they came in and they cut it and then they grabbed it and they pulled it up. That's why it's all ripped. And who would even think of that? They're sick people. So I think they're in big trouble. But here's the bottom line. We temporarily patched it. even though we stopped it's so good that it with all that damage they did, it's not leaking, and it looks really beautiful. I just had pictures taken. It's reflective. It's beautiful, like it did a week ago.
Hey, at least he likes it.
And then we're going to let a little water out because you have to let the water out to fix it. We're going to fix it, and then the water goes back in. It won't take long. We may do it before July 4th, or we may do it just after July 4th. Now, we have it a little bit fenced off because we have a big fireworks display. And tonight, I'm making a speech. And people like my speeches. But I guess we're going to have a lot of people over there. But tonight, we're going to have a lot of good entertainment.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into this other story here. Let's get into the Democratic Party, man, because like I said, they're in full meltdown mode because, well, you know, the Democrat socialists are taking over. So we got 2 videos on the subject, and then, of course, we're going to get on to the next one. But first, shout out to my man Noah Joyner. He says for the 10, he says the issue is we don't produce gallium domestically, but we have we do have the capability to. We also have weather seeding technology, so water usage issue isn't really an issue. I mean, that's true. Apparently, we've been out here using weather technology for a while now. Even our Congress went out and admit to it, even though it was swept under the rug. But yeah, no, there's videos of our Congress admitting to us having, I guess, weather manipulating technology. Hey, man, you'll be surprised what comes down in congressional hearing, man. You'd be surprised. And then what you never hear about, by the way. But all right, though, let's get right back into it. And once again, shout out to my man Noah Joyner.
Razor blade.
Hey, and shout out AJ for sending a thumbs up for 10 jewels. Appreciate the support, sis. All right, let's go ahead and get into it. Let's see what's going on with the Democrats, man, because they wilding.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Breaking Points, Commie Takeover Edition. Ryan Graham, great to see you, sir.
Good to see you again. How you doing?
Doing good. A lot to get into this morning. We've got the establishment in full meltdown over the election results in New York City. So you and I will watch that with a lot of interest and some delight. A lot of react to there. We also have the NYC DSA co-chairs who are going to join us to talk about these wins, what they mean, what their plans are going forward. We've got a very bizarre situation unfolding with Trump, who is refusing to sign this bipartisan housing affordability bill unless Republicans pass his election rigging bill called the Save America Act. So he is literally holding affordable housing hostage to his election rigging plots. So that's an interesting one. There was also a really messy, weird situation, a shouting match between Trump and Senator Bill Cassidy, who just lost his primary over a war powers resolution with regard to Iran that actually did pass the Senate with Bill Cassidy and Rand Paul's help. Things have progressed since there. I will not spoil the ending of how this is all unfolding, but very weird situation. We also wanted to dig into these truly outrageous sentences that have been handed down in a case of ICE protesters down in Texas. Our friend Pisco is going to join and give us the full legal analysis of what each of these individuals did, the sentences that have been handed down so far, and why this is so extraordinarily different from the way these types of cases have been handled previously. And we've got Cory Doctorow joining us. He's the author of Enshittification. He has a lot of thoughts about how we should think about AI, whether it's a bubble, how you should approach the use of AI in your own life. And he has a new book out called Reverse Centaur. Or that's part of the title anyway. That was the part that stuck in my mind about how to live in this new age of AI.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be interesting. I think our audience is going to completely side with him, although I think you and I have a lot of kind of questions about his take here.
Well, don't tell our audience who to side with yet. We can make our case, right?
They're not. I think they're not going to be with us, but that's okay. That's okay.
All right. With that being said, let's go ahead and transition to talking about some of the establishment fallout and what people are saying, both on camera and off camera, from the Democratic Party and the Democratic Party leadership about these incredible victories for Zohran Mamdani and the DSA wing of the Democratic Party. Ryan, I wanted to start with an oldie but a goodie here. James Carville, always colorful, never a shrinking violet here, I would say, has some thoughts on what should come next for the Democratic Party. This is A10. Let's take a listen.
The New York Times reported, and I have the quote right here, I'll get to it. She is against pass off all her views. She has attacked interracial relationships in the American flag. lady, I ain't in the same party as you. I'm sorry. I just not.
Attacking
And
interracial, really? A Democrat attacking interracial marriages? Like, come on, really? I damn near need to hear it from myself. That is almost unbelievable to hear. A Democrat pretty much saying what? Sounding like a white nationalist, talk about you can't be no race mixers. Like, come on now. I don't know. I got to hear that one now. He's probably right. You never know where people land. But hey, I do actually need to see that for myself. Because a Democrat actually condemning race mixing? Nah.
Actually do think it's time for Democrats to talk the S word, schism. I really do. Everybody's always said, no, we're coalition, we're big tent. And there's just some shit that I can't be in the same tent with.
He's ready for a divorce. He's ready to break up with some elements of the Democratic Party. You know what's funny, Ryan, is I don't know if you follow this, but Carville just, what was that, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, was out vociferously defending Graham Plattner, who has very similar ideological views. I don't know if he said all the things that Dari Lisa has said, for example, but Claire Valdez, Zoran Mamdani, I mean, they're very much in line on the vast majority of their ideological positions. Carville's got no problem with him. So I do think there may be a little bit of bias that comes with some of this commentary, but it does kind of echo some of the views that were expressed in, I guess, a little bit more of a soft way from Jamie Harrison. We can put A8 up on the screen, former DNC chair. This got a lot of attention. He says, I say this with no ill will or animosity. If you hate the Democratic Party, then please don't run for our nomination. Don't use our resources. Don't rely on our volunteers. Don't use our infrastructure. Don't ask Democrats to invest their time, money, and energy in your campaign. Focus on building the party you actually support. Political parties are not perfect, but they're built by millions of people who knock doors, make calls, organize meetings, and fight for the values they believe in. If you don't believe in the party, then don't ask its members to carry you across the finish line. Obviously, like the most obvious response to this is, I think, the voters in the Democratic Party.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was gonna it's supposed to be about the voters, not how you politicians feel. If the voters feel like they want to go in that direction, they consider themselves Democrats, then so be it, bro. I guess you guys lost the debate. That's all you're saying, is that y'all lost the debate with the Democratic base and that they're wanting to lean more in a socialist direction. Actually, the worst part about it is you guys didn't even pull up to the debate. So you just let the socialists have it by default. So, bro, the upper or the elite Dems, y'all can't be mad. Y'all didn't even want to debate it.
Obviously, like the most obvious response to this is, I think the voters in the Democratic Party get to decide who gets to be in the party and who they want their nominee to be. That is democracy, which is something that the Democratic Party leadership has frankly struggled with. But the other thing, Ryan, that was amusing to me is this would be the same camp of people who, when people actually do run as third-party candidates, like a Jill Stein or something, lose their minds over that and act like they're, complete traitors and fascists and spoilers and how dare you. The reality is they just don't want real anti-corporate views to be expressed anywhere on the political spectrum. They want them to be pushed out of the Democratic Party. They don't want them to run as third parties. They just want them to go away and not exist.
Right. The phrase "our volunteers" and the phrase "our time, energy, and money" is wild coming from Jamie Harrison. It's like, a volunteer's time is not yours. He was the DNC chair. You don't own that you don't own that you don't control that person. If you pay them like they're a lobbyist and then you make them a DNC member, then yes, then you own that in the sense that you have built that relationship. But if a volunteer decides to canvass for a candidate, the DNC doesn't own that. Like that's their free will. You need to go out and present something more appealing to them. Now, on the Carville point, it's interesting. I actually think there should be kind of a complete and total amnesty for anybody that said anything during Woke One. Like if you said something about the American flag or the interracial relationships or what she had this weird tweet about colonizers dating people or whatever. It's like, look,
okay,
we're going to declare bankruptcy on.
Okay. Colonizers dating people. So she had a problem with white people dating outside their race. Okay. So it was just a specific form of race mixing. That is wild. Okay, that's funny. The fact that it came out of a modern day Democrat's mouth, like, come on, guys. Let's not pretend like this is the old school Democrats where, yeah, they were the openly racist ones. No, this is modern day Dems, the racially critical ones. I'm like, it's pretty surprising hearing one talk like that, but it is what it is.
Woke 1.0, we're all moving on. And I did an interview on Carville's podcast several years ago. People could probably go find it, where I said to him, look, you're complaining about this woke stuff. It was you and your 2016 Hillary Clinton campaign that really supercharged this stuff, because you didn't want to fight Bernie Sanders on economics, on class. Mm-hmm. You wanted to fight him on the questions of racism and sexism and homophobia, and you declared Bernie Sanders and his entire movement to be these awful things, and that actually, ending racism doesn't actually break up the big banks. So why are you talking about, or breaking up the big banks doesn't end racism? So why are you talking about breaking up the big banks? Mm-hmm. You created this maze of insanity that became this albatross around the Democratic Party's neck. So if people followed you into that maze, you can't then pick up their
like Dems. Like, we're going in and we're going to fight all the corporations as soon as they get in. We're going to go in. We're going to fight racism. Well, hold on. What about the corporations? Racism is the ultimate enemy. Yeah, but don't the corporations kind of push racism as well? No, we must focus on racism. We must let the corporate elites win. Okay. And that is the Democratic Party in a nutshell. It's like I said, I mean, they'll pretend like they're against the corporate elites, but let's be real, though. They're also shaking their ass in a circle for them as well. I mean, I think one of the funniest things was, what was it? The tariff argument, how the Dems were going against tariffs. And I'm just like, isn't that crazy how you guys want to tax the rich? And as soon as Trump does it, you're talking about, it's a tax on the American people. And if that's y'all argument, then I guess we can't put no taxes on these guys, because you're just going to say it's going to get passed down to the people if a Republican does it. But if you guys do it, it's all good. It's all good, guys. They can tax the rich, and it's fighting the rich. Republicans do it, and it's a tax on the American people. Like, you see how that works? The inconsistency.
Tweets from like 2019 and say, they can't be in the party anymore. Now, if it's 2026 and you're still talking like that, okay, well, then you really haven't filed for bankruptcy on Woke 1.0, and we can talk about that. But there has to be a way to kind of turn the page. And if the left is willing to overlook war, bankrupting the entire country through the subprime crisis and the financial crisis, the immense amounts of corruption that have drained the possibility of achieving the American dream from people. If the left's willing to overlook that and still work with the kind of Carville wing of the party, I think they can overlook some weird tweets that were actually really galvanized by the kind of Clinton wing of the party itself.
True. And we're going to talk with the DSA co-chairs about Letitia James's comments in the wake of these victories. I mean, she's someone she's certainly a progressive. She's not DSA, but AOC endorsed her, didn't endorse others, but did endorse her. And she came out and said that there's hurt feelings tonight, particularly in communities of color. So it's, again, this weaponization of identity. Whereas if you look at Claire Valdez's coalition, look at Daria Lisa.
I mean, here's a problem. If you look at these election results in NYC, I mean, they mainly went over to people of color, the blacks, the Hispanics. And I hate to say it, but it does seem that I'm gonna be real with you, this is nationwide. The black community is leaning a bit more towards socialism because of the crony capitalism that seems to persist and that both parties let propagate. So I'm gonna just be real with you guys. If this keeps on going on, you're gonna have like a socialist part of the United States. We're not gonna like it. We're not gonna want to accept it. But I mean, what are you willing to do about the current situation that's making these people socialists? Nothing. Call them dropouts. Call them failures. Well, bro, that only works so much until everybody starts to agree with them, because they're all seeing the same results across the board in their pocketbooks.
Coalition, look at Brad Lander's coalition. Daria Lisa, it looks like won black voters in her district. So this very tribal, plea to identity is once again being used by the more moderate portion of the party. So that hasn't ended. And of course, we see it deployed in accusations of anti-Semitism all the time. And that's been, we'll get to some of that, which of course there's been a complete meltdown from a lot of quarters, both of the Democratic Party, but also of the media. Go ahead, Ryan.
Just real quick on Tish James.
Yeah.
She was the first Working Families Party candidate ever to win without fusing on the Democratic line.
Wow.
Like she literally came in as a non-Democrat and shook up the system. It's like, okay.
Right. Well, and here's the thing is the problem for Carville is if we actually took seriously this proposal of like, okay, bet, you know what? The people who oppose genocide are going to go in this party and the people who support it are going to stay in the good old Democratic Party. You're going to be pretty lonely over there. You're going to have a lot of electeds with you. But that is the problem for these characters now, is the Democratic Party, in terms of the base, there is no real schism. News media loves to write, the schism and the divide in the Democratic Party over Israel. No, the only divide is between the elected leadership, which is completely out of touch and immoral, and the base.
It's damn near safe to assume that 90% of the Democratic base is, pro-Palestine, or I would say they're not too favorable towards Israel. They don't even got to be pro-Palestine. They just got to say, look, I'm just not too favorable towards Israel and their BS. And that's 90% of Democrats. Over here on the right, I would say majority of the right still supports Israel. So I would say it's more like a 60-40, maybe more realistically 70-30. And that's just the reality of it. But on the left, it's predominantly anti-Israel. And I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. Some of them go a bit too far. It does kind of get into a bit of Jew hatred. And then there's some who's just critical of the state of Israel. And that's where we should keep it. Critical on the state of Israel and not condemning an entire ethnic group.
The base is over. When we're talking 90%, basically have a very similar view on this issue at this point. So I don't think you're going to like the way that cookie crumbles. And that speaks to also the willingness to overlook, things that Darya-Eliza has said that are certainly, would not poll well with the American public or even probably with Democratic primary voters. But when you're considering a moral landscape that includes people who have run cover for or actively supported the mass murder of babies and children, you look at like an uncouth tweet about the American flag and you're like, so what? You want to preach to me about morality? Given what you people have supported? And then, of course, it's also against the backdrop of Trump and his entire party being completely insane and the authoritarian crackdowns and the ICE invasions and, of course, the war with Iran, bombing little girls' school, continuing to push forward this genocide.
Really?
This Gaza peace deal is a complete sham. Palestinians continue to be murdered every single day, which you guys have done incredible reporting on. You look at that moral landscape and you're like, you want me to be upset about this tweet that she sent out? I don't think so, right? I think that she has a much more moral position that is closer to my values than these people over here.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right.
Let's go ahead and take a listen to the ladies of The View talking a little bit about this exact topic and specifically tackling, Darya-Eliza and her views. This is A9. Let's listen.
Implying that being pro-Palestinian and
no, there were pro-Hamas
chants on October 8th. October 8th, the only thing that had happened is that Israel had been attacked and people had been brutally murdered and raped. And so on October 8th, I don't think there needed to be rallies cheering on Hamas.
You're calling her an anti-Semite?
I'm going to full-blown call her an anti-Semite. She would proudly call herself that, trust me.
And I recall a lot of people talking about Mondani and what a terrible mayor he was going to be and what an anti-Semite he was, and he has proven to be quite the opposite. And he's proven
actually Mondani done got a good amount of the Jewish vote in New York. So to sit there and call him anti-Semitic is a bit crazy. And I'm gonna tell you why it's a bit crazy, because it's like, bro, it's pretty hard to call somebody anti-Semitic when most of the Jewish population in New York is voting for this guy. And I mean, if you want to call, whoever voted for Mondani is a self-hating Jew, then I'm gonna be real with you, dog. You're kind of doing too much. You're doing too much. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the next part of this.
Welcome to Breaking Points. We have an extraordinary show for you today because there was a political earthquake in New York City last night as Zoran Mamdani.
But hold on now. Let's get over to Zoran Mamdani pretty much just celebrating the dub. And he had a pretty damn, I'm be real with you. I guess I am feeding in a bit to the Goy slop, but I go lie though. The ads were pretty good.
Valdez, who was able to win an open seat there at her victory party. Let's take a look.
My friends, I know many of you have been canvassing for months. And at those canvasses, at those fundraisers, at those events, when we introduce our candidates, we use a language of hope. We say the next assembly member, the next state senator, the next congressperson. Tonight, we use a language of fact. So please join me in welcoming up to the stage Assemblywoman Diana Moreno.
Socialist.
Assemblymember David Orkin.
Socialist.
Assemblywoman Samantha Catan.
Mega socialist.
State Senator Abir Kawaz.
Hey, senator. And she came out with the like I said, I ain't got no problem with freedom of religion, but I already know, bro, the people on the right are about to lose their shit over this one. She came out with the head wrap on. Oh Lord, it's gonna create problems.
And the one, the only, Congresswoman Claire Valdez.
Absolutely massive night for him, where he answered his critics, going up against a bunch of Democratic power brokers. We'll get into more of that with Ryan in just a second. Also, just as a reminder, Zoran launched his slate of candidates at the federal level with this incredible ad during the Knicks playoff run. Let's go ahead and take a look at that.
Bro.
New York, we know anything's possible with a great team.
I'm Brad Lander, and I'll block billionaires from buying our elections.
Come on.
I'm Maria Elisa Avila Chevalier, and I'll defend New York by abolishing ICE.
Oh, Lord.
I'm Claire Valdez, and I'll stand up against bad landlords and greedy corporations.
Oh, God.
Get out and vote. This is the team. This is our year.
I'm Brad Lander.
I'm Claire Valdez. I'm Maria Elisa Avila Chevalier, and we approve this message.
I mean, do you see the problem here? I mean, that's some A1 propaganda. This is some A1 like campaigning. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I mean, how do you beat that?
I mean, I don't know that their opponents really ever stood a chance. Just take a look at that ad. Let's put the ad.
No, for real though. Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't even think those guys stood a chance my damn self. And I wish they stood a chance. But all right, guys, hold on here. I'm going to take a quick little break while I kind of fix the choppiness on this. Please enjoy this video.
Any scientist could have told you this wasn't going to work. Built in the 1920s, the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool was originally not painted at all on the bottom, just asphalt and old tile, which was gray. How mirrors work is that instead of light scattering when it hits an object like you or me or a tree, and we're just generally lit up, mirrors use specular reflection, which reflects light almost perfectly. If you look at it from the atomic level, light doesn't just bounce off the top layer. Some of it slips through. So mirrors have a back layer because some of them could be see-through. The reflecting pool is similar in that the color of the bottom matters. In this case, it was painted American flag blue, which in a perfect world could have worked, but the problem is that dark blue changed the water because it's absorbing more heat. Within a few days, it changed to green because of the algae blooms, most specifically Desmodesmus, which is growing super fast in the stagnant shallow water that gets tons of sunlight. It's not toxic, but some experts suggest it should be tested every week in case something toxic does pop up. To make things more complicated, the water isn't from the tap like your backyard pool. This is fed from a nearby basin, so it has untreated river water. And with the recent heat wave in DC, you have a perfect algae storm. Now it's a race against the laws of nature. And while this probably will be more manageable when it's colder, the paint is peeling anyway, so they'll need to completely rethink this before this $14 million project turns into a lot more than that.
Alrighty here, guys. Let me make sure we're back on. And alrighty, guys, let's go ahead and get right back into it. But all right. Oh, and don't forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Appreciate your support, by the way. But let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 up on a super chat or Venmo, guys. Appreciate the support. Let's keep it going. I'm not even gonna lie. It was an epic app. I'm not even gonna lie to you. That was like a perfect timing. That was a perfectly timed ad.
We know anything's possible with a great team.
I'm Brad Lander, and I'll block billionaires from buying our elections.
I'm Maria Elisa Avila Chevalier, and I'll defend New York by abolishing ICE.
I'm Claire Valdez, and I'll stand up against bad landlords and greedy corporations.
Get out and vote. This is the team. This is our year.
I'm Brad Lander.
I'm Claire Valdez.
I'm Maria Elisa Avila Chevalier, and
We
approve this message.
I'm sure y'all.
I mean, I don't know that their opponents really ever stood a chance. Just take.
I know, right? And there's like other ones as well. Let me see if I could pull up hers here. What was it? Here it is. There's another one.
To make it happen, because this is how change begins. It doesn't roll in on the wheels of inevitability. We have to make it happen, because overcoming the politics of the past takes action from all of us. Since I was a teenager, I've been organizing right here, on these blocks, in these streets. My work has shown me that we're at our most powerful when we act together in solidarity. As an educator, a union member, an Afro-Latina New Yorker, I know we deserve better than the status quo. As New Yorkers, we know it's not our neighbor's fault when they fall in hard times. It's the failure of our system.
Damn. She could play two races at one time, Black and Latina. Oh man.
That's why I've been here, working to reunite families torn apart by our country's cruel immigration system. Organizing against what we all know is a genocide in Palestine. And as the daughter of immigrants, it's personal to me when ICE kidnaps my friends off our streets. All of these injustices are symptoms of our broken system. So where is our congressman when ICE is kidnapping his constituents? Why should we let Adriano Espaillat vote to spend billions on bombs overseas when we're struggling to afford rent and groceries right here in New York City?
Funding.
We live in the richest country in the history of the world. It's never been that our government lacks the resources to help us. It's just that the establishment lacks the courage. The politics of the past are failing us. It's time for us to take matters into our own hands. I'm Maria Elisa Avila Chevalier, and I'm running for Congress.
And all right there. Now you kind of see where you kind of see how they won, guys. Well, really, I'm gonna be real with you. One, they hit on them for AIPAC funding. They hit on them for their support for genocide. And of course, they also knocked them down for, well, not really doing anything about affordability while they were in office.
Look at that ad. Let's put the actual results up on the screen here before we bring Ryan in. Let me just break these down a little bit for you guys. So hold on this. This is New York's 7th congressional district, commonly known as the Commie Corridor. So Nidhi Velasquez, who was herself a very powerful member of Congress, powerful inside of New York, had her own power base there, progressive congresswoman. She retired and she endorsed Antonio Reynoso, who had a slew of sort of, established power player endorsements, a bunch of unions behind him, Nidhi Velasquez herself. So in a relatively progressive candidate, but not as clear-throated opponent of genocide and, in favor of moving away from the current status with regard to Israel's status quo. Claire Valdez, who had the endorsement of DSA, had the endorsement of Zoran Mamdani, also Hassan Piker. We'll talk a little bit more about Hassan and the way he deserves some credit here as a kingmaker in these races as well. In any case, with their backing, she was able to defeat Antonio Reynoso, who did not come out of nowhere. He was the Brooklyn borough president. And not only did she win, she wins here overwhelmingly. This is a 21-point victory, close to 21 points.
I want to call Mamdani a kingmaker. This guy over here, Antonio, he was supposed to win, not Claire. Bro, Mamdani comes behind Claire. Now she up some 21 points, apparently. 21 points beat this guy by the guy who everybody was projecting to win. And this is the problem. But like I said, Mamdani don't need to become president. He can become a kingmaker and chooses his favorite democratic socialist, that's an actual U.S. citizen, and push him in there. There you go. They get their way.
victory with 92% of the votes in. Was not even close. Let's go to the next one. We can break this one down as well. This is the 12th district. Now, in this one, you didn't have a Zoran candidate. The differences between these, the top candidates in this race were less along the lines of Israel and Palestine and genocide. Michael Lasher was the choice of retiring Democrat Jerry Nadler. This was another open seat. Alex Boras has really positioned himself as an AI critic. You can see that did pretty well for him, but not enough for him to be able to overtake Michael Lasher. There were tens of millions of dollars spent from AI PACs in this race. We'll get Ryan to break those dynamics down for us when he joins. Let's go ahead and take a look at the next one. 13th district here. This one was.
Yeah, you see why people are kind of going behind Mamdani, because they're tired of the establishment Dems winning. And like I said, would be an establishment Dem. A bunch of AI billionaires came in and just said, look, we want this guy to win. We'll go ahead and pump a whole lot of money into the 12th district. And he's going to get a guaranteed win. This is what we want to prevent. This is what we want to stop on both the left and the right.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the next one. 13th district here. This one was the real shocker. So Adriano Espaillat, Democratic incumbent. I believe he's been in office for 5 terms. So long term, he's been there for a decade. I actually was living in this district when he got elected. It was quite a while ago. He is the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. He is, again, a real power broker. This is not a backbencher. This is someone very influential within the Democratic caucus. Of course, had all of the establishment backing. Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, who we just had on the show, along with Claire Valdez the other day, she was an organizer at the Columbia University student encampment. She was motivated in part by her disgust over the treatment and arrest of Mahmoud Khalil and Congressman Espaillat's failure to stand up for him and to fight for him in his support of the brutal tactics against those protesters, against those pro-Palestine protesters. She was subject to incredible racist attacks and smears in the final days and weeks of this campaign. And yet here she is, having never sought elected office before, with all of the establishment players backing Espaillat. She was able to knock him off. Why? Because of the mood of the Democratic base and because of the endorsement of Zoran Mamdani, and also potentially some very significant phone banking from the Hassan Piker community, which I do think plays a role in here, especially given the fact that this race was relatively close. This one is truly the most shocking and an absolute political earthquake. And then last but not least, let's take a look at this race between Brad Lander and Dan Goldman. Goldman being a Democratic incumbent here. This is a lower Manhattan district primarily.
Trump hate.
Brad Lander just not even close here. 30-point victory. You just don't see this typically with incumbent candidates. Sometimes they lose. That in and of itself is extraordinary. But losing by 30 points, 30 plus points is truly wild. You guys will remember Brad Lander. We've also had on the show a few different times. He was a mayoral candidate, but when he realized that, the path was not open for him, he made the decision to endorse Zoran Mamdani. They did sort of like a co-endorsement leading into the primary. He was one of his most important validators, especially, sort of assuaging concerns in the Jewish community. Lander himself being Jewish, and was an important part of that coalition that brought Zoran Mamdani to victory. Zoran backed him in this race, and it ends up not even being close. Last thing before we bring Ryan in, if we could put A7 up on the screen just to show that I'm
pretty sure you guys get the point right now. Sorry, I was letting it roll on while I was researching some things in the background, but I'm pretty sure you guys get the point. Is that, well, the reason why the socialists are taking over is because the establishment Dems have yet to do anything about any of the things that they ran on. And the people are tired of it, and they're going along with the socialist Dem because I guess, well, Zoran is showing some results. Like it or not, the man is showing results. I mean, we thought he was going to be a socialist, but here he is trying to balance a budget. I know, a socialist trying to balance a budget. Oh, my God. So we're going to see how that works out for Zoran. So far, everything looks good, but I mean, let's be real, guys. If he's tackling all the things that all these, the establishment Dems kind of lack on, then the Democratic Socialist Party will take over, and they have nobody to blame but themselves. And I mean, look, if the Republicans keep doing the same thing, you're about to hear something as crazy as a socialist conservative. Like, I promise you, let shit get bad enough, and you're gonna hear that.
Tea Party vibes were not exclusive.
Hold on. Let's go ahead and get on to the next video here. Let's see here. You know what? I do want to go on to this Piers Morgan debate. It was a pretty interesting one. All right, let's get right into it. Oh, God, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate support, by the way, but let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. All right, let's get right into it with Piers Morgan. Probably do like half of this.
I went to the West Bank to talk with Palestinians who experienced sexual assault firsthand by Israeli soldiers, settlers, and prison guards. That was meticulously fact-checked. I stand by that piece. The Times has stood by that piece.
What Israel is trying to communicate is, please don't tell us how to survive, because if we listened to you, we would have been dead 10 times over. And Israel is not wrong about it.
Really? How many civilians have been killed in Gaza?
If you just do literally like my kindergartner math of doctors.
But John, just to be clear, do you have a number or not?
50,000 minus the number of combatants that the IDF have set.
I've asked you multiple times how many civilians have been killed, and you don't know. Therefore,
oh, guys, don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people into the conversation by double tapping that screen. We just hit 100 likes, so appreciate the support, guys. Shout out to you guys. And you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat in. But here's a celebration for 100 likes. All right, there. Had to switch it up on you guys a little bit, but let's get right back into it.
Your assessment is bullshit. President Trump reportedly berated members of his own party yesterday in a bad-tempered meeting with Senate Republicans on the Iran war. Several Republicans initially defied Trump to pass a war powers resolution, which symbolically ordered him to end military action or get their permission first. But while the endless MAGA schisms are fascinating, they're not the main barrier to peace, and Trump knows it. Israel is bitterly opposed to the US deal with Iran and has made his feelings known. The ink was barely dry on the memorandum last week when Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir posted, with all due respect to the Americans, Israel must make it clear to the entire world that the blood of our sons and security of our citizens are not forfeit. All of Lebanon must burn.
Oh, damn.
Besides the casual threat of genocide, Israel's opposition to peace has practical implications. The US clearly can't keep...
Yeah, and here's the problem, though. It's like, this kind of what constitutes genocide. Yeah, the action is there, but it's also the rhetoric that you're, talking. It's the rhetoric that you're invoking, while pretty much bringing down destruction upon the people. It's like, here's the thing. Like, if you go ahead and kill 50,000 of a certain group and you don't really say anything about that group and them being evil and the stain upon the earth, then, I mean, you're kind of good on genocide. But what makes it real genocide is, of course, the act, but then, of course, the wording behind it. Like when not PBD, but when BB came out there and called them the Amalek is like, well, who are the Amalek? There are people that God commanded that the Israelites take out completely. And let's be real, that is genocidal language. So if you're comparing a group of people, the Palestinians, to Amalek, then you're pretty much saying that it's okay to wipe these guys out completely. Like, that's the genocidal language we was talking about, and not just from Bibi, but from guys like Smotrich, who's their financial minister, and Ben-Gvir, who everybody want to kind of play down his importance in Israeli politics. But the man is pretty much the director of Homeland Security. He's the director of the FBI, all in one. Like, he's not nobody you can just brush off.
Are not forfeit. All of Lebanon must burn. Besides the casual threat of genocide, Israel's opposition to peace has practical implications. The US clearly can't keep the Hormuz Strait open with military force. Iran is ready and very willing to close it if the Israeli bombs keep hitting Lebanon. That's why Vice President J.D. Vance, who's charged with selling the deal and getting it done, is losing patience.
Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world.
Well, successive US presidents stood by Israel throughout the war on Gaza, even as many of its traditional allies expressed shock and alarm at the scale of civilian suffering. But just as the US met the limits of its power in the war on Iran, Israel is discovering that the limits to its power are met by challenging America's interests. All of a sudden, Trump and Vance are sounding a lot like the many commentators who've been chided as Islamists or anti-Semites or criticizing the most moral army in the world.
Too many people are being killed.
Yep.
And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses.
You know, you're a country of 9 million people. You can't just kill your way out of solving every single national security problem that you have.
I mean,
well, for now, the vice president is bearing.
That's exactly what the Israelis believe, and that's exactly how they carry out their foreign policy. Instead of actually trying to work things out with the people that they're terrorizing themselves, they think that, all right, well, if we just kill them all, we ain't got to worry about them. But the problem is, if you keep killing them all, you're only going to create more terrorists. I mean, bro, through their bombing of Gaza, they probably created more Hamas than ever. And through their bombing of Lebanon, I'm pretty sure Hezbollah got some new recruits pulling up. So they're only making the situation worse. And due to them making the situation worse, they're creating that situation where it's going to become, well, oh, all the Lebanese are Hezbollah, so I guess we got to kill them all, just like they did with the Palestinians and pretty much saying that all of them are Hamas. Is that true? No, but did they carry out their military action like it was true? Yeah. Yes, they did, actually. It was pretty devastating to see.
The brunt of the backlash, Congressman Randy Fine called his recent comments.
Well, actually, and you know what, guys, look, you know me, I'm not this, I don't want to be labeled as actually, I really don't care if you label me as a Jew hater, because I don't see myself as a Jew hater. But what I'm about to tell you is about to make me sound like a Jew hater, and it shouldn't, but it's about to get real. Guys, you understand that the UN came out and said that Israel done probably killed over 680,000 Palestinians? The UN then came out and said this, by the way. Not SET, not CNN, not your usual people you want to blame for any anti-Israeli propaganda, but the UN. And, let me go ahead and get this all pulled up for you, because it's actually pretty damn devastating. And it's kind of crazy how people are, not kind of holding Israel to account. And the thing is, I don't believe there's 680,000 dead in Gaza. I don't believe that number all the way through. But if Israel doesn't allow nobody to get in there, no private investigators, no nothing, then, how are they going to combat it? You're just going to have to take that 680,000 dead to the head. Why? Because you don't want to allow nobody to prove differently. And they're not allowing nobody in. So what is Israel's? Either you accept the possible fact that you killed 680,000 Palestinians in Gaza, or you let people in and we do some real investigation. I'm pretty sure that number is going to go down precipitously. Hopefully. Praying to God, actually, because you never really know. You never know.
And inappropriate. Little Ben Shapiro called him, quote, weak and ridiculous. Later in the show, I'll be joined here in the studio by Eric Weinstein, who's both a close friend of J.D. Vance and a strident supporter of Israel, for his analysis. But we begin the show with somebody who understands very well the implications of interrogating Israeli operations. New York Times columnist Nicholas Kristof, a twice winner of the Pulitzer Prize, faced a ferocious outcry for his work last month amid the appalling attacks on his employer and his family. A former Biden envoy likened him to a Nazi propagandist. Well, Nick Kristof.
Well, let me go right into this real quick. I do want to get into this so we can get a full, get the full claim. So the claim of 680,000 dead in Gaza is a highly contested scholarly estimate that accounts for both direct violence, indirect cause like famine, disease, and the collapse of the medical system. This figure derives from projections in a report by Australian researchers, is a significantly higher than official counts. So the academic estimates. So guys, these are academics who came out with this and pretty much said, yeah, there might be like 680,000. I'm like, Jesus Christ. But yeah, the 680,000 figure was published in a report authored by Australian academics Dr. Richard Hill and Dr. Gideon Payola. All right. Yeah, but their methodology assumes that direct deaths from deprivation and famine significantly outnumber direct violent deaths, drawing a morality projection from the other conflicts. So pretty much saying that, yeah, it wasn't because they was just bombing them. This might have been from the fact that they were depriving them of food and pretty much destroying, their complete energy infrastructure. They destroyed their water infrastructure, and it got them out in tents being pretty much eaten up by rats. But they don't care, do they? But yeah, but of course, the official numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry says what? Around general reported numbers range from 65,000 to 186,000 because they're still digging up people out of the rubble. But 680,000 is crazy. So we're going to wait and see. I hope it's not that much because at that point, it's undeniably a genocide. Undeniably. Like you hit numbers like that. Come on now.
Jonathan, now, Nick, great to see you again. I used to interview you a lot when I was at CNN. It's great to see you. And when it all blew up last month, I told people I know Nick Kristof. I've known you well. I've interviewed you many times. You don't win 2 Pulitzer Prizes by just plucking stuff out of thin air and publishing it. But just obviously, it's the elephant in the room. So let's get it out of the way. What is your feeling now? We're a few weeks later about the enormous furore that erupted over your report, which was entitled "The Silence That Meets the Rape of Palestinians" and was about the treatment of Palestinian inmates in Israeli prisons.
Well, I had certainly expected enormous amount of pushback, as had the Times, but what happened, I think, exceeded that. Now that includes the threat of multiple lawsuits, including threats from Prime Minister Netanyahu. So, I don't want to go into it too much, but I would just say that, look, that was meticulously fact-checked. It was based on conversations with 14 people who had been sexually assaulted, whose accounts were carefully corroborated. The Times has stood, I stand by that piece. The Times has stood by that piece. Subsequently, the UN issued a report on sexual violence by Israel against Palestinians that put Israel on a blacklist for precisely this and disclosed new rapes of Palestinian prisoners. And so, I think it holds up. And I mean, look, at the end of the day, I've covered prison rape in the US. I've covered.
And guys, they actually came out with like a whole hour-long documentary on it. I believe I played it on one of the streams. So I'll play this little clip from you where a Palestinian prisoner was literally admitting to pretty much being sexually violated by a dog. Viewer discretion advised. I'm pretty sure that's probably the best way to start off. So let's get it. They stripped us of our clothes and while we were handcuffed. Of course, we were blindfolded and our hands and legs were bound. They tied us up from behind. They attacked us with dogs. Of course, with them, they were officers and soldiers. It was a big party, as they called it. They attacked us with the dogs in a crazy way. Dogs was very big. Dogs had an iron muzzle, so it also cut the body and shaves the body. After we were stripped from the officers and soldiers, had with them a rubber rod.
معهم قضيب مطاطي
rod used like
الأدوات زي أداة جنسية يعني.
They use these and pipes on some of us, and they use the dogs on others.
أنا من ضمنهم تم اغتصابي بعد تجريدي من ملابسي عن
I
طريق
was among them
كلب.
being stripped from my clothes. I was among those being stripped from my clothes, and I was raped by a huge dog. We were crying and screaming, saying, "Oh Lord, oh God." We were pouring our hearts out to God.
يعني ربنا كل ما عنا يعني مش قادرين نعمل حاجة. هم بيضحكوا بيصوروا فينا طبعا.
Of course.
Settlers and citizens alike have been taken to detention centers to observe, to watch, or to even partaking in the humiliation inflicted on Palestinians. The use of animals, the use of dogs.
Zionists see Palestinians in the special.
But yeah, let's not go too far into it. But yeah, I mean, bro, the NY Times can back it up, and he also got guards who report it, and he also got Palestinian prisoners who've also got their stories as well and corroborated. So there really is no denying it, sadly. No denying it for the Israeli guards.
Violence in Burma, in Sudan, in Ethiopia, all over the world. And when you dehumanize people and when you provide impunity for prison guards and soldiers, then terrible things happen.
The specific allegation which got most attention and exposed you to most attack, I think, was the allegation from an unnamed person in the report who said he was raped by a dog on the command of a handler inside prison. On that specific, I know you don't want to get into the wider details because of the lawsuit, and I understand that completely. I've been on the receiving end myself, and you have to be careful. But on that specific allegation, what do you say to people who say, well, that's just obviously preposterous, that could never have happened, no dog can be trained to sexually assault a human being? What do you say to that?
I mean, I've heard of dogs doing crazier things with human beings, sadly. And there's some pretty sick people out there. Pretty sick people. But yeah, apparently what I was reading that they were spraying something on them. I mean, I'll just be explicit with it. They sprayed something on their behinds that made the dogs want to hump them. So let's just leave it at that.
Well, I'd say that, in fact, evidence is contrary to that, that we know from history that, for example, Nazis like Klaus Barbie did use dogs to rape their victims, according to testimony of survivors who'd endured torture by the Nazis. Likewise, the Chilean regime likewise had dogs rape political prisoners as a way to abuse and humiliate them. And in the medical literature, there are at least 3 journal articles about humans suffering rectal damage from penetration by dogs. So, this is not something that is impossible. There have been a number of Palestinians who have testified about this.
Have you ever, Nick, in all your career, and you've written a lot of contentious stuff over the years, but you've also won awards for it. Have you ever in your career been on the receiving end of such a ferocious attack? And if the answer is no, what's it been like for you on a human level to go through what you've been through?
This would be, I mean, look, I've been shot at. I've been in things that seem a lot more dangerous than getting mean tweets directed at me. It has made me see the degree of kind of bad faith attacks. One of the things that my family has always been proud of is that my dad's family spied on they were Armenians. They spied on the Nazis during World War II. And my dad was imprisoned on orders of the Nazis as a result. And then, as a result of this, on the contrary, my dad is being portrayed as some kind of a Nazi, and I'm a sort of second generation Nazi. And, I mean, I can take this, I dish it out, but it does sort of underscore just the absurdity of some of the accusations, that the depths to which people will go.
The sort of perverse irony is that Benjamin Netanyahu and his Israeli government, they have barred and continue to bar international journalists from operating freely in Gaza. The only journalists allowed in are with the IDF, embedded with full control by the IDF. Nobody else is allowed to go in and do their job, even though we're supposedly in a ceasefire period. It's made no difference. And at the same time, he's threatening, we'll see whether he goes through with it, because he's threatened this before and then didn't go through with it. But he's threatening to use the full instrument of the Israeli government to sue you and the New York Times over this report. Like I said, there's a perverse irony there of somebody suppressing freedom of speech in Gaza by not allowing journalists to do their job, and in a way using the whole force of his government to try and, I guess, silence you, scare you off.
Here's the thing, though, that's about to work against BB. Now that I read you that 680,000 claim, is like, guys, if they don't let people in, then people are going to start thinking that Israel killed 680,000 Palestinians. Like, period, point blank, that's what's going to start getting pushed out there. And this came out like today. Let me see here if I can actually find the video of it. What was it? Because I think it was a UN rep that actually came out and said this. And you can actually find this reporting on the UN.org. So this is not being bullshitted just by people who don't know what they're talking about. As I read, this was by scholars. But then again, does that really matter? Because genocide scholars then came out and called what's happening in Gaza a genocide, yet people still want to sit there and say, oh, no, Gaza's not a genocide. I'm like, bro, people who are genocide scholars been studying it for longer than yo ass have, probably 10 years plus, is calling this a genocide. And yo ass, who probably just got into this conflict of Gaza and Palestine, talking about it's not a genocide. Bro, genocide scholars, international criminal courts all disagree with you. People who are a lot more read in on the subject, who did a lot more studying on the subject than you. So that who the hell are you to go against them at this point? But it is what it is. People will be stubborn. Okay, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. If you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in or Venmo, guys. Appreciate the support. But let's get into this clip real quick.
710. This is the number of days of absolute horror that the people in Gaza have endured. 65,000 is the number of Palestinians ascertained killed, including of which 75% are women and children. In fact, we shall start thinking of 680,000 because this is the number that some scholars and scientists claim being the real death toll in Gaza. And it would be hard to be able to prove or disprove this number, especially if investigators and others remained banned from entering the occupied Palestinian territory, and particularly the Gaza Strip. But if this number is confirmed, 380,000 of these are infants under 5. 710. This is the number of days of absolute horror that the people in Gaza have endured. 65 Gaza and.
So yeah, do you see the problem here? Now the UN is saying this out loud. It's Israel's move now. I mean, you got people, you got academics pretty much saying y'all took out over 500,000 people. Like the ball's in your court now. You could sit there and just try to call everybody anti-Semitic, but that only worked for so long, and I'm pretty sure you guys ran out of that. I mean, that stopped working for you guys like a year ago.
Whatever context you want to use. What do you feel about Netanyahu? Well, what do you feel about both of those things? One, the ongoing ban of journalists being allowed in, and secondly, the fact he's using the government to sue you guys. Support for Uncensored comes from Dose for Cholesterol, a simple and reliable way to take control of your own health. Cholesterol can be an issue for many people, some for lifestyle reasons. And some...
All right, let's get past this. But I know a lot of people are going like, well, Seth, the scholars and political views and all this good stuff. And I'm like, no, that's absolutely reasonable. But the problem is, though, is that, you know, when people make accusations and they're coming from, I guess, supposedly credible sources, well, it's on the other side to debunk it, not for you guys to, you know, distrust the source because you don't like the source. And let's be real. I mean, let's leave that blame on the academics who came out and destroyed your credibility. We can't sit there and like criticize or put that blame on all academics. They don't all deserve that discredibility that you're giving to the ones who actually discredit themselves. So, I mean, unless you can look into this guy's history or each academic's history, which you should, if there's an academic, they came out and say something, sure, look into their history and see if they've been discredited or said anything that discreditable, and you can go from there. But if you don't know, when you just do it off of, oh, well, they're a scholar and just F all them, then you're being a bit disingenuous.
Like myself, you know, all journalists have been barred. Many aid workers have been barred. Doctors have been limited, even when they volunteer to go in. But it's not just Gaza. You know, in prisons, the Red Cross had been banned from visiting prisoners. Lawyers had often been banned. And that's the kind of context.
Oh, no, this is crazy, but the prisoners would stop seeing their lawyers because every time the lawyers came, the guards raped them. And it was like a pattern. It was like, so you like, they're pretty much say you call for your lawyer and you're going to get raped. And that's what literally the Palestinians were dealing with. So eventually they just stopped calling for their lawyers because every time they call for a lawyer, what happens? They get raped. It was just this tragic reality. But all right, let's get into it. Let's get into this whole new count.
But if you are just tuning in, thank you for tuning in to the Jimmy Dore Show. I am the guest host for today, Misty Winston. I'm joined by Kyle Anzalone. He's my buddy. He writes for antiwar.com, the Libertarian Institute. He also hosts the Kyle Anzalone Show. So please go check that out, subscribe, all of those things. But this, again, this is really depressing. I apologize, but this is some relatively breaking news. Study reveals more than 680,000 Palestinians dead or missing in Gaza, Palestine, from September 2025. While the Gaza Health Ministry only counts verified bodies, their capacity has collapsed after 3 years of relentless bombing and genocide, which I think all of us are unsurprised by. So here is this first video.
10. This is the number of days of absolute horror that the people in Gaza have endured. 65,000 is the number of Palestinians ascertained killed, including of which 75% are women and children. In fact, we shall start thinking of 680,000 because this is the number.
Start thinking, and that's what I'm saying. I'm like, hey, yo, lady, what? He's like, hold on. You want us to start thinking of 680,000 dead? First off, that's a huge jump from, 65 to 70,000. And that's terrible. But 680,000, oh my God, if that was confirmed, there is no denying a genocide at that point. And if you try to, we're just going to look at you like you're crazy. But yeah, that's in all actuality, it's really hard to believe that because, like I said, remember, guys, it's supposed to be coming from a study and all this good stuff. And even she said, like, there really is no way of verifying this until Israel pretty much start letting investigators in and start letting journalists in. And honestly, this might have been a strategic move by the UN to get inside Israel. And let me explain to you the strategic move. Bro, give the most outlandish number that just makes them look like complete monsters, as if 70,000 didn't make them look like monsters enough. But yeah, 68,000 makes them look terrible, if that's even a word. But yeah, if they can go ahead and put out that number, maybe they can pressure Israel to start letting in private investigators, independent journalists. Like, maybe we can start getting that going if we, inflate the number big enough to get these guys going like, holy shit, guys, they think we killed over 500,000 people. So maybe we let them in and say, see, we only killed 200,000. You'll be like, see, it's not even that bad. They might, admit to some wild stuff. Because I can only imagine how, we actually go in there. It ain't 680,000. Maybe it's 280,000. They're going like, see the lies. It ain't that bad. We only killed over 200,000. We'll see how that plays out.
That some scholars and scientists claim being the real death toll in Gaza, and it would be hard to be able to prove or disprove this number, especially if investigators and others remained banned from entering the occupied Palestinian territory, and particularly the Gaza Strip. But if this number is confirmed, 380,000 of these are infants under 5.
That's staggering, dude. Like, I can't even listen to.
Hold on, bro. It's like 380,000 infants possibly killed. That's what I'm saying. It's like, you have no choice but to open up and let us in. At this point, look, it's either everybody sits there and takes the 680,000 that the UN came up with, or you let people in and actually investigate, because this is asinine. I'm be real with you. I honestly don't believe it. But I mean, they're not letting nobody in. They're not letting nobody disprove it. So it is what it is. And here's the thing, guys, they're still digging up bodies. So even the Gaza Health Ministry is giving anywhere from 65 to 100 to 185,000. So I can see where, experts are jumping to, it actually might be 680. And I'm like, guys, you got to remember, Palestine was only 2 million people. So taking out over 500,000 is insane.
That it's, just in my head, I can't help but imagine it and visualize it in my head, which I wish I didn't have the capacity to do. But that is a staggering number. And here's another video also from that same tweet.
An academic study that was released with Western and I believe even Israeli academics involved in the compilation of data saying dead or missing 680,000.
Hey, yo. Don't say that. Don't say, I'm going to be real with you. Even the Israelis is kind of agreeing. But what I read, all I got was 2 Australian scientists. They're basically saying, well, there's also some Israeli scientists also threw their number in as well. And it's crazy because people in Israel also considers what they're doing in genocide. Or, what they're doing in Gaza genocide. Like, I hope y'all understand that as well. But like I said, I'm hoping to God this ain't true, because ain't no way. It's like, I keep saying in my mind, ain't no way, but shit, bro, it's definitely possible with these guys.
And Francesca Albanese has also cited this as well. At what point are the numbers too high for the American political Congress, the Senate, the mainstream in America? What is it?
It was too high once it got past 50,000 for me. I was just like, all right. I understand October 7th was terrible and F Hamas. Trust me, I get it. But 1,200, like, what was it? 12 to 1,500 Israelis died that day. And what was it? At least a good amount of them were combatants, were part of the IDF. Yeah, taking out 70,000, 50,000, 70,000 Palestinians, and most of them were women and children. Most of them were civilians. I'm sorry, but that's not a proportional response. And yes, proportionality does matter. I mean, there's a lot of people who says, oh, who gives a fuck about proportionality in war? Humanitarian rights law, the just war theory. But let's just stick on, I don't know, international humanitarian rights. Like, let's talk about international humanitarian law. Let's talk about that. That's who cares about proportionality.
Need to be officially 1 million? Is that not enough? I was asking this question right after October 7th. What's the magic number when we all say stop? What do we get instead? We get U.S. officials saying, oh, those death counts are fake. Oh, it's the Hamas Gaza Ministry of Health. It's the Hamas Department of this, the Hamas that. Just by labeling everything Hamas, they don't have administrative infrastructure anymore in order to count the amount of people who have been killed, categorize them, much less the search and rescue and first responder capability to dig them out of the rubble. We're talking about, maybe over hundreds of thousands of children or under the age of 5. That's in the new report. I mean, this is a real emergency for humanity. They're so blasé in Washington about it.
It's horrifying. It's horrifying. And shout out to Patrick Henningsen. He was my coworker at TNT Radio.
We're going to go ahead and move past this and go ahead and get on to something, I guess less depressing. Less depressing. Yeah. All right. The White House is hiding a massive oil crisis. Well, which I was trying to tell you guys about earlier. Trump is over here trying to call out price gouging when it ain't really price gouging. It's the fact that we're missing 1.1 billion barrels of oil out of the global supply. That's why prices hasn't started falling down precipitously the way we want them to. And it'd be lovely if they did, but it's not going to happen when we're missing that much oil out of the supply.
Does not want you to understand what's really happening with oil and gas right now, and they are in a panic mode over it. What happened is right now you understand the real story. You would understand why the sudden panic is happening. The Trump administration is now calling on the Department of Justice this morning to investigate so-called price gouging at the pump, and why, according to the White House sources speaking to redacted news, the team negotiating the Ukraine-Russia deal has now discussed with President Trump the possibility of lifting sanctions on Russian oil.
Yeah, I mean, bro, their sanction regime is coming to an end. It's no longer a viable option. I'm gonna be real with you guys. It's low-key fucking us up. As much as I want to sit here and be like, oh, we got to put sanctions on Russia to stop their war economy and all this good stuff. Well, sanctions aren't really working, and it's putting distrust in the US dollar. And it's actually pushing people closer to our enemies. So everything that they sell you on sanctions is a lie. They're not really hurting these countries because these countries find a way around the sanctions. We are the reason why BRICS is around and why our US dollar is being threatened. And be real with you, actually releasing sanctions on Russian oil and Iranian oil is going to help us out at the end of the day. So I don't think we can no longer maintain this sanction regime, this sanction stance, because now it's starting to hurt us. And the lie that we told the world was that, we can sanction people without hurting the global economy. And guess what? That has proven not to be true. Sadly.
This would be a major move to lift sanctions on Russia, and it would, of course, send a shockwave through the EU, where they just introduced a new round of sanctions. So right now, Washington is running out of room, running out of cheap options, running out of spare barrels in the strategic petroleum reserves. And most importantly for Republicans, they're running out of political cover because reality just hit them in the face. So this afternoon, the clearest sign of panic is this. The United States is now seriously considering lifting sanctions on Russian oil and gas. That means the White House knows the sanctions regime is colliding with the physical reality of tank bottoms in the United States. And we can tell the public that America is energy dominant, that we don't need oil and gas from the Middle East or Russia. But if the market needs those barrels, and if gasoline prices threaten to explode into a full-blown inflation crisis, then suddenly the moral posturing starts to completely disappear. And that is what we are now seeing right now. So let's start with Cushing, Oklahoma. Cushing is not just some storage site in the middle of the country. It's the key delivery hub for U.S. crude futures. It's one of the central switching stations of the American oil system. Crude moves in, crude moves out, pipelines connect, then refineries depend on it, and the price of West Texas intermediate crude is then tied to it as well. And today, Cushing basically is flashing red right now. The EIA data shows commercial U.S. crude inventories fell by 6.1 million barrels last week, down to 412.1 million barrels, about 7% below average. And at Cushing specifically, inventories fell to roughly 19 million barrels. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve also fell by 9.1 million barrels, down to 331 million. That's not a comfortable system. That's basically a system that's totally stressed right now. And this is where people need to understand the phrase tank bottoms. When analysts say that Cushing, Oklahoma is nearing tank bottoms, they do not mean that every tank is literally empty, like no big deal. They mean the whole system is approaching collapse. In other words, some oil has to remain in these tanks and pipelines for pressure, blending, flow, and quality control. You can't just suck every last drop of oil out of these systems and pretend that the machinery keeps working normally. It's like a fish tank. Here's my daughter's fish tank and her goldfish bubbles. If the water level drops, that filter, starts running hot. No water running through it. Nothing to cool it. Nothing to cool that motor. And it will break. This water level, like oil, needs to remain at proper levels. Bubbles there is making his national television debut. So congrats to Bubbles.
He is a star.
He is a star, Bubbles.
Hi, Bubbles.
So once you get close to that floor, the system becomes fragile then. And that's when pipelines and terminals can begin declaring force majeure. And that's exactly what we are approaching right now.
It's like when your engine is running on low oil, you're pretty much fucking up your engine. Okay.
Declare force majeure. And what happens if Cushing hits tank bottoms and is forced to do that? They can say the war caused this collapse and there's nothing we can do about it. All those contracts, they can just, tear up the contracts. No big deal. Sorry. Refineries that depend on Cushing connected pipelines can suddenly face supply problems, especially in the Midwest and interior regions that cannot simply bring in tanker cargoes from anywhere in the world. They have to rely on Cushing, Oklahoma. This is why this matters. A Cushing problem is not just an Oklahoma problem. It will spread fast. It can become a refinery problem, and a refinery problem becomes a gasoline problem. A gasoline problem then becomes an inflation problem. And an inflation problem becomes obviously a political nightmare. That's why there was a lot of yelling today on Capitol Hill. Republicans meeting with President Trump today. One Republican yelled out, "This is a effing mess." So there's a lot of tempers running right now. And that's why President Trump is meeting with GOP right now, because it's a bit of a shitstorm. That's why all this matters. Now layer on top of what is happening in the Strait of Hormuz. So these are the accurate numbers as of about 20 minutes ago. See the far below daily average of ships that are moving through the strait, 23 of them. And of course, President Trump is out there saying today that everything is fine, that Iran is doing everything that I want them to do, which is not true. In fact, we now know through a memorandum through Iran and Oman, Jordan, that in fact they are.
Oh, and if you ain't noticed, Iran has actually fired off at a ship in the strait. We covered this earlier in the stream. So yeah, trust me, we don't control the Strait. Iran does. No matter what Donald Trump says, Iran is the one who controls the Strait of Hormuz. They pretty much won it in this conflict.
Charging tolls to go through the Strait of Hormuz, which is exactly what President Trump said is not happening. And is what Marco Rubio about an hour ago said is not happening, and it can't happen. So wait, Iran is doing everything that we're asking them to do, but they're not really doing everything we're asking them to do because they're charging to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, just to be clear. And that's the market trying to convince you that everything is fine because oil prices have come down from that panic level. But shipping tells a totally different story. Tanker rates, meaning the cost to put those tankers in the water in that region, have exploded. Reports today show some very large crude carriers earning close to $470,000 per day just to get tankers through the Gulf and through the Persian Gulf, through the Strait of Hormuz. That price has doubled in a week. So this idea that like it's half open, half closed, we don't know what's going on here. That's what's reflected right now in this market. That's not a normal market. So oil companies are now paying double just to get any tankers through the strait because of, quote, dangers to these captains and crews, which you can understand. And then that brings us back to President Trump. Trump this morning now publicly demanding that the DOJ investigate oil companies for not lowering gasoline prices fast enough. Trump accused oil companies of gouging customers because pump prices have not fallen in proportion to the crude oil prices. Average gasoline was about $3.90 a gallon early this morning. That's down from the May peak, but still much higher than those levels in January. And there are plenty of gas stations, at least in Texas and other places, that are capping the amount of gas that you're allowed to pump at any given time. $50 cap.
Yep.
So that might not fill up your tank, but you're capped at 50 because we don't have enough of it. And just when you think, if you think about it, that makes sense. So we're gonna make a villain now out of the gas stations and the oil companies. You need a villain. You need
someone in the chat here says it's not Exxon's fault that Trump went to war with Iran. It's not Chevron.
Yeah, is it ConocoPhillips' fault?
Right.
I mean, so you need a villain. You need someone to blame. And these oil companies are a great villain right now for Trump to attack. True. It makes sense. You always need a villain. That's why we need Putin, right? If it's not Putin, then
NATO doesn't exist without a villain. And here's the thing. I guess the affordability problem don't exist without a villain either. We're trying to make it the gas companies, but as that chatter said, is like, bro, like it wasn't the gas companies that pushed us into war with Iran. If anything, they'd have been the first one to tell us not to go.
We need Xi Jinping. You always need a villain in order to sell whatever boondoggle you're trying to sell, whatever propaganda you're trying to spin. It's big oil is the problem. The deeper problem is that the physical energy system itself is much tighter than the White House wants to admit. So they'll blame big oil companies instead of admitting the tank bottoms are the problem. So the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is not full. Cushing is approaching dangerous operation levels. Gulf shipping remains unstable and now double the cost. And that's why the Russian oil sanction story is so important. So again, according to White House sources speaking to redacted news, credible insiders now say that...
That's actually a good question. It was Biden's inflation plus the situation in the situation in Ukraine and Russia. When that actually popped off, if you look at it in 2022, when that popped off, there was an insane spike in inflation, and there was also an insane increase across the board because, once again, this pipeline here, one was destroyed. And, not this pipeline, but the Nord Stream pipeline was destroyed. And then also the situation that popped off with Russia and Ukraine. Yeah, I'm be real with you. we put extra sanctions on Russian oil that actually made the made oil prices worse with the rising inflation. So you can blame Russia and Biden's mishandling of inflation for those crazy gas prices. But I ain't gonna lie, the war with Ukraine and Russia did play a heavy part in increasing our gas price and food prices as well, because a lot of people forget this, but Ukraine is like the breadbasket of the world.
Team is negotiating the Ukraine-Russia deal. They have spoken with Trump about lifting sanctions on Russian oil. And we're told it's very likely that the U.S. will next move to lift those sanctions. That would be a shocking reversal. Just days ago, the U.S. allowed a Russian oil sanctions waiver to expire on June 17th after Trump suggested that the Iran deal was, done and the reopening of Hormuz would allow the U.S. to increase pressure on Moscow. Russian crude exports average about 6 million barrels per day in May. That's rising from previous months.
Thanks.
So basically, public.
Yeah, I mean, do you see the problem there? Is sanctions actually hurt us. Like I said, I mean, they can spike prices on our energy. They can definitely hurt the trust in the dollar, and they don't really do much because people find a way around them. I mean, bro, we try to sanction North Korea from getting a nuke, and they still got a nuke. So what does that tell you right there?
Per day in May. That's rising from previous months. So basically, publicly, Washington says we can pressure Russia. We're going to pressure Russia to end this war. But then privately, according to what we are hearing, Trump may be preparing to do the opposite. Not pressure them at all, but in fact, ask them for their oil and gas once again. Remove the sanctions. We have to, because basically we need their oil and we don't want to have to admit it. Energy is food prices, diesel prices, trucking costs, fertilizer, manufacturing, heating, cooling, supply chains, all of it. And so if energy breaks, then everything breaks with it. This was the huge problem, of course, with Biden's sanctions on Russia. Something we called out at the time at the start of this war in Ukraine, it would backfire big time on America and Europe. And guess what? It did. In huge ways. The entire sanctions machine depends on the assumption that Washington can remove major producers from the market without Americans paying the price, which was stupid, of course. And the world does not work that way. Just look at Europe. The U.S. blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. Europe went into a massive energy crisis. One of the pipelines, by the way, could be turned on at any moment. As Putin just said last week, that one pipeline is available, but you guys don't want it. We didn't turn it off. You blew it up. The other pipeline that wasn't blown up is still available. We could alleviate the pain throughout Europe, through Germany, in a heartbeat.
Yeah, but the problem is we got to work with the Russians, and that is what the neocons and these, well, I'm gonna be real with you, these Russia hawks don't want. They want the sanctions to be kept on Russia because they believe that the sanctions are doing the damage that they're supposed to be doing, but not really. And they end up just kind of selling us out on this because, like I said, these sanctions don't work. Like, I know you can be a Russia hawk all you want, but these sanctions aren't really hurting Russia and they're only finding ways around it. I mean, bro, we kept on upping the economic pressure on Russia, but has that stopped them from carrying out this war on Ukraine? No. So at a certain point, we might as well just lift the sanctions since we're not going to get any better results. And well, honestly, we are going to get better results. We lift the sanctions and Russia oil is back into the global market, and that brings down gas price, just like we're doing with Iran. We let the oil get back into the global supply. That's going to bring down gas price while we try to figure out what the hell we about to do with this 1.1 billion barrels of missing oil.
But sorry. I mean, Russia is one of the largest exporters of energy on Earth. You cannot just erase Russian oil and gas from the system and then expect everything to be fine. Oh, and then on top of that, of course, close all of your nuclear power plants across Europe and Germany.
Hey,
so the way I see it is that the White House is trapped once again. If it keeps sanctions tight, oil prices can rise, gasoline can rise, inflation can rise, and the economy can slide deeper into a crisis. Not to mention the fact that the actual machinery in Cushing, Oklahoma, and other places will soon break down, just like they did a few years ago under similar circumstances. So we already have a test of what this looks like, by the way. So if Trump lifts the sanctions, it exposes the real truth, which is that which is what we've been exposing here on this show for the past 4 years, is that this entire energy policy was never as strong as they claimed. It was always dependent on that same Russian energy they told you the world couldn't live without, that Europe couldn't live without. Even the European Commission just a few weeks ago outlined this energy crisis on their front page of their freaking website. to address the energy crisis. Yeah. All of your making, by the way, I love this like kid and his dad are like hugging a solar panel in this photo.
When really they need to hug that Nord Stream pipeline. That's what they need to hug.
Like energy crisis, the way to solve it is with windmills and solar panels. Forget the nuclear reactors we just shut down and all of that cheap Russian oil and gas that we could have gotten through the pipelines that we had that the Americans blew up. Okay.
Well, it also, the imagery of that is something that Philip talks about a lot, is this idea, can we put it back on the screen, that it's individuals, it's families that are contributing to the major consumption of energy. And it's just not. It's industry, it's government. But this idea that it's you and your plastic water bottle and the fact that you don't unplug your chargers should be offensive to all of us that study the metrics.
Right. Yeah, it's that little girl. It's that little girl's fault for the energy crisis across Europe.
Right.
Because she wants to play Barbies.
So mad at her. I mean, let alone that, I could, with all of the energy consumption that
I will give him that one, though. The pass off of blame to the people because of rising energy costs is, bro, it's duplicitous as hell. It's like you're really trying to take the focus off the corporation data centers who use up majority of the power and push the energy costs onto the people. And trying to sit there and say, oh, well, it's because you didn't plug out your electronics overnight, yeah, it is asinine. But that is what they do try to sell you. It is what it is. But all right, though, let's go ahead and move on here to the next video. Let's start with, let's get back into mainstream media. Let's see what they're talking about.
Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. That's done. And thanks to the power and skill of the United States Armed Forces, today Iran has no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft capacity, no missile launches, no manufacturing, and their leadership has been obliterated. And for the first time in
he's talking to the base, guys, so he's going to give complete propaganda. But no, their military is not destroyed. No, their missiles are not destroyed either. They still retain 70% of pre-war missiles, by the way, and 50% of their missile launch pads. So no, Iran has not been militarily disarmed, and not have been militarily destroyed. And the Ayatollah or the IRGC still runs Iran. It's still ran by the same radical regime that we were supposed to take out.
1,000 years.
I mean, shoot, if it wasn't, why the hell are they firing off into the Strait of Hormuz? Does that sound like a change in leadership to you? Of course not.
We are finally going to have peace in the Middle East. We're going to have peace in the Middle East.
President Trump declaring the beginning of an era of peace for the Middle East as he hopes to work toward that historic agreement with Iran. We're in that 60-day period now where they've got to come to the table about nuclear weapons and not having them and inspections and all of that. Tensions, though, on the ground are pretty high.
Here's the thing, though. Iran says they will not allow inspections unless they get full sanction relief and an end to the deal. And that's when Iran says they'll allow inspectors on. So you'll hear a lot of propaganda on, it's coming from right-wing media that says, Iran said they won't let no inspectors on. No, Iran said that they won't let no inspectors on until the sanctions they get full sanction relief and the deal is finally signed. Then they will allow inspectors back onto Iran to inspect their nuclear facilities.
Country draws a new hard line on the Strait of Hormuz. That radical Islamic regime has now said safe passage is only possible through the Strait of Hormuz through routes that it has designed.
Yep.
And that it still plans to impose what it calls.
Yep. And here's the thing. If you go outside that route, you're going to get fired on. Actually, it's already happening, guys. Little did you know, they're already firing off at these ships already. Why? For not going through the designated routed zone that the IRGC laid out. And because they don't do that, they get fired at. Let's go into this quick video ABC dropped about it. Whoop.
Breaking news, a U.S. official confirming that Iran indeed attacked a ship in the Strait of Hormuz with a drone. The attack prompting the International Maritime Organization to pause plans to evacuate more than 11,000 seafarers still stranded in the region. It's also raising some major questions over whether this attack violates the extremely fragile ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran. Our senior Pentagon reporter, Louis Martinez, joins me now. What do we know about the attack, Louis?
Kara, we know that earlier today there was a drone attack on a vessel that had just transited through the Strait of Hormuz and was very close to the coast of Oman. Now, when the British group that monitors traffic through the Strait of Hormuz came out with this report, it was unclear exactly what had happened. But what we did know is that it had come just hours after Iran had made a public warning that any ships that did not transit through what they called Iranian-approved waters on their way through the Strait of Hormuz might be subject to some kind of an attack. And what we have from a U.S. official is
guys,
that...
make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in. One, well, to get us closer to the call in because we're only $3 away, actually. And two, because, to show engagement. But if you can't do that, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video or smash that like button and keep on watching. Appreciate the support, guys.
Yes, there was an Iranian attack on a vessel that was carried out by an Iranian drone that caused some damage to the ship's bridge. And of course, yes, this would be the first time that we now know that there is some kind of a new kind of kinetic incident involving Iran since the signing of that memo of understanding just last week. And as you said, very tenuous situation because over those 60 days that the United States and Iran are supposed to be negotiating further movement towards an eventual full agreement. There's a lot of instability about what could actually happen. So in previous instances prior to that memo of understanding, what we did see is that the United States would sometimes carry out retaliatory strikes against some of the Iranian positions that would attack some of the shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. But it's unclear if that's something that we're likely to see now, given, again, that since this is a brave new world in this era of that memo of understanding since last week.
Right now, what is this going to mean for the memorandum of understanding and this, ceasefire?
Kind of cooked.
It's really unclear. But what we did know is that since the memorandum of understanding was signed, there has been a significant uptick, Kira, in the flow of ships transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. Prior to the start of the hostilities against Iran, what we saw was maybe 100 ships transiting both in and out through the Strait of Hormuz, that vital chokeway that leads into the Persian Gulf. And as we know, maybe 500, 600, 700 ships were stuck in the Persian Gulf throughout the entire length of the operations against Iran. But since that memo of understanding, there's been an uptick, and what we saw I think the latest numbers for today is that we are up to 70 ships transiting, so very close. But a lot of those ships are now transiting close to the coastline, as you see on that map.
Yeah, so a lot of these ships are paying that $2 million to Iran. They're paying the toll to Iran, the ruler of the strait. But yeah, they're paying that toll. They're using the Iranian designated routes, and they're paying that toll to Iran. They're getting through. That's just the reality. That's the new status quo, apparently.
That peninsula, they're tracking south on the southern track through the Strait of Hormuz, along the UAE and Oman, and fewer are transiting through the northern corridor, which is where Iran wants to see traffic. And I guess we just have to take and see that warning to heart that we saw from the Iranians, saying that they only ships that are transiting through their approved areas are the ones that should be going through. Obviously, it appears that they're trying to send a message here with the ship sort of transited through the Omani corridor, but that is something that they don't like.
All right, Louis Martinez, thank you.
I'm weak. Hey, yo, shout out Chance. He said, nah, I bet it was Israel. You know what? That is not too far outside of their capability. But here's the thing, though. Israel don't really got to do all that. All they got to do is keep bombing Lebanon if they want to go ahead and destroy this deal, which they are kind of doing. So I'm not sure what's really going on here. I'm not sure if we pretty much came to an understanding with Iran. Like, look, man, Israel ain't gonna stop even if we tell them to. Let's just get this deal over with. And if you want to deal with Israel by yourself, how about this? We'll agree not to mess with y'all. We'll agree to let y'all have y'all one-on-one and guarantee Israel will stop then. Because the only reason why Israel felt brave enough to do this is because we were taking on Iran. That's the only reason why they felt brave enough to try to invade Lebanon. Well, actually successfully invaded Lebanon because they are low-key trying to take some of their land. Well, most
maritime service fees. Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
We've reached a point now in this where you're hearing, for example, the Iranians will say one thing, but then something else is actually happening. So here's what I would tell everybody. It's now obvious to us, and I think should be obvious to all of you, that the Iranian system is going to continue to produce all sorts of maximalist rhetoric.
Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yinks is in the Middle East. Trey.
Harris, good morning. Shipping data tracker Kepler told Fox Business 69 vessels passed through the Strait of Hormuz on Wednesday, marking a new record since March 1st. This does come as America's top diplomat, Marco Rubio, is in the Middle East meeting with counterparts about the war and also keeping the strait open and toll-free.
You can pretty much see the traffic. Yeah, all the traffic is kind of moving up close to Iran. They're most likely paying that $2 million and then getting up out of there. Huh.
The war and also keeping the strait open and toll-free.
What we're interested in is not their press conferences. What we're interested in is whether or not ships are moving. If ships are moving as they should be moving, then that's what we're going to judge and that's what we're going to react to. If, on the other hand, this rhetoric is backed up by actual ships being threatened and ships are not moving, that's a violation of the agreement and we're going to have a problem with it.
Technical discussions between the United States and Iran are set to resume next week. According to the Pakistani Foreign Ministry, the ceasefire between the two countries is moving forward while the focus remains on the strait and Iran's nuclear ambitions. On Wednesday, President Trump met with the NATO Secretary General at the White House to discuss the war with Iran and other pressing topics such as Ukraine. Next month, President Trump will travel to Turkey for the NATO summit, but says that
Okay, you've been watching for longer than like 10 minutes, guys. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, man, and also make sure to hit that bell so you get all notifications for when I drop, a clip, short, or the next time I go live, guys. Appreciate the support, but let's make sure you're also double tapping that screen, liking the video, and subscribe to the channel as well. All right, enough plugging. Let's get back into it.
And allies let the United States down on the issue of Iran.
We were let down. We didn't need help on this at all. We demolished them in literally the first week. But it would have been nice if they would have said, we'd like to help. I was disappointed with Italy. I was disappointed with the UK. He's now gone. We're disappointed with Germany and France. We're disappointed with most of them. Spain is a horror show.
Fair.
We're also tracking the situation in Lebanon. Those diplomatic talks between the Israeli and Lebanese governments do continue, aimed at disarming Hezbollah. The Iranians continue to comment on the situation, saying they are demanding that IDF troops withdraw from southern Lebanon. Harris?
Trey, thank you very much. In focus now, Victoria Coates, former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Trump. She is also Vice President of National Security at the Heritage Foundation. Look, I think for many in our American public, there might be this question of how do we know when we're making progress?
Well, Harris, great to see you. I think we know we're making progress when we have actually ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz, which we have. The secretary was absolutely correct when Secretary Rubio said that's what matters, not what they're saying on their X feeds, which are entirely propaganda for external consumption because their own people can't see X. So this is all posturing around the negotiations. But what we're seeing is more and more.
I'm sorry, but there are Iranians on X right now. Yeah, right now. So no, they can see X. They definitely can. I don't know what you're talking about, lady. And bro, they removed the internet blockade like a while ago, like Lisa, for about 3 weeks now. Maybe
more ships come out, and commensurately, oil is around $70 a barrel, which is right in the sweet spot for the United States consumer. Now, on top of that, what are the?
I say that sweet spot is around that 50 to 60 area. But even before this war, we was at 67, and we're getting close to that. But if this, if Iran keeps playing like light switch with the Strait of Hormuz off and on, then I'm gonna be real with you, these gas prices are gonna skyrocket, and we can't afford for the Strait of Hormuz to be closed for any longer. Like, bro, especially 4 weeks, or we're gonna be cooked.
At doing in the region? Are we seeing missiles going at Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Riyadh and Doha and Jerusalem and Tel Aviv? We haven't seen a lot of that recently. The only active player appears to be Hezbollah, and they've also seemed to quiet down. So I think the president is getting results, both in terms of reestablishing free passage through the strait and through diminishing, if not ending entirely, Iran's ability to project power beyond its borders.
Yeah, it is interesting that the original progress was really around nuclear weapons and not letting Iran get that. And they actually have put the Strait of...
it is crazy. It is crazy how right-wing media is hitting us with the see, gas prices are coming down. It's now $4, $3.95. It's like, yeah, you remember when it was like $2.98? Nationwide, you remember that? Yeah, that's why we're looking at y'all kind of crazy when you sit there and say, like, look, you should be grateful that Donald Trump brought the prices down. Yeah, because he's the one that brought the prices up, G. Like, what are you talking about? Like, really? So what I'm pretty much trying to tell you guys on the right is that, yeah, you remember when gas was $2.98 before this war, and Trump got it to skyrocket because he walked into this war. He got the skyrocket to almost $5, and now we're at what, $3.98. I'm sorry, but guys, we got $1 left to go before you can sit there and see, like, see guys, see, brought it back to regular levels. Wait till $2.98. Until then, please shut up about gas prices. And I'm talking to right-wing media. Y'all might want to shut the hell up because y'all sound crazy as hell bragging about a price that's not pre-war prices.
Hormuz right in the middle of everything right now. So we'll also look for some progress on the front of how do we make sure that those inspectors are on the ground and that we're part of that. I mean, there's still a lot to get done here, but I hear you on the straight. I mean, that's helping the entire world. I want to get to this because you mentioned Lebanon and Hezbollah. Foreign policy experts are advising the Trump administration to continue to carefully watch Iran's behavior over its terror proxy, Hezbollah. Let's watch.
Israel is fighting Hezbollah, a major terror organization. I will go one step further and banging it into people's heads that actually Israel is fighting Iran's regime in Lebanon. Right. It just happens to be a different location.
I mean, look, that's cool and all, but here's the thing, though. You can't attack another country under the guidelines of, oh, look, we're just going after Hezbollah. Y'all did the same thing back in the 80s with the PLO. You went into Lebanon, start bombing them recklessly, start trying to take their land because of what? The Palestinian Liberation Force or whatever organization. Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's not a good excuse to invade another country. And y'all got kicked out of Lebanon because of it. Well, because Hezbollah kind of gave y'all that ass whooping. And it looks like Hezbollah's about to give them that ass whooping again, sadly. Because here's the problem. You, Israel, they attack Lebanon first. Y'all can't just sit there, attack Lebanon first. Then when Hezbollah responds, you're going like, oh my God, look at the terrorist. That it doesn't work like that, but that's how they're carrying on, though. I'm sorry, but it is crazy to sit here and sell to the people that, oh, well, we attacked them, they hit us back, but they're the terrorists. Oh, yeah, I know we're the ones bombing all their civilians, but they're the terrorists. I know we're the ones that's wiping villages off the map, but they're the terrorists, even though they're the ones trying to protect those villages, protect the Lebanese people. They're the terrorists. Isn't that crazy? It kind of seems like to Israel, you're a terrorist when you defend your land.
The Iran regime will do its best to separate itself from Hezbollah, but at the same time, protecting them at the MOU. It's the #1 prized possession. This has been their proxy.
Yes, if you don't know, Israel attacked first. Before this war, they were under a ceasefire. Yes, Israel and Hezbollah was under a ceasefire before this war. Israel broke this ceasefire, well, hundreds of times. And then they broke it again while we were getting into it with Iran. So yes, Israel did strike Lebanon first and Hezbollah responded. But the way Israel's framing it is if Hezbollah just start firing up out of nowhere. And that's not the truth whatsoever.
Since 1982, they have given them billions. They have given them hundreds of thousands of missiles, and they will continue to.
Victoria, I know that Lebanon.
Joe, shut your dumb ass up. I do not blame Jews for everything. Like, please tell me, where did I blame Jews in the takeover of the Democratic Party by socialists? I didn't blame Jews. I blamed the establishment Dems, unless they're all Jews is what you're saying. So obviously you ain't been watching me for long enough to make that assessment. So shut your dumb ass up. But I appreciate you for honestly just being in the chat so I can make an example out of a dumbass. We need people like you. So stick around.
At least through Trey Ying's reporting in the last 3 or 4 weeks, has been wanting to meet and have good talks with Israel. But they don't control Hezbollah in their own country. Who does? How does it work now to get them to stand down?
No, they don't. And I would differ a little bit with my dear friend Lisa Daftari to say that, yes, Hezbollah is really the last effective proxy they have left. Hamas has been...
Well, actually, what was it? I think they have their their proxies in Iraq, and they also have their proxies in Yemen, the Houthis. So they have those still, but Hezbollah is their most capable one. Now, guys, if you don't know that Israel pretty much broke the ceasefire with Lebanon, I'm sorry. Then come on, bro. You can't be speaking on this topic if you don't know that Israel broke the ceasefire. when they went into Lebanon. And this is why Hezbollah is attacking them. I got somebody in the chat crying like 35,000 Israelis are in bunkers because, I guess what? At least they're in bunkers. We got 4,000 Lebanese people, citizens that are dead because of Israeli bombing, and they're not Hezbollah. I mean, hey, at least Israeli people are protected in shelters underground. I mean, the Lebanese people don't got shit. But y'all recklessly bombing them, and we're supposed to feel bad for the Israelis. Oh my God, the Israelis, oy vey. Oh my God, we gotta go into a shelter. It's like, yeah, while Lebanese people are being bombed on top of ground, though, and whole villages are being wasted. We're supposed to feel bad for the Israelis, who government brought this upon them, not the Israeli people, but their government. That's why I say I don't have a hate for Jews. I'm critical of the Israeli government leadership, who is dragging the people of Israel into this conflict. The people of Israel didn't really attack. It was the IDF off the government's command that went ahead and attacked Lebanon, that broke the ceasefire with Hezbollah, and therefore Hezbollah starts firing into northern Israel. So if anybody's putting the Israelis in danger, it's Bibi Netanyahu. It's not Hezbollah, it's Bibi.
So severely degraded, and the Houthi have played no role whatsoever in this war. Hezbollah is kind of it. But the other piece of that is the nuclear program. I didn't mean to downplay that in my first answer. That's the real focus of the hard negotiations that are going on now.
Really.
But if what President Trump manages to do is get to a resolution to Lebanon that allows for the...
Hold on, bro. I guess you don't know this, but you know Hezbollah is the third biggest political party in Lebanon. You know that, right? So that's also complete propaganda. When they say that the people of Lebanon want Hezbollah out, yeah, that's not true, because then why is Hezbollah the third biggest political party in Lebanon? And then they also have a Christian political faction within Hezbollah as well. So, yeah, do you understand what I'm saying here? I mean, bro, you can look this up. Hezbollah has a very strong political stance in Lebanon. So to sit there and say that the Lebanese people want them gone when they're involved in their politics, aka they have a voting base, that's asinine to say. Like, you just don't know anything about Lebanese politics at all.
Further degradation of Hezbollah in what you might call an orderly fashion, without too much violence, without too much disruption to Lebanese society, while he is negotiating for the effective end of the Iranian nuclear deal. I mean, that's the double play here. And it's my favorite Phillies pitcher, Aaron Nola, always.
So let me go ahead and explain this to you guys. Right. So yes, Hezbollah operates as both a major political party and a militant group in Lebanon. It holds seats in the Lebanese parliament, though its loyalty to the resistance, the resistant bloc and wields immense influence within the country's complex, sectarian power-sharing government system. Yeah, driven by an Islamic and anti-Israel ideology, Hezbollah also maintains a vast network of social services, including hospitals, schools, which bolsters its political popularity and legitimacy, particularly among the Lebanese and Shia community. Yeah, the Lebanese Shia community. So, do you see the problem here? You've been lied to about Hezbollah. The people of Lebanon want them gone. How? When they're one of the third biggest parties in their government, hold seats as we fucking speak. So, yeah, you've been lied to. You might want to get a little bit more information, and this is what they don't want you to know, guys. And I know it's easily Googleable, but they don't even want you to ask the question. They're like, well, hold on now. You're saying that the Lebanese people want them gone, but Hezbollah holds a very strong, position in their government. I mean, that should tell you something. Hopefully you're not too dense.
Says double plays are the best. You're getting 2 for 1. And if you take those two things away from the Iranians, then, they become a nuisance. And it then becomes a question about how they might choose some new.
Yo, and shout out Drum Dude. I appreciate you for being reasonable, because a lot of people I show that to, bro, they just completely crash out on me. And they just sit me and call me anti-Israel, anti-Jewish. I'm pushing Hezbollah propaganda, IRGC propaganda. No, that's not it. This is just the actual reality in Lebanon. Like, bro, Hezbollah is literally a political group. Like it or not, that's just the way it is. And don't get mad at me. I mean, hit up somebody in Lebanon and ask them what the deal is, because I can't tell you. All I can tell you is the facts on the ground.
leadership so they could have a better life for themselves. But I would
That's
see that as two things going on.
Yeah, that point about new leadership. I mean, there was no way we could ever really be in it to make sure that the regime got changed the way we want it. We don't live there. The people have to choose that. But what you're saying is from the inside out, a two-for deal would really do it. Do we have enough leverage with Iran to make that happen, the two-for?
Well, I think we do for the reasons the president was laying out in the clip at the front. There's damage done to Iran here they can't reverse. They know they are powerless against the United States and Israel, and either or both of us can go back in whenever we want. They know they've shed 3 million jobs. They know their industry is destroyed. They haven't had a functioning stock market since March.
I mean, she's not wrong about all that, but here's the problem, though. I mean, $300 billion, which is their GDP, basically. They're about to get an assistance from the Gulf countries. They're getting $24 billion in sanction relief. They got $12 billion of it just for pulling up to the talks. And then, of course, the sanction relief that we gave them through their oil and petrochemicals. I mean, let's talk about potential earnings, like I always say. Bro, in the next couple of years, Iran could be hitting $1 trillion GDP. Enriching themselves and them there being a real main power in the Middle East or a regional power in the Middle East. And after that, I mean, there really is no stopping them.
So they may sell
without crashing the entire global market, of course.
Of barrels of oil to China. It's not going to save them. So this I would see as a way to kind of manage a transition for Iran rather than to send the country into chaos.
Victoria Coates, we learned so much from you. I appreciate your time always. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the fun.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it with this next one here. Israeli special op veteran. This is a state-sponsored extortion. Really? All right, let's see what you guys say about this. On Fox Business, of course. Whoops.
Sir? Well, farmers are watching the Iran conflict closely, and today the regime upped the ante in the Strait of Hormuz. Sources confirming to Fox that the IRGC attacked a Singapore-flagged cargo ship trying to exit the strait with a drone, risking the 60-day deal.
And this would risk it too. The Wall Street Journal reporting that Tehran is plotting fat fees, service fees. Don't call them tolls. To cross the Strait of Hormuz.
They changed the tone, or they changed the wording of them charging tolls through the strait. They're going to call it a service fee. So yeah, we'll service you through the strait, and we'll service you through these routes that are not mined because we mine the strait, and you will pay us $2 million for this service. Not a toll, but a friendly service. I mean, it sounds nice, don't it?
Hormuz eyeing $40 billion in an annual payday. Tolls disguised as security and safety fees.
For more, let's bring in Israeli Special Operations veteran and Gideon.
Like the mafia. Let me give you a bit of protection.
Founder Aaron Cohn. Aaron, great to see you as always. I just want to start with that drone attack from the IRGC. That sounds like a violation of the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding. Aaron, how do you read that, and what should our response?
I'm gonna be so honest with you guys. We can't sit there and I'm gonna be real with you guys. It's really hard to sit there and hold Iran accountable when Israel is breaking clause 1 of the Memorandum of Understanding by stopping the battle on all fronts, which Israel's refused to do. So we can't even get our side of the Memorandum of Understanding fully fulfilled. So why are we expecting Iran to? Like, come on now.
Well, it's good to see you, Brian Diggin. This is how terrorist regimes operate. Why is anybody surprised here? The moment we took our foot...
I mean, trust me, we're not surprised. Nobody's surprised. We all knew that Iran was going to resume control of the strait because we couldn't remove them off it. The problem is Trump trying to lie about it.
Put it down on the clutch and stopped bombing Iran is when we started to lose that leverage. They're creating the crisis. They're demanding payment to stop causing the crisis. Explain to me how that makes sense.
Hey, and shout out to Billy O. He sent the gold coin for 10 jewels, guy. Oh, 10 jewels. Appreciate the support, my man. Whoa. Somebody said there's no sound playing. All right, now, well, shoot. Somebody let me know, make sure the sound is good. But shout out to my man for sending the gold coin for 10 jewels. You know what? You deserve a celebration, my friend. And all righty, guys, let's go ahead and get right back into it.
This is not commerce with these people. This is what I call state-sponsored extortion. There's no other way to put this. It's the geopolitical equivalent to an organized crime protection racket. What am I missing here? Iran threatens one of the biggest critical maritime checkpoints. They're launching drones. Energy prices are going up. The financial markets are getting rattled, and it's not my space. It's your guys' space. And then they say, pay us, we'll keep it open. Are we losing the plot here? This is counterterrorism. It's time to go back to work and completely flip the table.
Look, bro, there is no completely flipping the table here. If we escalate things, Iran will actually make this worse. Here's the thing. I don't even think, like, bro, as much as Fox love to glaze Trump, it's like they don't listen to the man. The man just came out in front of the world and said, guys, we're 4 weeks away from our strategic energy oil reserves for being depleted. 4 weeks away from pretty much running out. And you guys think it's a good idea to resume the conflict? And then what? When we hit that 4 weeks, Iran still isn't taken out, missiles still ain't depleted, military still ain't defeated, and now we're facing $10 gas price, then what? Then what? Because that's what we were heading towards. If we keep going up the escalation ladder, things are only going to get worse. And it could have got to the point where the entire Middle East gets decimated. So I'm sorry, but the stance of, oh, no, we should have just kept on firing is asinine. And you don't truly know what's going on out there. You honestly just don't care about the American people if you truly believe that we should just keep on going. It's like you should be able to understand that, yeah, if we keep on going, this is only going to make things worse on the American people. Period, point blank.
This is going to continue to move forward in this direction. That's where I'm at.
From the outside looking in, Aaron, it seems as if the United States, just wants to get oil and cargo out of the Persian Gulf and start resupplying the world because inventories had become so low. And that at some later date.
Oh, man, bro. And this is how Trump is lying, guys. So remember what Trump has pretty much told us. Remember, Trump said he destroyed their Navy, which the CIA and DIA assessments came out, and DIA is the Pentagon wing of the CIA, which is the Defense Intelligence Agency. They came out and pretty much said that Iran still maintains 60% of their Navy. And I know what you're saying, but said we destroyed all the big boats. Yeah, well, 60% of their Navy consists of kamikaze speedboats. So pretty much drone speedboats that crash into you and blow up, and these speedboats with turrets and missile launchers on top. That's 60% of their Navy that we have not handled. Then, of course, 70% of their missile launchers that Trump said they only got 22% of, but it's more like 70. They said all their missile launchers are gone, but they still maintain about 50%. Like, that's what Trump has been lying about. He's been lying about the progress of this war. Like, and this is the reason why you don't see the memorandum of understanding working in our favor, because we haven't accomplished anything that the Trump administration said, to be honest.
Potentially, we would deal with this drone attacks. Right. Surely there will be more. Right. Use military action, use that might. But there seems to be a tolerance for all of this. The very fact that Iran is allowed to export its oil and basically get paid in dollars, and even U.S. refiners could buy that oil, is beyond comprehension to so many.
Agreed.
I mean, well, yeah, I get it. If you're a war hawk, sure, I get it. But here's the thing, though. It's going to work out best for the American people by putting more oil into the global market, which is going to bring prices down. Problem what you guys want to do is you guys want to continue the war, create a greater fuel scarcity, greater oil scarcity, and thus drive us into what, an economic collapse, because you guys want to take out Iran. So apparently our whole economy is what? Apparently, I guess war with Iran is worth more than the whole economy to these guys. And this is why they should stop being listened to, because the everyday American, your average American, they don't give a fuck about. If they're telling you, oh yeah, let's keep this war going, they don't give a fuck about the American people, because we were the one getting hit the hardest from this. Where they're over here telling you to deal with the high gas prices because they're rich podcasters, rich news pundits, $1 million contracts, by the way. They're telling you you should be okay with high gas prices, but while you don't got no $1 million contract. Isn't that crazy? And it's insane that the Republicans were making that argument, because it's like it was the same argument we were getting mad at Dems for making. where they were telling us, oh, this is the best economy ever, even though it's 9% inflation. You're just a loser because you can't afford nothing now. Like, you're hitting us with the same arguments the Dems did. And this is why people are looking at y'all crazy.
Agreed. So look, I couldn't agree with you more, Dagan. There seems to be a bit of a tactical pause that, in my professional opinion, has extended too long. And I think the president, like, I know he's smart, he gets it, he sees what's going on. He's been trying to give Iran, the benefit of the doubt. But 25 years in this counterterror business, understanding these mullahs, these whacked out extremists, there's no other way to put this. You can't speak to people who are crazy. The Strait of Hormuz isn't Iran's private toll road. This is a strategic international waterway. China's
look, bro, before this war, sure. After this war, I mean, dog, we can't blow these guys up out of the Strait of Hormuz. It is theirs at the end of the day. You're acting like I wouldn't. I wish this was never a reality. Bro, I was the person speaking out against this war. I was telling you guys that this might actually become a reality. And everybody wants to hit me with the, oh, you're an IRGC spokesman. And then when the reality comes out, guess what they do? They crash out on me even harder. That's the tough part about this. It's the tough part about being right about this. Is instead of people being like, all right, damn it, said I don't like you, but you are right. No, it is crash out on me even harder. And be like, it's your fault. It's your rhetoric while we did bad. If Trump didn't listen to guys like you, we would still be going and throwing the American people into turmoil. It's all your fault. It's like, bro, are you serious? Like, so there's no accountability, huh? None whatsoever. Okay.
Russia's watching right now. And the moment we start even engaging with this and incentivizing this type of behavior, we've got a problem. But the president has the leverage. Iran needs the sanction relief more than America needs these oil prices to come down. Trust me, they're hurting more.
I mean, here's a problem, though. If we don't give Iran that sanction relief, they keep the strait closed, and it's going to get to a point where we're probably at the same level of need. We need that, or we need the strait open, and they need sanction relief. It's about to get to that point, bro. That's the problem. That's what Trump was saying. We were 4 weeks away from that reality of where the American people is going to want the strait open, probably more than the Iranian people want those sanctions relief. That's where it was heading towards, and you guys do not understand that for some reason. If you was going to continue with this military operation, things were going to get 10x worse. And for some reason, they don't want to accept that. But they're still they still have this thinking that, oh, if we just keep on going, give it 48 hours to a week, we'll finally knock them down. But you guys been telling us that for like 3 months now. And ain't shit happen. So come on. Well, when will you guys give it a rest and stop trying to recycle bad ideas?
I say to the White House, it's time to crank this up and shift the table again. It's the only language they speak. But this doesn't take boots on the ground. This is all tech driven.
Oh, guys, and I can quickly explain why, us using pretty much guys like this. We don't use that much oil out the strait. This is true. But due to the fact that we sell our oil on the global market, our oil is a global commodity and it's priced as such. So if there's 20% missing out of the global supply, that affects our prices as well, because our domestic supply is also part of the global supply, and so is the other countries. So unless we were just to cut off the globe and stop selling outside, maybe then. But the problem is due to the fact that oil is a global commodity that we sell to the world as well as the world sell to us. Yeah, that's the problem right there. That's why the price is going up, because it's seen as a global commodity, aka 20% of the world's oil being held up in the strait means that there's now a huge scarcity or a heightened scarcity in oil, which we don't need, which is going to raise oil prices across the board. And I'm be real with you. The only way we can work ourselves out of this is if we was to pretty much just domesticate the oil. I mean, we don't sell any oil outside. We just have it all for ourselves. F the world. But the oil execs are not going to agree to that.
It's all internet driven. It's time for another smack, and watch how quickly they come back from this ridiculous.
The oil execs make more money, but we don't. Because remember, I mean, they're making money off the scarcity going up and higher prices. They're making their money, not us. Like, we face the higher prices, we enrich them while they pretty much just take more from us. So, I mean, when people talk about, oh, well, we're making more money, I mean, not us, not the American people. Your paycheck ain't go up because of what? What, like oil? Because what, we're selling more oil? No, it doesn't. Your paycheck doesn't go up from that. But I'll tell you what does happen. Your paycheck does get drained because we're paying more in oil. And these guys' profits go up because they're selling more oil in a higher price. It doesn't work out for us. I'll just tell you that right now. It just does not. I wish it did. I wish it was something I could tell you to be like, nah, this works out for us. Here's how it does. But it don't, sadly. And if somebody can give me something, trust me, I'd love to give a more positive spin on this, but I don't see it.
Crazy. I promise this works with them.
Are we using this time right now to position ourselves to actually take control of the strait, move the ships we want to move through, completely neutralize Iran? Is this time period the time period where you really set up what they were calling Project Freedom just a few weeks ago?
It's a good question, Brian. And there's always things that are happening operationally in the backdrop that we're not going to be privy to, that we're going to have to speculate about. I know that from being in this world. The U.S. controls the strait. No other rhetoric coming out from whatever leaders are taking the first position here from their podiums. The Fifth Fleet controls this. A little drone flying from a wave runner and then hitting a vessel is to be expected. But the Fifth Fleet does control the strait. And I think you might be.
The Fifth Fleet controls the strait, but it can't stop a ship from getting hit by a drone, bro. Do you hear yourself? No, really, do it, dog. I would have to really press him on that, bro. Do you hear yourself? We control the strait, but we can't stop a fucking drone. And because this ship got hit, now everybody's going to listen to Iran because we can't stop Iran from exerting force in the strait, aka they control it. Period, point blank, bro. If they want it closed, it's going to be closed. How do we control the strait then? We can't even protect who's moving through the strait. So what type of control is that?
Onto something, and I think there is a larger preparation in play here that's going to allow full security ownership of the strait officially under President Trump, under Hegseth, under the Department of Defense.
Okay.
That will take minimal risk to the U.S. military because it's all tech driven.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't be surprised if that's cooking and we hear about that soon.
Well, the International Maritime Organization, United Nations body, yesterday was telling shippers that it was coordinating an evacuation route for the hundreds of ships still stuck in the Persian Gulf, trying to cooperate with Iran and Oman and other nations. And as soon as this attack happened by the IRGC, it paused that operation. Of course it did, because it's the UN.
Yeah, of course it correct.
Yeah.
Of course it did, because this is they're watching the press that's coming out. The moment,
and if people still talking about a blockade, let me show you why the naval blockade was low-key pretty damn useless, right? If you look at a map of the Middle East, and I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up for you, but if you do look at a map of the Middle East, it kind of shows you why that's kind of like, I guess I could be a bit of a dick while saying this, but it's kind of a dumbass thing to say. Why? Because you obviously haven't looked at a map of the Middle East. Okay, let me show you this nice, cool little map here. Here's Iran right here, guys. Now, as you see, who's this neighbor? Who's this neighboring Iran? Pakistan. And Pakistan goes right into China. So I mean, Iran can send their oil through Pakistan into China. Yes, and they can also send their oil into Russia. You see this little plot of land right here? That's Russia right there, right next to Kazakhstan. And Iran could send their oil through the Caspian Sea, which we don't have access to, sadly. But they can send their oil to the Caspian Sea and get to Russia. And of course, they have a Russian-Kazakhstan railway that also gets into China as well, which is this plot of land right here. So do you see the problem while you saying, oh, don't worry, we were hurting them through the blockade? Dude, how? They were moving their oil through the Caspian Sea to Russia, and it can over here go through Pakistan. They were still getting to their two biggest buyers. Like, bro. So that's the problem. When you say, oh, the blockade was working, no, the hell it wasn't. Basically, you put a blockade on top of a blockade, and that don't do anything but create like 2 checkpoints on the strait. So there you go. That's why the blockade was not working. If you look at a map, you can see that.
someone from Iran.
Here's
It
the
could be
thing,
someone.
the fucked up part about it is they expect you to be ignorant about geography. When all you gotta do is look at a map, you go like, well, how the blockade gonna work if they still have access to Russia and China through sea and land, just through different routes? And they have a railway, an interconnecting railway. So what were we stopping again? Oh, okay. I thought so. But all right, though, let's get right back into it. You know what? So apparently Patrick McDavis was hit up about possibly running Iran. It was gonna make Patrick the next Shaw. Shaw bet David. It's like it'd have been hilarious. But let's get right into it, bro. This is gonna be hilarious.
Let me ask you about the main thing I was curious to get your thoughts on. I know you talked about it briefly a few days ago. Is the people that reached out to you last year about potentially leading Iran, if I understand correctly. That's a fascinating story. Tell me more. I want the details. I want, obviously, whatever you could share. Who reached out? What was the discussion like? How would it look like? What was the thought process you had, and what was the conclusion and why?
Yeah, obviously I can't give you names. I will tell you what their backgrounds are. Some of them are in politics here. Some of them are in politics in Iran. Some of them are in the military in Iran. And some of them were money people. And they had interest of whether I wanted to do anything because I lived there in Iran for 11 years. And the conversation, if you want to go
Bro,
through detail.
0 to 11, dog. 0 to 11. You were in Iran from when you were a baby, well, really a fetus, all the way out to 11, and you dipped. I'm sorry, but I don't think you know what's actually going down in Iran, PBD. Like, this man still believes that, 80 to 90% of the people of Iran are against the government. And I mean, that's not true. I wish it was true. Trust me, I wish it was. But when you got 13 million people voting for a pro-IRGC candidate, 61 million people registering an election controlled by the IRGC, controlled by the Ayatollah, each candidate handpicked by those religious clerics, it kind of tells a different story. I mean, you could sit here and poll 500,000 Iranians, and yeah, you can come up with, 80% is against the government, but I show you 61 million people that's willing to register in an election ran by them, 31 million people that's willing to vote in that election. Yeah, I think my numbers kind of tell what's actually going on the ground than a survey that only polled 500,000 Iranians.
That was one of the first questions I asked is, which I was surprised by their answer by everybody. You ready? My number one question. Do you think they will accept a Christian leader? They said, absolutely. Most Iranians don't care. That was the shocking answer that I got. The first one. I've never revealed this part.
For real though, bro. PBD, bro. If he goes to Iran, he's cooked, bro. It'd be like a survival. He'd have to survive in Iran, even if we put him in power, bro. They're gonna take this man and execute him in front of the world, bro. Like, please don't do that to Patrick Bet-Davis. I actually like the guy. I disagree with him on a good amount of stuff, but I still like him. I don't want to see the guy get executed.
So we spent a lot of time on that. I said, you really think Iranians? And so you got to keep in mind, some of these guys are military in Iran, okay? Because if you don't have the military in Iran that are willing to defect and flip, you have nothing. It's just a bunch of gibberish and talk. I don't care how many people in America support you. I don't care if the CIA defends you. I don't care if they're
Yeah, but the problem with that is that, well, I don't think Iran's army is bigger than the IRGC. Like, let me see here. Iranian army size. Let me see how big they are. All right, so Iran has an estimate of 610,000 active duty military personnel alongside roughly 350,000 reserves. So here's the problem. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard is a 1 million man army. A 1 million man army, guys. And here's the thing, though. Like, everybody wants the Iranian people to stand up and overthrow the government. Shit, and I do too. But here's the problem. You know how much people it took to overthrow the Shah? It took 6 to 8 million people to overthrow the Shah, like 10% of the population. That's all it takes. You were telling me we couldn't get 6 to 8 million people to go against the IRGC? We can't get that much to go. Like, shouldn't that tell you everything you need to know? The fact that they've been in there for 40 years plus, and we can't get 6 to 8 million people to go against them? Like, come on. Out of 93 million people, bro, we should be able to at least convince 6. And we can't do that. Like, come on, man. That should tell you everything you need to know.
ISIS is with you. I don't care if Israel is with you, Mossad is with you. If the folks in Iran who are military leaders, who are not willing to flip and they're heavyweights, you can't do nothing, period. It has to start with there. So I was surprised when these men were saying that, yeah, we would be okay with a Christian leader. And the thought was more about, economy, because their biggest concern is, their GDP is nothing. It's less than Walmart. What happens if we open it up and there's somebody that has relationships here in America? It's kind of like the guy right now that's running in Colombia that's a dual citizen. What if he pulls it off and, hey, he can have the relationship from America and Colombia? So that was the talk. And then I sat down and, at the end of the day, I talked to the family, but the decision was really mine. It was a very easy decision 2 months later when I said it's not my job. And it was also part of it when I was watching Reza Pahlavi getting back into it heavily and hoping a couple other people would step up. Very quickly, I'm like, this isn't for me.
When did you make that decision?
So we were in New York for a month, almost a month. So take another 4 weeks after that, 5 weeks after. I'm going to say 7 to 9 weeks decision, 2 months.
That was last year. So late last year.
Late last year. Yeah. Last year.
Did they approach you again this year?
Constantly. I get the same calls, and I'm still being, they're still approaching me and talking to me about this, but I'm not interested. This is to do that job. You have to know to do that. If somebody accepted that
to do that job, you actually got to know the political structure of Iran, how they vote for their people, and you got to know the demographics. It's like, bro, you think a country that's, bro, what is it? 90% Muslim, 80% of them are Shia Muslims, maybe like, I don't know, 8 to 10% are Sunni. And then they got a good amount of Christian and Jews that live there as well. You think those guys are gonna want a U.S. puppet Christian president? Like, here's the thing: you could take out if you take out the U.S. puppet part, they might be cool with the Christian president. But here's the thing: the reason why they turned against the Shah is because he was a puppet of the United States and he was selling out his own people, the Iranian people. So, PBD, if you're gonna come in here and do the same thing, you're gonna get the same results. And like I said, this kind of shows that, the political will to overthrow the IRGC isn't there. If we can't get 6 to 8 million people to go against the IRGC, like they were able to get to go against the Shah, then we're kind of cooked. Well, not us, but they are. That whole movement is cooked. Until they get bigger, then we just got to shut the F up and deal with the IRGC.
That job, and I'm critical of that person. Let's flip it. Say somebody accepts that job, and I'm the one that's giving the feedback and reacting to that story. If that guy's family is not moving back with him, if that guy's kids are not moving back with him, say he's got younger kids, he's not serious with this job. And I simply can't do that. My kids are Americans. So for me to say, hey, we're going to go do this, it's not fair to them whatsoever. But we entertain every aspect of it. It's just at the end of it, I'm not interested in this.
There's a lot of risks involved. You gotta deal with Israel. You gotta deal with all the axis of resistance. You gotta deal with factions within Iran. You got the Baluchis. You got the Kurds. So it's a terrifying position to be in.
Believe it or not, that part doesn't make me uncomfortable at all. And I don't mean to act arrogant and cocky and be like, well, let me tell you I'm fearless. Not at all. That's not what makes it uncomfortable. You got to get in there and they're going to try to sway you and win you over and pin you and play the manipulative games and divisive and trying to be your friends up front. And then they get on camera, say something else, make a promise to you private. These are things that happens when you're in politics, and it's nasty. It was really, I got young kids. And if it was a different phase, different part, if I didn't have what I had going on right now, I would have entertained it. And I would have liked the job. Like I would like a heavy job like that, because I think the world is a safer place if Iran is ran by somebody reasonable, fair, that understands business and economy and, has access to different relationships and sit down and broker deals and open it up. And it wouldn't be challenging. It wouldn't be challenging, but
shoot, Iran's getting all that now without you in power. Bro, like I said, once we take them sanctions, we did take the sanctions off Iran. You don't think they're going to start brokering deals? Like, you don't think they're going to start gaining in GDP? So trust me, Iran's already getting that without you being in power. All he had to do was just, I mean, I'm pretty sure they didn't think of this either, but I mean, I'm pretty sure if Iran just say, maybe if we go to war with the Americans, we'll get everything we want. Who'd have knew? Trust me, they didn't want it, but they got everything they want out of it, out of a conclusion they never wanted. Isn't that strange? Like, you didn't want to go to war, but y'all went to war. You end up getting the upper hand, and now you're getting everything that you ever wanted. And you were the one who actually trying to settle things through diplomatic means. It's kind of funny how that works, isn't it? Like, they were the one trying to come to the table. They were the one trying to give up their nuclear enrichment and all this good stuff, while the old Ayatollah was alive. We pretty much say, F all that. We want you to give up your missiles and your proxies. They say no. We go bomb them. We get into this little conflict. The conflict is starting to come to an end. And now Iran gets everything they ever wanted. They get their missiles left alone, proxies left alone, sanctions relieved. I mean, like, bruh, who'd have knew? Who'd have knew that everything you'd ever wanted came from which you never really wanted to happen?
Yeah, there you have it.
Let me give you a quick take, and I think you'll disagree with me. And because we started from a very similar position. Me and you were very critical of Iran in January and the thousands dead, what, at 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Anything with 1,000 is a lot. Anything in hundreds is a lot. So I was extremely vocal against Iran. Then I saw what happened in this war. It was Iran never talked about, no one in Iran talked about nuking the United States. And then Trump was talking about wiping out a civilization. Now, to be clear, for me, that comment didn't bother me as much as other people. I was actually one of the few optimistic. I'm like, guys, he didn't go insane. He's probably just planning to off-ramp, shows desperation, and that's a good sign. But a lot of other people were very concerned. So that's number one. And you'd expect the leader of the free world, the leader of the world's biggest democracy, not to make statements like this. There's certain protocols. Because if Trump makes statements about wiping out a civilization to never reappear again, then how can we criticize people like Ben Gvir that say we should wipe out Palestinians from Gaza? So that's point number one. Point number two is, I know Trump plays politics, but the way these negotiations were handled was just so different to how the Iranians were handled, where to one level, even the Israelis in reports were like, hey, Trump says new things every day. We need to wait for the Iranians to know what's actually really happening. I want to get your thoughts on how the war was handled, those comments by Trump, and most importantly, how you think the U.S. is being perceived right now. The Gulf countries are pissed being dragged into this war they never wanted. American allies in Asia and Europe, they didn't have a say in this war. They're really pissed off as well. Israel's now pissed because of the MOU, but that's a different story. So I'd love to get your thoughts and maybe a question with it as well. Is there anything you're critical about in this war?
Yeah. So let's say who won here. Let's actually who benefited from what the president did the last few months. You know who benefited from this? Whoever's running for president next. Let me explain to you why.
Sure.
In a span of 90 days, we found out where Meloni and Italy lies. Mm-hmm. We found out where Spain is. We found out where EU is. Mm-hmm. We found out where many of the countries in Gulf states are. We found out who's willing.
I don't know about that, because if you're saying, oh, they're not all on our side because they didn't want to join us in this war. I mean, bro, the entire world condemned us for this war. Even our own people, American citizens, are condemning for this government for initiating this war. So if that's your stance, saying, oh, they're not for us because of this, because they didn't want to rock with us during this conflict. Nah, that's not a good argument. Be honest with you. Like I said, I'd rather you guys stick to the point of saying they just don't pay their bills.
Who's not? We learn a lot about Pakistan and their leader. We learn about Russia and their reliance on Iran for the drones while they were not making it. We saw what Ukraine did, capitalizing off this, quietly and attacking. We saw what China did when we went to China and we sat there and China's asking the president, do you need help with Iran? So Rubio and J.D. Vance and whoever the Democratic candidate is next benefited from this the most because everybody's hands was revealed.
Yep. Ammo.
It's almost like you just all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah, we didn't give I'm gonna be real with you. We didn't give these guys a whole lot of ammo. We gave their Democratic Party a whole lot of ammo for midterms and the 2028 elections. So trust me, this war is gonna be brought up constantly.
Like, here you go. Guess what? No matter what we're doing with EU, And no matter how much support we give them, they will never give it back to us. We just learned the hard way.
Guys, you got any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements? Feel free to super chat it in. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Or you can go ahead and send a Venmo or PayPal. Appreciate the support, guys. And make sure you are double tapping that screen and liking the video and subscribe to the channel as well, guys. We do this every night. So if you're having a good time being in here, subscribe to the channel. All right, let's keep it going.
Only at their terms. Give us the money. Give Ukraine money. But if you need anything from us, don't fly over our country. Wait, what? Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, really? Yeah. All right. So that is a lot of leverage for me if I'm running in 2028. Are you kidding me? Because I'm not responsible for what this war was. I was simply one of the leaders and one of the teammates or somebody on the opposing side. So I think that the benefit of who got exposed was massive, as well as influencers, media companies, individuals, who has a backbone, who doesn't, who flipped, who used this crisis as an opportunity to engage and elevate themselves as a possible candidate. I learned so much about everybody. I learned so much about everybody. That in itself, you know what that's like, Mario? I know you. I think you're in Singapore. I don't know what part of the world you're in, but you're somewhere in there. In America, we run credit reports.
All right. We're going to go ahead and go past this one real quick. And let's start off on this one, guys. Take a quick little break, but I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. And if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to just super chat them in and I'll answer them as soon as I get back, guys. Appreciate the support.
It's not that I'm mad at Trump personally. It's that I just grieve for what his decisions in the Middle East have done to the country. And not just the war with Iran, but being a slave of Israel. What? You're an American, dude. This is humiliating to you. Not that I care, but to me, I do care. And my country, I care a lot. You can't be a slave to a foreign power. Stop. So that's why I'm upset. But I'm rooting for him every day, as I would root for anybody leading my country. And, we lost the war. That's why we're settling. We lost in the sense that we didn't achieve any of our goals, and Iran is now more powerful than it was when we started. But we could lose much worse than we did by continuing. And the outcome would not change, which a lot more people would die, and our power would be even further eroded.
Yeah, Tucker's not the only American furious that we're not getting reality about the war, including how many casualties we've had. So Anna, tell us about that.
Yes, in fact, some of the family members of our troops have been speaking to the press about what the reality is, and we're not getting the full story. Now, so far, the official story is that, 13 of our soldiers have tragically been killed. There could be more, but we don't know that for sure yet. The real question is, when it comes to the soldiers who have been wounded, how badly have they been wounded? Because if you were to take Pete Hegseth's word for it, well, turns out he's a big fat liar. In fact, here's what he had to say previously about American casualties.
Right there, green jacket. Mike Bress with the Washington Examiner. How many American casualties have there been, and where were the American service members when they were injured?
It's a bunch of return to duty. So we've had the large majority have gone in for some medical treatment and return to duty. We've had in Kuwait, Jordan, down across the southern flank a little bit, a variety of places, most from one-way attack strikes.
But I would clarify that. I think what we've tried to do here is clarify those numbers rather than saying KIA or WIA wounded. Be more clear about that because the overwhelming majority, almost 90%, thank God, are returned to duty. Minor injuries returned to duty, and so that number can look a certain way, and our job is to add some fidelity to it.
Well, a new investigative report by CBS News, of all places. I mean, usually they provide cover for the Trump administration and glaze the Trump administration, but in this case, their report shows that both Hegseth and General Kane totally downplayed how badly some of our servicemen and women have been injured. So just to give you a few excerpts from this report, Chief Warrant Officer Rodney Berman's body was riddled with shrapnel in the early hours of the war on March 1st, when an Iranian drone slammed into his workstation in Kuwait. Medical records show he also suffered a concussion, hearing and vision loss, and damage to his lungs. The Army has classified his condition as not seriously injured. Then you have Sergeant First Class Corey Hicks, 37 years old, also suffered severe shrapnel wounds from the blast and underwent multiple emergency surgeries in a Kuwaiti hospital. He said his wife was told by an Army official after the strike that his injuries were minor. Obviously not minor. Once stabilized, Hicks was airlifted to a hospital in Germany and later to Walter Reed National Military Medical Center, where he required inpatient care. Usually that's not something to expect when you just have minor injuries, inpatient care. And it wasn't for a day, it wasn't for 2 days. He received inpatient care for several weeks. And in fact, he remains at the hospital 4 months after the attack with a severe traumatic brain injury.
Ain't no goddamn way, bro. So they've been pretty much lying about the injuries. They've been pretty much trying to downplay them to pretty much, make it seem like, oh no, we're not really taking any real damage. Our soldiers are fine, infrastructure fine, bases untouched, when that's all been proven untrue. Like, yeah, our bases have damn near been rendered inoperable throughout the Middle East. Yeah, they hit all of our bases, rendered inoperable. Soldiers, hundreds injured. And as you see, yeah, they are downplaying a lot of their injuries. Like, bro was hit with shrapnel. Like, I'm sorry, but a lot of things were broken and he was bleeding in all types of places. You can't sit there and say that's a minor injury. A minor injury, I mean, shoot, maybe you catch a cut from the shrapnel, but I don't know about that. I doubt getting hit with shrapnel in multiple places is a minor injury. Like, shit, you ever been shot before, bro? Trust me, that ain't no minor injury. And getting hit with shrapnel, low-key way worse than getting shot, in my opinion.
He is expected to be there for another 6 months. So minor. It's so sick. This is so sick. So in several cases, injured service members said that they had been cleared for duty, but that duty involves active orders to recuperate from injuries in specialized soldier recovery units. So when you're telling the American people the soldiers are okay, their injuries were minor, they've already returned to duty, and it turns out what they're considering duty is recuperating from their severe injuries, it's very clear they're lying to you. So that's what's really going on here. As to why these injuries aren't being treated as combat casualties, the reason remains unclear. I mean, we can definitely speculate, right, Cenk?
Yeah, super clear. No, the reason is they want to minimize how badly the war is going. And so they want to pretend that it's going well. So number one, they're obviously lying. Like, if you can't tell, they're lying. God help you, right? So,
I mean, bro, there are reports coming out about this since the beginning of the war that they've been lying about the injured soldiers. It does seem that it seems to be about 13 to 16 dead. And I mean, God rest their souls and all that good stuff to make the ultimate sacrifice. And yeah, they got to be honest about them. But the fact that they're minimizing the injuries of our U.S. soldiers is wild. And like I said, they're just trying to hide the fact that this war was a bad idea. It's like, bro, soldiers dead, hundreds injured, and Iran still in power, missiles still in place to control the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, are you serious?
I mean, Anna just proved it too. There's absolutely no question. So is it just 13 casualties? I don't know. They lied about the planes that were shot down. They hid a whole bunch of planes that were shot down. So, and this is not that abnormal. Most militaries, including the US military, have a pattern of completely lying to the press and then releasing their real numbers. At least in our case, most militaries don't even release the real numbers. 2 weeks, couple of months after the conflict is over. And the press dutifully reports the official story the whole time that the war or the conflict is going on. And then they bury the story when the real numbers come out later. And
yeah, and this is the summary of it. So survivors and families of U.S. soldiers are accusing the Pentagon and the U.S. Army of deliberately downplaying and misclassifying war casualties from the conflict with Iran. Families state that the military is trying to minimize the severity of combat injuries, particularly following incidents like the drone strikes in Kuwait. Soldiers wounded in these attacks have spoken out, claiming that their severe blast and concussion injuries were classified as minor by the military. This has fueled frustration among service members who feel their medical records and the true toll of the conflict has been spun to appear less severe to the public. I mean, yeah, I know. Play down our casualties, play down our injuries, and then sit there and overhype I'll be real with you, overinflate our success. Like when they say, oh, we destroyed 70% of their missiles, 20%, they only got 22% of their missiles. Yeah, that's a lie. All right, but reports details by CBS News indicate that approximately 140 to 200 U.S. service members have been wounded since the outbreak of the war with Iran, with families asserting that the Trump administration and defense officials are attempting to hide the actual scale of the casualties. All right, and this is what they're reporting.
So that's how this game is played. Look, the media is not that bad on this issue because they do aggressively question them on this. But at the end of the day, when they go to write their stories, they all print the official government story of however many casualties they said. When I think there's an easy tweak to that, Anna. I think that they should say every time the US government or the Pentagon claims there's been 13 killed and X number injured, but they do not have a great track record of being honest about these issues, and a lot of their stories don't hold up to scrutiny. Like you're allowed to give your readers the actual context of what's happening. Yes, the Pentagon will yell at you. They're supposed to. You're supposed to be journalists challenging the powerful, not just regurgitating the talking points they gave you.
Let's discuss something that just isn't discussed enough in America today: anti-Semitism. Let's talk about that for a minute. So we have, that we know of, 13 American soldiers, our service members, gone. They are dead because of the fact that our president was persuaded by Israel to enter a war against a great power. That's what Iran is. It's a great power. Enter a war against Iran, population of 92 million people, on Israel's behalf. So when there is ire among Americans directed toward Israel, can you please understand why that ire even exists in the first place? Okay, because if you think it has to do with this deep-seated hatred for people with Jewish identity, you're a moron. And in fact, you're either a moron or you know what the truth is. You just don't want to lend any credibility to the very reality that Israel's behavior and the fact that they have costed the American people a lot, not just in terms of money, but in terms of blood. Okay, in terms of human lives. The Israelis said from the very beginning, we're not going to send a single IDF soldier there. And then they proceeded to say repeatedly that the Americans need to go in and retrieve the nuclear dust, knowing what the fate of those soldiers likely would be.
Well, not giving a damn.
When you consider the terrain, when you consider the military capabilities of Iran, when you consider their surveillance capabilities, which Colonel Douglas McGregor was talking to me about in detail on the show yesterday. So the ire toward Israel right now from the American people has nothing to do with hatred of the Jews or toward the Jews. It has everything to do with a country that feels entitled to using our people, our Americans, our soldiers as cannon fodder. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And then you put economic strain on the global economy as a result of that choke point, the Strait of Hormuz being shut down. Yeah, people know that this war is for Israel. They're not stupid. Everyone knows what the truth is. Sorry, go ahead, Jake.
No, not at all. So look, as usual, if you take out Israel, put in any other country, look at how absurd it sounds. If Nicaragua had pushed us into wars against almost all their neighbors.
Hey, and shout out Sydney for sending me a flow state for 200 joules. Appreciated support, Sydney. Hey man, Sydney can either be a boy or a girl name, but I'm gonna assume that you're a girl. So appreciate the support, sis. And all right, guys, let's get ahead and get right back into it. You know what, actually, I think it's a perfect time to switch up here. Let's cover what News Nation talking about. JD softens his message to Israel after strong warning. This one girl, what was her name? I know her last name is Batia. This girl right here. The star David Pendant is always a giveaway of what their opinions will be. But let's go ahead and get right into it.
Program. I'm Batya Ungar-Sargon in for Leland tonight. Bill O'Reilly is moments away on why he says the success of President Trump's Iran deal may come down to who is America's next president. But first, our Why It Matters segment. The war in Iran is over. Our great military destroyed their navy.
I know, bro. And bro, Jet, trust me, I don't all the way agree with Cenk either or Anna. But god damn it, man, they've been cooking lately. They just been cooking. I gotta give it to them. And honestly, they're like one of the few left-wing media channels that actually criticize their own side. So I gotta give it to them on.
Decimated Iran's economy. We obliterated Iran's ballistic missiles.
No, we didn't.
And yet...
No, we did not obliterate their ballistic missiles, or trust me, wouldn't be trying to make it part of the memorandum of understanding. And also, our CIA wouldn't be snitching on us, telling us that, oh yeah, they still remain 70% of their pre-war missiles. So no. And guys, they just fired like 20 at the, what was it, like a couple weeks ago? They fired 20 at the UAE and was able to overwhelm their systems, not even with missiles, but with drones. So trust me, their missiles have not been depleted. They were still able to fire off missiles into Israel and able to overwhelm their missile defense system. Like with 20 rockets. If they were down to 20%, don't you think they'd be playing a little bit more conservatively and they wouldn't just be firing off at anybody? Like, come on now.
We lost. This is painful to admit, especially on the eve of our 250th birthday. Yet what Iran got out of this conflict was beyond their wildest dreams. Because Iran now knows no one will stop them from controlling the Strait of Hormuz. No one can.
Yeah, they know now. They didn't know that before. Now they know that the strongest military in the world couldn't remove them off the strait, aka who the F can? No, really think about that. At this point, the entire world is looking at us like U.S. If you can't remove the Iran off the strait, no one can. You understand that? If the strongest military in the world can't remove Iran off the strait, the F we look like trying to do so. I'm pretty sure that's how the NATO countries were looking at us. Like, dog, if you can't do it, what makes you think we can? And you're top dog in this bitch, and you can't do it? Yeah, no thanks. No thanks. If they're giving you a hard time, oh yeah, I'm good. That's how the NATO countries were looking at it.
Means Iran will start charging tolls as soon as the interim ceasefire agreement is up, and that's in just 58 days. Now, again, it gives me no pleasure to say this. I supported this war. I believe the Trump administration when they told us that Iran could be defeated without boots on the ground, which I, like most Americans, do not support. I believe the Secretary of Treasury when he said over and over again that Iran was on its last legs, that its oil storage facilities were filling up, and that they were weak.
And the crazy thing is, I've been saying since the beginning of the war that I've been bullshit. I'm like, well, how are y'all believing this? Like, oh, the blockade, their oil pipes are going to burst any day. They said 48 hours to a week. 2 weeks later, Iran is still going. Blockade is still on, and their economy is not collapsed. It's like, dog. And it was hilarious because everything they said just ended up being not true at a certain point to where people start believing Iranian media more than American. That's how bad it got. It got to a point where we were listening to both sides and the Iranians ended up being right most of the time. That's how bad it was getting. The Trump administration was trying to cover up this L so bad that I'm gonna be real with you guys. The Iranians has just been making them look stupid ever since. And that's just the sad reality of this war. Bro, Trump said, oh, we control the strait. Then Iran goes down and attacks the ship. And now all these ships are scared. We're letting everybody know that whatever Trump was telling you was BS. They control the strait. And this is the new reality. Unless we can go back to military force, which I highly advise against because we will destroy the entire global economy if we do so. But I mean, if we do that, then we better get them off the strait, hopefully without destroying the global economy. But I'm just telling you guys right now, what we're doing is our best option. And I don't like our best option, but hey, this is where Trump put us at.
away from financial ruin. I believed them when they said that they had prepared for the Strait of Hormuz to be closed. Now that doesn't seem to have been true, and we're beating a hasty retreat from a war that we won militarily. And that's the truth that is so difficult to stomach. No matter how much of their military infrastructure President Trump wiped out, Iran and the rest of our adversaries now know that they can foil the mighty United States of America with a few mines. The administration and their allies don't like when you say this. There is a big campaign out there to bully people who point it out. But as a journalist, it is my job to tell you what I think is true. And as an American, it is my God-given right. So where do we go from here? Well, we will need to prepare for another closing of the Strait of Hormuz. It's unlikely that this MOU will hold. The vice president seems to think it's a huge coup to have gotten the same empty promises out of the Iranians that Obama did. It's not.
I don't know about that. I mean, like I said, the IAEA confirmed that they were abiding by the JCPOA, so we can't say it was empty promises. And the only reason why the deal didn't go all the way through is because we pulled out of it. 3 years in, I believe it was supposed to be like 10 to 15 years, guys. And we pulled out of it 3 years in. We put back the sanctions on them. So we broke the deal. And I do kind of find it hella confusing how people can even see that as an argument. It's like, oh, how can we trust them? I'm like, dog, how can we trust ourselves? We're the ones that pulled out the deal and put the sanctions back on. You're acting like Iran's the one that broke the deal. Like, I wish that was the story. Then we could sit here and be like, oh, well, what about Iran? How can we trust them? Well, nigga, how can we trust ourselves?
But the real message to me about the Iran war and my own soul searching in its wake is that nothing can be achieved with this level of divisiveness. The administration's and my biggest mistake was underestimating the importance of the will of the American people. There was no real effort to convince the public that this war was worth it, which is why the president ultimately had to cave and sign this MOU.
Yep.
I, like the administration, felt that no matter—
Bro, Trump's numbers is down in the 30s. His approval rating is in the 30s. The gas prices are up. Bro, if we kept this war going, it got worse. And our strategic reserves are 4 weeks out from being at critical level, aka we can't keep tapping them. So I'm sorry, but this is the best thing we can get. And continuing the conflict would have just made things worse. I'm sorry. I know you neocons don't want to hear it. I know the pro-Israeli guys really don't want to hear it, but we're done. We're tapped. We're out. If you could continue it on your own, go ahead, but leave us out of this. We did enough.
No matter what happens, half of the country won't support this president, even when he's doing obviously positive things like trying to keep Iran from achieving a nuclear weapon. So it's useless to try to get that support. And that, I now believe, is the real unforgivable error, on my part at least, giving up on my fellow Americans and giving into that despair. Here to tell me why I'm wrong about everything is the great Bill O'Reilly, anchor of No Spin News, author of Confronting Evil, and host of—
Look, bro, Bill O'Reilly got cooked by Chris Cuomo on this. What was it? I mean, he didn't even know that Trump said that the strategic oil reserves were 4 weeks away from running low, or for pretty much like at rock bottom. So yeah, hopefully he came more informed, because Bill O'Reilly got cooked the last time.
The We'll Do It Live podcast. Bill, I've never wanted to be more wrong about something in my entire life, and I'm really hoping you will help me here.
Shoot, me too, sweetheart. Me too.
Well, I don't know if I can help you, Batya, but I can give you perspective.
Mm-hmm.
So I wrote a column on yesterday, and I'm having trouble with this dopey machine. So if you hear somebody go, O'Reilly's an idiot, it's coming out of this machine. Can't turn it off. I can't do anything. I'm Luddite. So I wrote a column, and it said, look, things change in war.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what everybody is missing here. So when you start a war, as we did, and it was a noble gesture to try to protect us and the world from a nuclear weapon that a terrorist state almost surely had. Okay. Now, some people don't believe that. All right. Our pal Chris Cuomo doesn't believe they had it. but the evidence is so overwhelming that they were close that a guy like
Evidence of what? Them being close to a bomb? Where, dude? Where was the evidence that they were close to a bomb? Because everything that these pro-Israel guys have said, I've debunked it. Even when guys said, oh, what you mean? They have 98% plutonium. A molecule of 90% plutonium doesn't mean that they got 98% enriched uranium. So, like, what the hell are you talking about? And then a lot of people don't even know that during the enrichment process, certain particles fluctuate. And the IAEA even addressed that. They said that, look, it was just a molecule. It's not like they actually enrich to the full 90% enrichment. So that's the thing. Everything you guys said, even the stuff that kind of makes it look like Iran actually is going towards a nuke has been debunked. Even when they say, oh, well, what about the Iranian parliament speaker who was on Iranian state media and said that they're going towards a nuke? Well, here's the thing. That was in what, 2021? Also, that was a former Iranian parliament speaker, aka he had no pull in the government at that time when he made those statements. And of course, the Iranian government quickly came out and rejected all of his claims, pretty much saying that no, we still maintain that this is a peaceful nuclear program, even though this former parliament speaker is saying that, oh, actually, I thought our whole reasoning for having our nuclear enrichment was to go towards a nuke. So you see what I mean right there? Is like nothing is as concrete as they say it is.
Trump is basically say, look, we're not going to take the chance. We want this regime changed anyway.
AKA,
So we're going to
there's no definitive proof that Iran was going towards a nuke. None at all.
start a war, and they did. Once you start a war, and I said this at the very beginning, unintended consequences roll in, things that you never anticipated. One major error by the Pentagon was they did not war game the Strait of Hormuz. I can't explain it. Nobody knows why they didn't, but certainly that should have been taken into account when you say, well, if we don't get regime change, if the mullahs tough it out, they're going to try to strangle the world economy by screwing up the Strait of Hormuz. What do we do? And anything we do, didn't have it. That's a strategical error. And we make them all the time. We made them in Vietnam. We made them in World War II.
All right, but like, no, he was told about it. It's just that he was convinced that he could finish it in 4 to 2 weeks. AKA, Trump thought that he could hit them so effing hard that they won't even have time to close the strait, that we topple them within, like I said, 4 days to 2 weeks. They won't even be able to close the strait in that time, is what BB and the head of Mossad told him. But what was the reality? They closed that day, bro, they closed that shit the same day. Closed it the same day, attacked all of our bases, made them inoperable the same day. So do you see how misled we were about Iran? That's the problem. We underestimated and made it Iran in every way, shape, and form, and we're paying for it.
Them in Korea, anybody in that war.
Oh, and shout out AJ for sending a star, Sparkle 100, and press F. Appreciate the support. Let me go ahead and give you the shout out for that one, man. That's a whole lot of jewels you just dropped. So appreciate that. All righty, let's go ahead and get right back into it.
I was going to make them. And again, I'll go back to our friend Chris, who was commentating on the school that the girls were killed in, all right, in the beginning of this conflict. Well, every single modern war has casualties like that. A guy in the Pentagon did not wake up that morning and said, I'm going to kill schoolgirls in Iran. That didn't happen. What happened was there was a mass bombing to destabilize the infrastructure of that country. And it's going to happen again because President Trump has two options now. He's trying to save his legacy, excuse me, and he's trying to right the economy so that the Democrats don't win in November.
I mean, here's the thing, though. If he wanted to assure that the Democrats was going to win the House, then yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. If he wanted to actually keep that reality away, he wouldn't have went into war with Iran. I'm sorry, but we all should have known that this was going to politically backfire, and doing something that he promised never to do is absolutely insane. And the fact that people was standing by pretty much going like, you know what? I know I voted for Trump for being anti-war, but now I'm pro-war because Trump is now pro-war. It's like, dog, y'all basically proved the Democrats right. Like, bro, I guess MAGA is a call because all of a sudden you guys are cheerleading, which is obviously terrible for our country. You're watching inflation go up. You're watching gas prices go up, telling us to trust the effing process. It's like, are you serious? And then you're telling us that, oh, we were never MAGA. Oh, you guys are a bunch of rhinos. For what? Sticking to our principles? Excuse me. I'm sorry I didn't just follow Trump because, oh, what? I don't even understand the reason why y'all would blindly follow Trump. It's like, look, I get why we voted for him. We were sick of the Democrats. We understood the direction they were going. We're going to destroy the country. But, bro, that doesn't mean that we just sit there and let Trump fuck up the country too.
That's his accomplishment now. He's got two options. One is that inspectors go in to look and see what the nuke situation is. And that's what Vance was saying today. And the president backed it up on social media and saying, look, this isn't negotiable. We're going to either do that or we're going to launch more military action. That's it. There's nothing else. Okay, so the Mueller's let the inspectors in, or we're going to have to bomb them again. If we bomb them, more school girls are going to be killed.
I mean,
okay, this is what war is. I don't justify it. It's horrible. But if you think in this age where you're using the most powerful weapons on earth, that civilians aren't going to be affected, you're crazy. They are. And so,
yeah, but the reason why we don't want civilians to be affected, because all that does is make their army double down. All that does is make the people actually put them on the side of the IRGC. I mean, like, bro, if you're saying that if you're just going to put to the side the killing of innocent civilians, then I mean, you don't understand that you're only going to make the IRGC more popular. How can we sit there and be their saviors when you're over here talking about, well, if we got to kill a couple civilians, it's all good. Like, weren't y'all just talking about how we need to free the Iranian people? I thought you were talking about freedom from the IRGC, not their life. Not their, not their humanly bodies, okay? I didn't think you was talking about that. Thought you were talking about freeing them from oppression, not their life. But apparently, I mean, that's what we meant all along.
The mullahs have been presented with that. This is it. This is your take. Either let the weapons inspectors in, and why you wouldn't do that is beyond me. Okay? Even if you have nukes, nobody's going to do anything to you. It's going to take them away. Okay? But you still want your people to go through this? It's unfathomable. So that's where we are right now. It's not a matter of right or wrong, or I misassessed in the beginning. It's a matter of war is fluid.
But Bill,
okay?
let me just push back on this for a second, okay? On this question of the inspectors, there were inspectors there as recently as Operation Midnight Hammer, right? These inspectors do absolutely nothing, as far as I can tell, because they were able to keep enriching uranium. But I think more.
Okay, look, here's the thing, though. Trump also changes his stance on Iran. Remember, when he walked into this, when he was all confident that he could take out Iran, he was like, all right, Iran shall not enrich. They need to give up their full enrichment. No 3%, no nothing. You just leave it up to another country. Iran pretty much said, hell nah. And since now that the war's been carried out and we haven't been able to take Iran off the straight, nor destroy the IRGC, nor destroy their military, now Trump changes his stance from, well, Iran can't enrich to Iran can't have a nuke. And those are two different stances, by the way, because them saying they can't have a nuke, I mean, well, they're never going towards one. And just because they're enriching doesn't mean they're going towards a nuke, or they have a nuke for that matter. So you can see how this is a change of stance. When you say no enrichment, I mean, you're pretty much saying that they don't even have a right to enrich. F them being a signature of the non-proliferation treaty, don't even matter no more. We're pretty much saying F their sovereignty. And they fought for it and they won. So I guess they can enrich.
Importantly, the thing that I think is so horrifying to me about this MOU and what I think just happened is that Iran has moved the theater of war from the question of ballistics and nukes to the economic front. It has realized that the Strait of Hormuz is even more powerful, dare I say it, than a nuclear weapon, because there's no mutually assured destruction. It has shown the world it can withstand that pressure because it doesn't care about its schoolgirls and it doesn't care about its citizens and it doesn't care about economic collapse. But we do. We can't even sustain $1 more a gallon for gas. And so it has.
Yeah, it's got a wreck. It's like, so damn. All right. So all of this, so you're pretty much saying we should just accept more expensive gas for war with Iran. We should be grateful about it, even though we weren't getting any results. And we still don't have any results. $1 more in gas. You know, some people were barely hanging on. Like, so bro, believe it or not, people were barely able to afford gas even when it was $2.98. That's bad. We were going through an affordability crisis that was getting real, and it got even realer because of this war. Inflation went from 2.4% to what? 4.2%, guys. Did we forget that part? Like, so when rich people want to sit in front of us who got $1 million news deals, news network deals, tell us, oh, well, it was only $1 more expensive. It's like, lady, do you understand that's the most like arrogant, elitist argument you can make right now? It's like, it's only $1. It's only $2 up. What's the big deal? It's like, not everybody's bowling like you, sweetheart. That's the problem. Actually, majority of Americans ain't bowling like you. That's the real problem. That's why you saying that is kind of an asshole thing to say.
Move the whole theater of war to the place where it has complete supremacy. And I just don't see, what do we have left to negotiate with, because they don't care about being bombed. They don't care about having the strait closed. And I don't see what we can offer them that is better than what they realize they already have, which is the ability to charge tolls on the Strait of Hormuz, and nobody will fight them on that front.
I don't know about that toll business. But you're right, they don't care about their own people. But Trump will obliterate their infrastructure. That's what's going to happen. And that'll be almost impossible.
Now, guys, I know y'all thinking like, yeah, Seth, what if they obliterate their infrastructure? Then what? Well, I'm going to tell you what they're going to do. Iran's going to start firing hypersonic missiles and cruise missiles to water desalination centers throughout the Middle East, energy infrastructure throughout the Middle East. So, yes, the energy grids, oil refineries will all be destroyed. Iran will just start launching mass missiles at them, and the entire Middle East will be pretty much decimated. There will be mass energy crisis, mass famine. There'll probably be wars fought between farmland and water. It's going to get bad out. That's what's going to happen if you continue this. Just in case you guys don't know, because for some reason they're playing stupid.
For the mullahs to recover from that. It'll be done from the air. It'll be blown up, and it'll be a savage response. As far as the weapons inspectors, the last time they were even close, Bacha, to examining uranium was 2019. Okay? Trump was in office, and he didn't like the Obama deal anyway for that very reason. There was no verification. In 2019, when the Austrian inspectors got in, they saw that Iran had violated the Obama deal. And it was public. They published it, okay? That they, mullahs, violated the deal with the United States. That drove Trump nuts. And that's why this whole thing happened, because Netanyahu of Israel said, look, we got a chance to get their leadership all in one swoop. And maybe,
yeah, we got them all in one swoop, and we got a new Ayatollah within a couple of days, bro. That's the problem. Killed them all in one swoop, and they were all placed with hardline IRGC commanders. Please tell me how we got a more moderate regime. Like, explain that to me. Please tell me how IRGC commanders are more moderate. I would just love to hear that explanation.
they'll get overthrown and people will rise up. People didn't rise up because they were killing them at a rate that was horrifying. The mullahs are killing their own people. And so that didn't happen. So then you got to switch to plan B. And then plan B was, okay, what Iran has figured out is they can probably cause a worldwide depression by all this stuff in Hormuz. And
so they can cause a worldwide depression just by blowing up the energy infrastructure in the Middle East. I mean, bro, F the oil not being able to get through. The oil can't even get made. Like, bro. I mean, that's a bigger problem. If they were just start destroying oil infrastructure, I mean, bro, like I said, I mean, the oil not being able to get out is one thing, but the oil not even able to be made is is an oh shit type of situation right there.
I don't know the extent of the Trump administration's knowledge of that potential before they took the initial action. I don't know.
What would the correct way to prepare for that have been? I keep asking people this. What would the right way have been to prepare for the closure of the Strait of Hormuz? Because we're going to have to deal with this again in 60 days or in 6 months or whatever. They're never going to make a deal with us. What is the right thing to do in future?
Well, I think they'll make a deal with us, but they probably won't uphold the deal.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a lot of money attached to it, and the Iranians need money to rebuild their country, which Trump can take out in 48 hours.
No. Like I said, it's like, bro, it's like the idea of Iran being able to retaliate is completely outside their thinking. It's like they're such closed-minded thinkers. It's like, so you just think that Iran is just going to sit by and let us decimate their infrastructure? You think we'll be able to hit all their launch sites in time to stop them from firing off and destroying water salination centers and energy plants and oil refineries? You think we're going to be able to stop that? We're not. Like, we're not. Bro, we weren't even able to stop them when they fired into our allies. Like, and they were just using drones then. When they get desperate and start using faster projectiles, what do you think is going to happen? Like, bro, these guys are living in a delusion where they think they can just hit Iran and nothing will happen. Like, I wish that was a reality, but they showed us that it's not.
And Trump knows that. In hindsight, I would have sent Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, to all the EU countries, to China and to India, and in a high-level meeting say this is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And we need your support.
Mm-hmm.
And then you couldn't pinpoint to the American people, hey, we're going to bomb the mullahs tomorrow, because then the mullahs wouldn't be there.
Mm-hmm.
That was a secret mission. That was a mission nobody knew about. You can't publicize it. But in the run-up to it, you could have sent Rubio over there and say, something big's going to happen. When it happens, we hope you're on our team. We're going to need you. And, you know, you give them a little information, but not a lot. But people don't understand war much. And if it's going to go wrong, it's like Murphy, okay, the Irishman. If it's going to go wrong, it's going to go wrong, okay? And that's what happened in Iran. They didn't war game the Hormuz. They could have. And now we got to deal with that. But I'm more confident tonight than I have been.
No, I mean, the problem is they didn't ignore it. They just felt like they could, you know, knock out Iran before they could even close the strait. That's just the simple fact of it. It's not that they didn't war game it. It's just they didn't bother to war game it because they thought Iran was going to fall in that time. Like, I mean, bro, if you think you're going to knock out a country in 4 days to 2 weeks, you're not really thinking about them closing the strait.
Because the window is so tight on these mullahs now. They either are going to let the inspectors in.
Are you dumb? You think we took out fast, bro? They still have hypersonic missiles. They still got their cruise missiles. They still have 70% of their pre-war missile stockpile. And bro, this is not coming from me. This is coming from our intelligence, like the Defense Intelligence Agency, the CIA. Yes, all those guys are supposed to go out there and collect that intelligence. Yeah, they came back and they said, actually, Iran has got way more missiles than we thought. So actually, no, bro. They're still able to go out. They're still able to fire off their missiles. And trust me, I mean, didn't they just prove that? They fired off and hit a ship for going in the wrong lane, bro. Like, that should tell you everything you need to know. And if we actually sat there and stopped Iran's missile capability, don't you think we'd be finishing them off right now? The only reason why we're fearful of continuing the war is because of Iran's missile capability. Like, that's one of the reasons why. Because if we continue it, that means they'll just start firing off into the Gulf regions that, guess what? They've already proven that they can overwhelm their missile defense systems and get right past it. They did it in Qatar. They did it in UAE. They did it in Kuwait. I mean, they did it in Saudi Arabia. Shoot, bro, they bypassed like 4 different missile defense systems. And then they did it again like a week ago, 2 ago, into the UAE. So sitting there and saying that Iran don't got no missiles, dude, you're ignorant. And let's be real, let's not forget the hypersonic missiles that they got.
Or they're going to get blown to hell. Trump would use another profanity, but he'll do it.
I hope you're right, because he's promised to do it many times and
do it.
hasn't followed through.
I know that they bombed our military bases. Like, did you know that? Yeah, Iran has pretty much destroyed, Iran's destroyed our military bases in that region. Like, you know what? I guess I can go ahead and educate you a little bit. Like, or you can Google it yourself, but Iran destroys U.S. military bases. It's like, that's what they bombed. That's what they destroyed. That was your question, right? So what have they bombed? Yes, our bases. They've hit, and they've also pretty much bombed U.S. military men as well. That's why we got people with shrapnel in them. But let's get to it. Now, let's go to here. Iranian forces and proxy groups have not entirely destroyed any major U.S. military bases. However, since late February, Iranian missiles and drone strikes have extensively damaged or destroyed over 200 structures and pieces of equipment across more than 16 U.S. and allied military sites in the Middle East. It's the Washington Post. The targeted campaign, a response to the U.S.-Israeli operation, has caused severe structural and equipment loss across several countries. Yeah, key targets. Let's see here. Let's see, the strikes hits hangars, barracks, warehouses, fuel deposits, and vital radar and air defense systems, including THAAD components. Damaged facilities, major installations spanning Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and in Kuwait and Ali Al Saman Air Base have sustained significant damage. Significant physical damage. So yeah, that's what they blew up. I mean, a whole lot of radars, about 200 like sites, like 200 of our infrastructure. So how did you not notice? So you're telling me you've been out here this whole time looking at this conflict and didn't even know they destroyed our bases? Like, yes, and like honestly, a lot of these bases are rendered inoperable, so you can pretty much say destroyed. There were soldiers there, now there's not. We had radars there, we had air defense systems there, now it's not.
God bless you and protect you.
And one more thing,
Yes.
one more thing. The reason that he promised so many times because he doesn't want.
I know. I agree with that. And I think that that's noble. I also don't want him to do it or have to do it. Bill O'Reilly, thank you so much for joining us. God bless you. JD Vance has returned from Switzerland and declared victory. They are almost there. Just a few more negotiations and they will have the makings of Obama's Iran deal. That's next. The vice president has returned from his negotiations with Iran, declaring success.
All right, though, let's go ahead and get into it with this new Tucker Carlson interview. It was on Sky News. I think they came out with like the cut version one, and everybody was calling him out for it. It was hilarious. But let's go ahead and get into it, guys.
I'm in the United States, where I've been interviewing Tucker
Guys, if you have any
Carlson.
questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage you with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. Or you can go ahead and send a Venmo as well. But all right, let's go ahead and get right into it, guys. Let's go.
He's one of the most influential and controversial political voices in America, with tens of millions of followers across social media. His YouTube show is a platform for his opinions on what's happening in the United States and beyond. And when he speaks, Republicans listen. He's also had President Trump's ear for over a decade and was once a major supporter. In 2024, it was Tucker Carlson who introduced Trump to a rapturous audience at the Republican National Convention. But more recently, the relationship has turned sour, mostly over Trump's war on Iran and what he sees as America's unconditional support for Israel. He's been praised by many for his anti-war views on America's misadventures in the Middle East, but also criticized by supporters of Israel, some of whom say his commentary veers into anti-Semitism, something Carlson flatly rejects. I sat down with him for over an hour shortly after the United States and Iran signed the Memorandum of Understanding.
Well, I'm amazed by the new treaty at Versailles that was signed yesterday. I'm just amazed by it. In fact, when I first saw it, I thought it was fake. There's so much lying going on, as there is in any war, but particularly this one, that I just didn't believe it could be true. For a bunch of different reasons. Obviously it's an admission of failure, of defeat of the United States by Iran, which is the world's 34th largest economy. So it's just a remarkable admission, but it signifies a movement of power from one sphere to another, but it also signifies a profound and I think permanent change in the relationship between the United States and Israel, which is something that I was never that interested in, but the last couple of years, and particularly since this war began in February, has been the focus of my attention because it's been the defining fact of America. And I think with this, that changes in ways that are, very hard to predict, but the outlines are pretty obvious. Like there's no going back to where we were after this for a bunch of different reasons. And after the president made a series of statements, which were just shocking to me, hilarious because they're true, but amazing. I mean, the president of the United States stood up, I think in Europe at the G7 2 days ago and said, what, I like Bibi, nice guy, good partner, the caveats, but what he's doing in Lebanon is just brutal. It's just brutal. Blowing up apartment buildings because of drones. I mean, come on. I think we're going to hand control of the fight against Hezbollah to Jelani in Syria.
Yeah, when Trump was saying that, I was like, yo, pretty much saying that bin Laden head choppers is going to carry out the taking out of Hezbollah more humanely than Israel says a lot. When you trust people who be lobbing off people's heads more than the state of Israel, I mean, that should tell you a lot right there.
Jelani? Without getting boring, as I know Jelani was effectively installed a year and a half ago by the United States, Turkey, and Israel. They've never admitted that, though Trump just kind of did admit it, because Assad was unacceptable to Israel. Now he's living in Moscow in exile. Jelani is a former Al-Qaeda leader.
Yep.
I've run into him a couple times in the Middle East. He's like 6'8". And even the Gulf states, who are not, huge on human rights, even they're like, oh, I don't know, this guy's pretty brutal. Are we his ally now? I'm not here to endorse Jelani. I think it's shocking that we allowed an Al-Qaeda leader to run Syria. We have troops in Syria, so we have a stake in this. So I don't know if this head chopper is less brutal than Netanyahu. I don't know, but I know Netanyahu, and not even Netanyahu, but his coalition. I think Netanyahu is actually one of the more moderate figures in his coalition. I don't think it's all Netanyahu at all. But I think someone like Ben-Gvir or Smotrich or a number of different cabinet ministers are, well, of course, bloodthirsty, but don't consider non-Israeli lives fully human. I mean, it's obvious by what they say. They've said that, and their laws now reflect it within the state. I grieve over that as someone who's liked Israel for a long time and been there a lot and has a number of Israeli friends who are totally reasonable, decent, good people. I grieve over what's happened to that country, but it's a stain on the conscience of the world. And so when Trump says that, he's absolutely right. You're bombing Beirut. You just stole southern Lebanon, south of the Litani River.
Yep.
You use the pretext of a war that you got us into to launch a new war with our money and our weapons designed to expand your territory.
Yep.
It gets so crazy. And no one and the rest of the world sees this. And even in the UK, where people have gone to jail for criticizing Israel, it's still much more normal for people to say this. Normal people, not anti-Semites or Nazis or crazies, but just like normal people. Like, what is this? In the US, that is not normal. I have not lived in a world where people felt free to say that or even really thought about it very much. We're so far away is part of the problem. And the criticism of Israel traditionally came from like crazies, either anti-Semites or far left, anti-colonial type people, just not people in my world, I never met anyone like that, actually. Never had dinner with anyone like that. So mainstream criticism of Israeli policies, not of Jews or of Israel's right to exist or whatever, but just of like what they're doing and what we're paying for, that didn't exist in the United States. And now all of a sudden it does. And so I think the status quo is not sustainable. That's a massive change in American politics. And there are a lot of other changes, but they're all happening in real time. So like, I'm not smart enough to know exactly where they're going to wind up, but I know that this is a pivot in our history.
And I want to talk to you about.
I mean, yeah, usually throughout history, we kind of just let Israel do what they want, no matter how gruesome it is. Now that we actually need Israel to stop their bullshit to save our economy, is kind of a little bit more drastic. And we're starting to realize that, yo, you're not really an ally. Like, you're literally telling us to our face that F your economy, we're going to crash out on Hezbollah, even if it means you don't get this deal and your people see higher gas prices and your economy fails. It's like, how is that our greatest ally if they're literally telling us right to our face, we don't give a shit how this war affects you and your people? But we give a shit about anything that affects Israel.
Gaza, Lebanon, go into more detail on these issues. But you've said a couple of things there that I want to sort of talk about a little bit more. You said that the idea that Donald Trump 4 months ago went into a war partnering with Benjamin Netanyahu, and he's now criticizing him in the way that he is. Why do you think, and how do you think this evolution happened over the course of the last 4 months?
I mean, it's something that I've really meditated on for the past 110 days since it started, because I was so close to the process. I mean, I was talking to Trump all the time. I was in Washington 3 times in the last month talking to Trump about this, trying to argue against a regime change effort in Iran, because I thought it'd be terrible for the United States. I thought it'd be the end of American empire. I thought the United States would wind up retreating from the Middle East. And those may be good things, by the way. I don't, who knows? But I thought that it would be terrible for the US dollar, and I thought Americans would die. And I told him all of those things. And he knew that those were risks, realistic risks, and he did it anyway. So I don't know why. There were no advisors, maybe Rubio secretly, but there were certainly no advisors loudly encouraging this around him. I don't think. Dan Cain, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, I don't think so. So, why did he do this? And I have a number of theories. I don't know if they're true, so I won't bore you with them. But he was certainly following the lead of Israel, as he said. I think Trump was he allowed himself to convince himself that killing the Ayatollah, the head of Shia Islam, would somehow collapse the country. RIC, or various intel agencies, told him that wasn't true. The Israelis told him it was true. When a couple of days in, it turned out to be totally false. I think he was enraged. He knew he was trapped. He knew that the American economy was at stake. The global economy was at stake. And I think he immediately blamed Netanyahu for it. Our Secretary of State went out and publicly said, we followed Israel into this war. Kind of a shocking thing to say. I think the Secretary of State said that at the urging of the president, who immediately, as he does, blamed someone else for his mistake. I do think Israel shares a lot of the blame for this. Of course they do. But fundamentally, it was Trump's decision. He's the president. And whether he works for others, and he clearly does, it's still his decision.
Yeah, people do try to kind of take agency away from the president, saying, well, Israel dragged him into this. And it's like, yeah, but he chose to get dragged into this. He believed the lies that Bibi and Mossad told him, and now he got himself into the situation where he makes himself look weak. He made the American army look weak. And now we got to sit here and deal with a memorandum of understanding that isn't, well, in our favor whatsoever. We're robbing all the benefits. So I don't really know what to honestly say I don't really honestly know what to tell people when they want to sit there and be like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. We won this war. And I'm like, bro, read that memorandum of understanding and tell me in good faith, do you think we won that after reading that? You think we really won the war after reading the memorandum of understanding? Really think about what you're saying.
And it's still his fault. And so his instinct always is to shift the blame. And he shifted it to Israel. And I think that's been brewing within him. And ultimately, I mean, he said this himself yesterday. He said, we're running out of oil. Our strategic petroleum reserve is at its lowest level since 1983. So, and you can't draw it down too much because the caverns will collapse. So we're actually in a really...
It's funny. Trump said a lot of funny things during that little press conference he had, I think, after the G7. No, during the G7. We said a hell of funny things. He said that, Iran has a right to defend themselves. He said that, we're 4 weeks away from our strategic reserves hitting low. And he called all the neocons stupid. And that's what he called them stupid. He's like, I don't think these guys are smart. He's like, I tell them that our strategic oil reserves are at a low. We're like 4 weeks away from scraping the barrel. And they're going like, you must keep going. You must go into war with Iran. You must keep bombing them. And he's like, whoa. Did you not hear what I just said? I said, we're 4 weeks away from scraping the bottom of the barrel, bro. If we keep doing this, Americans will see like $10 a gallon price. But we must take out Iran. The American people will understand. And it's like, bro, It's almost like they wasn't really trying to give Trump a way out, that Trump would just have to say, like, okay, yeah, you guys are dumb. You're dumb. I'm telling you, low-key, we can't afford to do this. You're telling me how we just need to keep on going. And Trump did show his frustration during that G7 conference.
The president himself said yesterday, we've got 4 weeks left, at which point you may not be able to buy gasoline. So, and I don't know, I think that's an overstatement, but it's, he's seen the models that show that we're going to endure severe and lasting economic damage, and so will the rest of the world, so will Asia, particularly Southeast Asia. It's going to cause a lot of problems if it continues.
To be real with you, the way gas prices rising, car prices are rising, insurance is rising. Bro, it's about to become a luxury to drive. It's literally going to become a luxury. Like what gas price, insurance, and the price of a car? Yeah, it's literally going to become a luxury to drive. Hopefully we don't.
That's been obvious since day one. But I think it's an unavoidable fact now for him, and he had to get it. And we're also running out of weapons, so.
Do you think then ultimately the last 4 months has made the United States weaker?
Much weaker, of course, much weaker. Now, my view, and this is a view that I have come to in the last couple of years, just from traveling a lot, and it's an evolving view, so who knows how I'll feel when the facts come in a year from now. But I think we had an unsustainable empire that was not serving the interests of the republic, the country itself. And it cost too much. I think it degraded our politics. I think it sucked up the attention of our leaders, much more interested in defeating Islamic Jihad than in ending homelessness. Like that's a misalignment of goal.
Boy, that was about to increase homelessness. They were willing to increase homelessness for take out the jihadis who weren't really messing with us until we bombed them. And they didn't close the strait or try to take control of the strait until we bombed them. But apparently sending the people into economic turmoil doesn't mean anything to them, as long as they can bomb Iran. And they, like I said, bro, it was a mask off moment. I loved it. The entire pro-Israel influencer movement mask off. Showed us who they truly cared about. Showed us that they're willing to send the American people into economic turmoil, send troops to their death, all just to take out Iran, who really, that would mainly benefit Israel and not us, especially if the end result meant us, continuing the war. It would only hurt us and pretty much empower Israel. And they knew that, and that's why they were okay with it. And I'm pretty sure all those same pro-Israel guys, if this war would have continued, I guarantee you, while the economy's collapsing, they ass is hopping on the jet to Israel, looking at your ass like, ha ha, goyim, you fell for it.
Goals and values like that can't continue. The population deeply resents it, and a lot of people have died, and our treasury has been drained by it. So what we were doing wasn't working. I hope the next iteration will be better for the United States. I'm American fundamentally, but I know that wasn't working. And at some point it was going to end. And if this is the point at which it ends, we can say with some sadness, with some mixed feelings, the blue passport isn't as strong as it used to be. And that is sad as an American. On the other hand, we got out pretty easy compared to how it might have gone if we'd had a confrontation over Taiwan or something and lost, a pitched battle against.
Or a war where you're dragged in for 20 years.
Literally not inconceivable. You could easily see that happening. And now I think it's less likely. I mean, who knows? We've got 60 days, by the way, to see this MOU become a treaty. An awful lot could happen. Israel's very threatened by this, and I don't think it's just hysteria to show some empathy for Israel. I think this is truly a disaster for Israel. I don't care that much. I think, but they're nice people and decent people.
I mean, bro, can you imagine how Israel feels? Like I said, they dragged us into this war, and their goal was to weaken Iran so much to where they're easy to topple over. Now, all they did is honestly make the IRGC more stronger, make Iran more, really enrich Iran, enrich the IRGC. We're about to give them a whole bunch of sanction relief. We're about to give them basically not us, but the Gulf countries is about to give them an economic stimulus package. So I don't really even understand how you could claim this as a win. I really don't even understand how even people could sit there and say, oh, we decimated Iran. We're about to enrich their economy. And the IRGC is still in power, of course. So who do you think this money's going to?
And so I feel sad in the face of all tragedy, but I do think they're staring down the barrel of a real threat for the first time in a long time. They have a long history of hyping threats and trying to, we're always the victim and all this stuff. But I think in this case, it's kind of real. I mean, they went in with a number of different goals. One was to reduce America's influence in the Middle East. They've achieved that. One was to reduce the power of the Gulf states. They've achieved that. But the main goal was to take Iran off the table, to reduce it to civil war, and so they don't have to deal with it. And they can do what they want, and they're the regional hegemon. Got it. I don't think that's a crazy goal, by the way. I'm not mad at Israel for wanting that. All states want that, right? And they saw it within their reach. And the net effect, because life is irony, is the opposite. Iran is much stronger now than it was 100 days ago.
Oh,
Yes.
much stronger. I mean, they got control of the Strait. People are recognizing their control of the Strait. Their missiles have now been recognized as a regional threat, and everybody in their boots shaking. And it's because we allowed Iran to low-key make an example out of everybody and us. And this is like I said, if the strongest country in the world cannot remove them off the Strait, then all these guys are going like, yeah, well, I know we can't then if they can't. And that's why I'm pretty sure a lot of these guys said, no, we need to go back into war. We can't leave Iran with this example that they set. And trust me, I get that. And I wish we didn't give them this. But if we keep going, we will destroy our economy. So no, sorry. We can't afford it no more. We tried our best. We shouldn't have tried it all, but we tried our best. And we didn't get no results. It is what it is. Shout out to my man James, bro, for sending a star for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support, guys. And make sure you guys send any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements. Super chat, GIF, Venmo, don't really matter, guys. As long as you're supporting the show, I appreciate you truly. And make sure to double tap that screen and like the video as well, because I appreciate all of you guys who like the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Appreciate it.
The United States, the world's great superpower, is treating Iran as a real place. Not as an equal, maybe, but sort of.
Why is that? Why?
Because we have no choice. We have absolutely no choice. And we didn't, because Iran's power is not military. So this is like, there's a whole, I do hope people will meditate on how did we get here, because it's the fruit of a bad system that produces incapable leaders, clearly, because they're chosen on the basis of like absurd criteria, like obedience rather than creativity. But it's also,
that is true. Like Iran has elections, but the problem with Iran's elections is it's controlled by the Ayatollah. It's controlled by the religious clerics. So they get together, they choose 5 candidates that are approved by the Ayatollah, aka they're IRGC approved, and they are allowed to now run for the election. There's 5 candidates, and the Iranian people vote for their favorite one. There's 2 parties. There's the Reformists, which is the more liberal party, and then there's the Principalists, which is basically the IRGC party, the right wing.
Like being in charge for 80 years, it makes you weak and decadent and dumb. And you start to convince yourselves of things that are not true. And one of the things we've convinced ourselves of is that power flows only from the barrel of a gun, and that military power is the only power. And so we fund our military to the tune of $1.5 trillion a year and declare ourselves in charge. And we just lose to a country we've described for generations as like a backward theocracy. How'd that happen? And the answer is because military power is not the only form of power. Geographic power is actually more important.
I mean, and you say you spoke to the president about this. Others would have told him about
why
these.
A lot of people make that joke of the people who are cheerleading this Iran war can't even point to Iran on a map. And the reason why we say that and we make that joke about you guys is because if you look at Iran on a map, you can clearly see why this war was a bad idea. You can clearly see why the blockade would never work, all of that. And if you just look at a map, yeah, they have not only military power, but geographical power as well. Like the Strait of Hormuz is part of their waters. It's Omanian and Iranian waters that consist of the Strait of Hormuz. Sorry, but that's just the truth of it. They're right there. And also, guess who else they're close to? Our Gulf allies. We have a lot of assets in military assets, business assets, etc. that are all within Iran's reach, which they showed us. So do you see the problem here? If you just look at a map, you can see why this war was a bad idea. Shoot, if you look at a map of Iran and you see those big ass mountains they got to the east and the west of them, you could really see how a ground invasion would have been the worst idea.
No, they're all cowards. They're cowards. I'm sorry. Ooh, now you just made me emotional. So it makes me mad. I'm a podcaster who happens to know Trump. I'm not a genius. I don't speak Persian. Like, I'm not an area expert. I spent a lot of time on the Persian Gulf, like a lot, for decades. So I've certainly visited a lot. I know 1 million people there, but I don't speak the languages. So I'm not by definition an expert. And as I've just noted, I'm a sub-genius.
But you spent a lot of time telling him this stuff.
But my point is, like, why did it fall to me? What, you know what I mean? Like, there are people paid to give this advice, but I watched. And there's some good people there for sure, some smart, well-meaning people, but there weren't a ton of people who were willing to march in there and say, this is nuts, man. This is nuts. And you're being sold a story that's not true. And I not hate against Israel. Like, I understand they've got a different perspective from ours. They have different goals from ours because they're a different country. Mm-hmm. But if you follow this path, you will be entrapped. This is a trap. I did tell him that. He didn't like it at all, but it was true. And it wasn't just true. It was obviously true. It was obviously true. I didn't want, by the way, I spent my whole life in Washington. I have no desire to go back. Didn't want it. I went at my expense. Nobody paid me.
But did the penny drop for you where you suddenly thought, he's going to do this?
You know, I mean, Trump's not the only one who's good at fooling himself. I am too. I kept thinking, and I thought this in the Iraq War, I knew Bush. And I remember thinking, you know, in late 2002, they're not really going to invade Iraq. And everyone I knew, all the dumber, more artistic people who just sort of see the world like your dog sees it, just like assess the facts and come to obvious conclusions. That is the way, by the way. That's the only way. I overthink things. So I'm like, well, this is all like some elaborate feint and they're not really going to do it. And a friend of mine who's kind of autistic goes, of course they're going to do it. They're moving the troops to the region. Why do we have all these troops in Kuwait? They're going to do it. And I was like, there's no way. And in March of 2003, I was in Florida with my kids on spring break, my little kids, and they rolled over the border into Basra. And I'm like, what? And next thing I know, I'm there too. Like, everyone's there. You know, you have to be there. So the world changed. But for me, it was a shock. And in this specific case, even though I talked to Trump dozens and dozens and dozens of times, like endlessly about Iraq for the last 10 years, Iran rather, for 10 years, and my position never changed. This is not a good idea. I was still shocked when I got a text on Signal at like 10 o'clock the night before saying we're going in. And I was like, there's no way. And the first thing I did, this is how totally deluded I am, is I checked the time in Tehran and it was like sunup, or the sun had just come up. And I said to myself, as someone who's never served in the military and is not an expert on military tactics, but I like convinced myself, there's no way we're going to launch.
Oh, guys, and just in case you don't know, there has been an earthquake in Venezuela, in Caracas. So make sure you keep the Venezuelan people in your prayers because they got hit with a pretty heavy earthquakes and buildings did collapse and all that good stuff. All that terrible stuff. I'm sorry. So make sure you keep the Venezuelan people in your prayers because they did just go through an earthquake.
The war in daylight. There's just no way we're not going to do that. Like, I don't know why I thought that. I don't watch movies. I don't know. I just like had this idea. We at dawn is too late. But of course, I had no idea what I was talking about. It was not too late. We did it. And I woke up and my wife woke me up the next morning early and said, we've gone into Iran. And I couldn't believe it. Like, I was shocked because it wasn't a close call. There was not one person who I heard made a case that this would be good for the United States.
Nope.
There was a lot of hysteria about Iran having, ICBMs and nuclear weapons. It was all a lie. Everyone knew it was a lie. But like, I never heard anybody say, okay, let's effect regime change in Iran. And here's how America is like a way better place to live in 10 years. No one even tried to make that case. So it was like, this can't really happen.
Well, the person who did make the case.
I mean, bro, apparently, and I'm just going to speculate on this. This is speculation, but apparently the Israeli government thought that they thought the war hawk voice was strong enough to make America crash out on Iran, to where we were just so dedicated to stopping Iran from getting a nuke that we were willing to throw away our economy, and they were obviously wrong. They thought we were going to do it for Israel. That's the most hilarious part about it.
Case was Benjamin Netanyahu, and he, advocated for this, but he hasn't advocated just to Donald Trump for 25 years, for 30 years. He's been advocating to president after president. I mean, why Trump?
You're absolutely right. The core premise of your question is undeniable. Many presidents have faced this pressure. Only Trump caved. That's just a fact. So as I said, I don't know why. There are,
he wasn't hypnotized. He just swallowed it.
He may have been hypnotized.
I'm weak.
That's real. People are absolutely hypnotized. I know a lot of people have been hypnotized. I have been hypnotized. Of course, people are hypnotized all the time.
But on an issue like this, but on an issue like this,
of course, we're all hypnotized. from time to time.
I mean, yeah, he swung a watch from him. He said, "You will go to war with Iran. It will only take 4 days to 2 weeks. Tell the American people they'll have nukes in 2 weeks as well. And when I snap my fingers, you will follow Israel into Iran in 1, 2, 3, and boom. There you go. Now we're bombing Iran."
Words have power. Words change reality.
But this is a president who
We hypnotize ourselves all the time.
But you supported him. So many like
Well, I
you
didn't just
support
support
him.
him. I campaigned for him.
I mean, I was, by the way, and we'll talk about this. I was at the RNC when you spoke.
No way.
I was, and you spoke, and you were convincing and compelling.
Well,
in
I had
your
no notes. I meant
arguments.
it.
But to come out to campaign for him, to support him in the way that you did, and then for him to campaign on a no war, no forever wars, and for it to end up like this.
No one was as shocked as I was.
Yeah.
So my first of all, I would just say, is I try to force myself to say always, I was wrong. I've been wrong about a lot of other things, including the Iraq War. So I am capable of being not just wrong, but very embarrassingly wrong. So that's just a fact. Why was I wrong? It's not like I didn't know Trump had flaws. I know Trump intimately. I know Trump really.
What you guys, what pissed me off about this is just like, I think we should have known better. I mean, think about it. Donald Trump said it best. It's like, bro, every time we get into a war in the Middle East, it never works out for us. All these skirmishes in the Middle East always blow up in our face. Like, the term blowback was invented for a reason, because every time we get it back and go into the Middle East, we get blowback. And it's been like that every single time. We have no good results in the Middle East. So it's insane to think that we can go into Iran, which is the most formidable country in the Middle East, and thought we were going to get good results. Like, it's pretty insane. Like, think about it. Every time we go into the Middle East, all we do is lose taxpayer dollars, soldiers, and get zero results for real. Or we get results for like, what, a couple months to a year, and then it's back to the status quo. So I'm sorry, but it was insane for people to sit here and think that, oh, well, going into Iran or striking Iran was going to be good. I mean, all right, well, tell me how our other operations in the Middle East went down. Terribly. So why you insane ass thinking that's going to work out this time? Please let me know, because you sound absolutely insane. But all right.
Well, and I've always liked him, but I know what he's like. And so I was eyes wide open in some ways. But my calculation was, and it seemed obvious, that from my perspective, what the country needs is a choice. And the Republican Party and the Democratic Party are identical in their core assumptions about the economy and foreign policy, which is what matters. And I thought Trump was an option.
Are you talking to Trump at the moment?
No.
You haven't spoken to him since?
I've not. February 28th. I spoke to him the 27th. I haven't talked to him since.
Yeah, I see why.
I don't hate him. I feel sorry for him. What he did is a catastrophe. He knew it would be. He did it anyway. So the question
I
is,
don't hate Trump either. I'm just extremely disappointed. That's all. That's all I could really be. I guess all I can really feel. I don't know why, but I don't really have the capacity to truly hate a person. I just usually disagree with them, or I just dislike something about them, but I don't hate them. Like, I can't look at nobody and just be enraged. I'm sorry. I can look at people and be disappointed. I can look at people and be embarrassed, but I just can't look at you with full hatred. It's just the person that I am. I know some of you guys can, but I can't. I can be highly disappointed. That's what I am at Trump. It's like, I don't have TDS, but I could, come on now. You can't say I'm not being fair with my criticism. He got us into a war and we gotten zero favorable results. That's not me having TDS. That's me telling you the truth. Like, if you want to go be sat there and lied to, great. Go to a MAGA channel. They'll lie to you all you want. But, I mean, the end results are still the same. The memorandum is still written out the same, no matter what a MAGA influencer tells you. This was not a win. But, I mean, you could be lied to if you want to, but it ain't going to be here.
I think it's really important to know, just as I think it's important to know who killed John Kennedy. It happened before I was born. I'm not a Democrat. Like, I have no personal reason for needing to know that, other than I've got a stake in the United States. I've got a bunch of kids. I hope the country continues. I sort of like our system. I would like to preserve it. And if there's evidence that elections aren't the final say in who runs the country, if there are people who have control over the people who claim they have control, then I have a right to know what that is and who they are.
And I want to quote you, because you say the war in Iran has taught us that the people you elect aren't even in charge. Someone else is, in this case, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yes.
What are the long-term effects of a population understanding that voting doesn't make a difference?
Exactly.
I mean, I guess
scary.
But I ask because Donald Trump has stopped this war now. And Benjamin Netanyahu, you have said in this interview, this is a dangerous moment for Israel.
Big time.
Benjamin Netanyahu is concerned. He has said, this is not my deal. This is not my ceasefire. I reserve the right to defy it if I need to. But that is Donald Trump in charge, right?
I don't know if it's Trump in charge. I mean, he's certainly taking a different course than he did 110 days ago, for sure. Radically different. And he's blaming his failures on Netanyahu, which is predictable and well-deserved. Like, I'm not mad about it. And I think Netanyahu's obviously a criminal, and I don't feel sympathy for him after all the innocents he's murdered. But I do feel sympathy for Israel, just because there are a lot of nice people in Israel, and they don't deserve this. Nobody deserves this. And as I said, I think this is, I want to be honest enough to admit, I think this is a very, an actually threatening, not a fake theatrical threatening, but actually threatening moment for Israel. So I feel bad about that. But all I knew is what I saw. Trump was not enthusiastic about doing this. He knew the risks. He thought the risks were real. He told me that. And he did it anyway. And he did it against the advice of his own intelligence agencies and against the wishes, and maybe in some mild cases, the advice of his own advisors. So why did he do that? At whose behest did he do that? He wasn't enthusiastic about it. He'd said for 10 years he wasn't going to do it. He thought it was a bad idea. He campaigned against regime change wars in the Middle East. A lot, not just parenthetically, but it was a central position. And it, so far as I could tell, having talked to him about it many, many, many times, I think it was heartfelt. So I don't know what to say. I mean, and people try and push you off the question by alleging hatred or bias or whatever. I just don't care. I don't feel that. I'm not a hater. I actually reject that whole way of thinking. I'm not an ethno-nationalist, unlike the Israelis and their and their unregistered foreign agents in the United States who are ethno-nationalists. I'm not. I believe in God, and I think that God created every single person and endowed every person with the same rights. We call them human rights because they attach to you as a human, not as a Muslim or Christian or Jew or Arab, or it doesn't, you're a human being, therefore you have these rights. That's how I feel. So I believe in universal standards of behavior.
So 4 months in, Supreme Leader assassinated, 120 children killed in a school.
Disgusting.
Over 1 million people displaced in Lebanon, thousands killed there. At the end of the day, even if you say that, we're doing this because Benjamin Netanyahu advocated for it, Donald Trump, you believe, is responsible for all of that.
Of course. He's the U.S. president. He's the U.S. president. I mean, and it's because of his weakness and fear, he wound up going along with a plan that diminished his country, destroyed his legacy, killed a bunch of people. I mean, the whole thing's a tragedy, without question. But I still think it's worth understanding the mechanics of how it happened. And I don't know why more people aren't curious about that. No, I feel so sad about it. There's no win for anybody, and Israel's loss is not my win at all. I don't ever gloat when I didn't gloat when Osama bin Laden got shot in front of his wife. Osama bin Laden is an evil man. Not rooting for Osama bin Laden, but I am never going to gloat over the death of another person because I am a person.
Yeah.
And I guess
yeah, it was a bit wild. And then I heard that we actually, I'm gonna be real with you. We didn't just shoot the guy. Be real with you. We kind of beat his ass in front of his family severely, then shot him. We actually made him suffer before taking him out. So let's just be real about that. And I have no ill will about that. And at the end of the day, he did set off an operation that killed 3,000 innocent Americans. So F him. But then let's not forget why Osama bin Laden did that in the first place. Because of our Middle Eastern intervention. AKA, if we weren't supporting Israel, if we weren't putting military bases on holy sites and putting military men on holy land, we would never have to deal with 9/11. But nobody likes to talk about that. They just want to tell you that Muslim hate your freedoms and just leave it at that.
Another US president dragged into a war in the Middle East that they say they either didn't want to start or move away from. I mean, for me, it's, quite personal what happened in Afghanistan with Joe Biden and the way that the shambolic way that they withdrew. And that for me was a defining moment for Joe Biden's presidency. It felt like the beginning of the end of his presidency. Do you think this war is the beginning of the end of Donald Trump?
Of course it's the end. Of course it's the end. And I said this to him in February. I said, what he already knew.
Bro,
I mean, Trump is smart. And
I said the same thing. I'm just like, yeah, to kill him was stupid. I'm like, we're talking about the top here. That means he was most likely connected with other terrorist cells that we could low-key get him to spill on. So yeah, it was kind of crazy to kill him, but it is what it is.
Tell Trump anything that he didn't know and understand. Trump is not a detail man. He mangles the details. He lies about the details, obviously.
Yeah.
But he understands big picture politics as well, or certainly better than I do. And his instinct for people is remarkable. So he's a very talented person. You don't get to be president by accident. And he knew exactly what he was getting into. But I said to him, look, I knew Bush pretty well personally. And Bush had all kinds of plans when he got elected in 2000. I was there when he got elected. And he planned to reform Social Security and bring charitable choice. He had all these programs, theoretical programs, no one remembers the names of now. What's the Bush presidency about? It's about the Iraq War and the financial collapse of 2008. Those are its defining facts. And that will be you. Doesn't matter what else you close the border, all this stuff. No, you're the Iran war guy.
Yep.
If you do this. But he knew that. Boy, did he know that. But he did it anyway. So I just think I'm a huge believer, that's why I became a journalist, in finding out what actually happened, being honest about it, and trying to learn obvious lessons from it.
Are you worried that the United States, Donald Trump, will get dragged back into this war? Because there are a lot of people having a meltdown right now.
We can't get Israel to cut their shit in Lebanon, and they're refusing to cut their shit in Lebanon. And Iran is holding up negotiations over that point because it's clause 1 of the memorandum of understanding. So if we can't stop Israel, then bro, this is the reason why the Strait is closed right now, because Iran's pissed off at us because we can't stop Israel. And I mean, we're gonna have to do something, or else the Strait will be continuously closed. And I mean, let's be real, they shut out that one ship because it didn't go through the proper route to pay the toll. I mean, guys, let's just keep it real here. Iran is controlling that Strait, and I guess we need to go ahead and pull Israel to the side, slap them up a bit, tell them who's boss, and get them to go cut the shit with Lebanon. And I know as much you people want to say they're fighting Hezbollah. Well, guess what, bro? They attacked Lebanon first. They're killing more Lebanese people than Hezbollah. So, I mean, I'm sorry, but it's really hard to hear that argument when they're killing more Lebanese people.
The Ben Shapiros and the
Who elevated
Mark
these
Levines.
people? I mean, I think I'm just too old. I'm getting to that stage, every middle-aged man gets to a point where it's like, hey, get off my lawn, you kids, kind of thing. And I think I'm maybe getting there because like the idea that Mark Levin or Ben Shapiro or Ted Cruz or Lindsey Graham or any of these buffoons would have any influence over anything at all, including like what their wives are making for dinner. It's just crazy to me because they're so discredited. And I've just been there.
Honestly, though, it's like, bro, they were the guys that was championing the war last time and they were wrong about it. And now they're asking us to be like, oh no, let your gas bill go higher. Well, honestly, bro, let the gas price go higher. Let fertilizer price go higher. We need to take out Iran. We need to protect Israel. It's like, and it was a complete mask off moment. It showed you who they truly cared about, who interests truly mattered to them. And it wasn't American interest, even though they live here and they're politicians for here. But apparently they care more about Israel's survival, Israel's economy, and Israel's interests more than their own countries. And I'm happy that they did this because now we have all the footage in the world showing them how they just said, F the American people and F your economy, F your way of life. I want you to throw all of that away for war with Iran. And they said it out loud. And anybody who wants to sit there and deny that, you're just being delusional. They literally wanted us to deal with the gas price going up. They wanted us to deal with food prices going up. Why? For war with Iran. And, well, for Israel's interests. Because I'm sorry, but where did our interests ever come in on this? None at all. None whatsoever. Like, bro, even at the beginning of this, you couldn't even count one of our interests. What? Making sure Iran doesn't have a bomb that they promised not to make in 2006? Over 20 years? Like, come on now.
The whole thing. I watched the whole thing.
Like, I low-key wish we had a good argument for this shit, but we don't. Oh, and shout out to my man, Fa. Hey, yo, shout out. Appreciate the support, my man. He sent in a gift. What was that there? I think he sent in a high five for 100 jewels. Appreciate the support. And for that, man, shout out to all the supporters, man. You guys deserve a celebration for that. Shout out to my man Bruce as well, because Bruce also sent 6-7 for 6-7 jewels.
For 30 years, I've watched this. And these are the people who got it wrong on every single occasion with massive consequences, too. Not just minor mistakes, but like mistakes that led to the deaths of millions of people and the grave diminishment of American power and standard of living and life expectancy. These are the wrongest people in our country. So, like, really? And by the way, they have no natural constituency. There's no way in which they speak for any sizable percentage of the American population. Look at their ratings. They're terrible. No one wants this. I had a friend in advertising who once said to me, the thing about a dog food campaign is it doesn't matter. If the dogs don't like the dog food, they're not going to eat it. It doesn't matter how much you spend on trying to convince their owners you should buy this dog food. They're not eating it. And they failed the dog food test. Like, nobody wants this crap. Who cares more about Hezbollah than about homelessness or gas prices or the drug epidemic, which no one's doing really anything about, or the fact that Mexican drug cartels control the American Southwest?
Good point.
That's not even mentioned. Like, we don't care. Or they don't care. People live in New Mexico care.
Bro, we don't even care that.
So anyway, the whole world.
I ain't gonna lie. The way we handle the cartel is kind of obvious that we work with these guys because we don't overthrow them. We let them run parts of America. We let them run Mexico and other Latin American countries, and we leave these Hispanic people under their tyranny. And I know we sit there and like to play hardball, but I mean, we're not playing hardball enough. Honestly, a lot of reasons why people leave Mexico is because of the cartel. So maybe we take out the cartel, we won't have such high immigration from there. And let's be real, the cartel to be bringing these people in here and not be smuggling them in after pretty much turning the country that they're fleeing from into a goddamn gangland. So I'm sorry, but we don't handle the cartel the way we're supposed to. I'd much rather use force against the cartel than Iran. I'll tell you that right now. I'd rather go to the war with cartel than Iran. Why? Because it'd be an easier win. But it would be a way easier operation. I'll tell you that. We ain't got to deal with two big ass mountains. We're not gonna have to deal with hypersonic missiles. I'll tell you that right now. But you guys pretty much get my point. It's like the things that we truly should be focusing on, we don't. Like, it is kind of crazy how we do let the cartel run a good part of America and the entire the entirety of Latin America. Let's not play stupid here. We should be handling that. You know what? I'll give Trump credit on that. He has been tackling the cartel on the ground, so I will give him credit on that, but it's obviously not enough.
It is so deranged and provably wrong and has been proven wrong that it was like, that's one of the reasons I didn't think this war would actually start.
But do you think that the lines are being drawn right now? Because we're seeing a lot of the vice president now coming out, defending this deal. He said fundamentally it was worth it. That's what he said yesterday or the day before to Megyn Kelly. And then
what was worth it? The deal?
The war, the deal, it was worth it.
Well, what are you going to say? It wasn't worth it. All these Americans died. It cost us tens, maybe hundreds of billions of dollars, and will cost more going forward. So, like, it's a tough pill to say it wasn't worth it. I mean, this was all pointless. Like, no one wants to hear that. No one wants to say that. No one wants to believe that. So I certainly give him a pass on that. But no, JD, I think the vice president has been very clear about his views. Mm-hmm. I don't think there's any world in which President JD Vance would have done this. Which literally no chance of that, I think. But he's the vice president. So one of his jobs is to support the president. And he's done, I think, a very good job of that. It's tough. Who'd want that assignment?
Look, man, JD done did all he could to try to support Trump in this war. And now he's the main attack dog defending the MOU, pretty much calling out Israel and all the pro-Zionists who want this war to continue. So, I mean, shout out JD because he's the best person to defend it. But I mean, he would never have to be on the defense if we never got into this. And then also, Trump low-key put JD out there on the defense. Why? Because he already knew that the pro-Israel lobby was going to attack him over this memorandum of understanding. I mean, look how they're chimping out on Fox News.
But from what I know of JD Vance, and I know JD Vance was a really decent man. I will just say that, and I know that to be true. His view is, rather than, throwing up your hands and saying, I can't deal with this, I'm out, you violated my principles. His view is, if you're in a position of authority, you do your best to make the best of a bad situation. And he has done that. I know that he has done that since the very first day. And yep, he didn't choose this, but he's there. He's the vice president, and he's going to try to make it better. And this deal, while obviously an awful deal, an embarrassing, humiliating deal for the United States, is still better than what would have happened if we kept going. I think that's his view. That's certainly my view. I don't want to. I have no right to speak for him, but
I mean, bro, that's just the reality, Tucker. Now, like, if we was to keep going, bro, it'd have gotten worse than this, and that's just the reality right there. And Trump don't want to say it, but that is the reality. I think he kind of hinted at it. He pretty much hinted at it by telling us, like, "Yo, 4 weeks away from strategic reserves running out, guys. Like, if we don't stop it now, 4 weeks later, we're gonna be in a whole much more desperate position, and I don't think we want to be there." So Trump made the right move by trying to get a ceasefire and try to get a deal now, or a peace deal now. Why? Because 4 years, I mean, if we kept this, not 4 years, but if we kept this going for 4 weeks, yeah, we were cooked. I mean, bro, according to Trump, man, we didn't have the strategic reserves for this to be a forever war. But Trump was pretty much saying, like, look, if we kept this going, it'd have been a depression. It'd have been an economic collapse. Trump said, I don't want to be known for that, so I'm ending this bullshit. And if you, I mean, the neocons can sit there and cry, but if you don't have a better plan besides fuck the economy, take out Iran, then I'm not hearing it. Yeah, I'm not. Y'all don't really have an argument. Yeah, there's no debate. You're just saying that we should just take out Iran for what? Destroy our economy for what? Like, you got to come up with a better argument, because when you say we need to take out Iran, I say at the risk of our economy, you shouldn't say do it anyway. You should say, all right, maybe we need to work things out diplomatically. You know, if it means the decimation of 350 million Americans' economic future, maybe we should think of another way.
it's my sense is that's how he feels. So, and he's right. They've got 60 days to poison it. Will they? Well, they're going to try. And by they, I mean Israel. And that's, by the way, our fault. It's not their fault. I don't blame Israel for that. They're shafted. And you could say, on the one hand, well, they deserve it. It's a criminal state that's committing genocide. Like, I don't weep for them. I get it. On the other hand, it's important to be honest. So I would say it's the fault of the U.S. Congress and successive administrations. But now, you know, the United States is going to, in a meaningful way, begin to abandon Israel and stop backstopping it. At a pretty tough point, actually. I mean, again, this is genuine sympathy for Israel. It's like, we went along with their war against Iran, and then we decided the cost is too hard and we're pulling out. Now, they're not the first ally to have that experience with the United States government. Yeah. You could probably write a book on this as someone whose family's refugees.
Like, look, Wesley, I hear you, but we're doing it right now. I know a lot of people say we don't negotiate with terrorists, bro. We're negotiating with terrorists right now. Whoop, my bad. That's nothing to celebrate. But yeah, we got to work things out diplomatically with Iran. Why? Because we tried the military way and it didn't work. Trump told us if we keep going the military way, we're going to destroy our economy. So yeah, sorry, dog. We got to go through diplomatic means. You don't like it. I don't like it. But this is the reality of the situation. So you're going to learn to like it.
Understand? Or all the many Vietnamese refugees in our country could do the same. It's like, we've done this before. Now we're doing it to Israel. And I think that they've figured that out because they're not stupid. And they're very keenly aware of their own interests. So they've got 60 days to get us back on board. I don't think they can do it, but I think they could do a lot of messy stuff in the next 2 months.
That was Tucker Carlson on the Iran war, a conflict he believes will be the defining issue of Donald Trump's second term. Next, I wanted to ask him about the wider conflict in the Middle East and his outspoken position on the war in Gaza. Carlson has made it clear he believes genocide is being committed in Gaza.
The fact that it is even a debate, like, what kills me is that when people say, oh, there's not a genocide in Gaza, you know what? I've actually heard some really good arguments. But the problem is that even the people who have actually decent arguments, well, the genocidal scholars, the IRC courts, like the investigators and all this good stuff, they concluded that Israel's conducting a genocide. And bro, genocide scholars, people who've been looking over the history of genocide for years, longer than probably you've been alive, and y'all want to talk about how you know more about what's a genocide or not? I'm sorry, but even when the professionals come out and call it a genocide, Israel says nay. ICC comes out, International Criminal Courts come out and say it's a genocide, Israel says nay. So really, no matter what profession, bro, Jesus can come from the fucking sky and say it's a genocide, and you guys will still sit there and say nay right before your Lord and Savior. I swear to God. So it's like, dog, even when the professionals come out and tell you it, y'all still sit there and deny it. I don't know what to tell them at this point. And God forbid that the 680,000 dead civilians in Gaza is God forbid that's the truth. God forbid. Because then there's no denying it at that point. At 65, 70,000, still a bit wild you guys are denying it, but whatever. But at 60, I'm not 68, but 680,000, come on now. That's insane. There is no denying it at that point. And yes, that's what the UN is coming out with. A projected, yes, this is a projection, an estimation, and not the real number. 680,000 Palestinians have died in Gaza due to Israeli aggression. And of course, you know, the famine and being deprived of food and all this good stuff. So there's that as well.
It's a view held by a United Nations Commission and several European nations. Israel and the United States, however, reject the claim. The issue has divided opinion here in the United States, but it is significant for such a prominent conservative voice to take such a strong stance. I was interested to know if he believes the US bears responsibility for what's happening in Gaza, and that's where I began the next part of our conversation. You've raised the war in Gaza a number of times throughout this interview, and you're very clear in your position on Gaza that it's unequivocally genocide.
Yeah.
You've also talked about the fact that the United States has provided a backstop.
Guys, it's not just the fact that they're just killing more civilians than militants. So they're killing more Palestinians than Hamas militants. Innocent civilians than Hamas militants. That's one of the main problems right there. And then let's also talk about the language that they use. Bibi called these people the Amalek, and the Amalek were people in the Bible that God told the Israelites to pretty much exterminate. So he was pretty much framing the Palestinians as the Amalek, as a people who need to be completely exterminated. That's the genocidal language while conducting harsh military actions against them. It's like, yeah, do you see the problem here? And proportionality is also a thing too when we want to talk about, you know, humanitarian laws and all that good stuff. It's like, yo, you're right. Hamas came over and did that gruesome act of taking out about 1,200 to 1,500 Israelis. Yeah, well, you kind of go outside the lines of proportionality when you take out about 70,000 confirmed. Like, that's kind of crazy.
Or Israel for a lot of these conflicts and wars. So what is the United States' responsibility when it came to the war in Gaza?
Profound.
Hey, Mike, you mean the same Gaza Health Ministry that even Israel is saying was right? Yes, even Israel confirmed that the Gaza Health Ministry numbers was right about the 70 dead Palestinians. You mean that Gaza Health Ministry that everybody's now taking for their word now? Yeah, that one.
Profound. The last administration, this administration, both of them allowed this, paid for
and
it.
the UN. And the UN is also coming out as well and saying that, yeah, there might be about 680,000 Palestinians dead, but the Gaza Health Ministry is only reported around 85,000 and projected to be 185,000 once they digged up all the dead bodies.
Ran cover for it. Israel's been criticized throughout Europe, throughout the world, really, for its behavior fairly. And the United States has attacked any country in any international body, including the United Nations, who stands up and says, well, what is this? This is genocide. And we attack them. No, we've made this the United States made this possible. And that's one of the reasons that the idea that like criticizing Israel's behavior is anti-Semitism is like insane. I'm not playing along with it. That position creates anti-Semitism, which I oppose. But it's also like the truth is, and I just said, I'll say it again. This is largely the fault, big picture, of the US government. The US government has paid for this and allowed it, encouraged it for generations. And we should not be surprised that the end result is genocide. We shouldn't be surprised. Like, this has been coming for a long time. Israel has completely changed. I feel sorry for Israel, but the Israel that I first visited decades ago bears no resemblance to modern Israel.
Like, they just start treating the Palestinians more and more inhumanely as time went on. And that's how Hamas got formed, through Israel's like egregious treatment of the Palestinians, and their unfair treatment as well. And of course, keeping them in an open air concentration camp and controlling all of their infrastructure. I mean, what do you think you're going to breed out of that? Well, you think you're going to breed loyal people? Yeah, I would say this. Yeah, loyal subjects of Israel. What do you think you were going to do by oppressing an entire group of people? You're going to create radicals. What do you think you're going to do by mowing the grass and consistently bombing these guys? You're going to create radicals. I'm sorry, but Israel is out there creating more Hamas members than they needed to through the reckless bombing of Gaza. And they're about to do the same thing in Lebanon.
Is the United States complicit?
Of course, we paid for it. We made excuses for it. We made it possible. And there are weapons. Obviously, of course, we're complicit. That's one of the reasons I'm upset by it. That's my country. These are my tax dollars. This is my reputation. This is the moral authority of the nation that my ancestors built. So yes, I feel very implicated in this and enraged by it, and not primarily enraged at the Israelis, who I think are delusional for a bunch of different reasons. I don't think that's an Israeli specific phenomenon. We felt a little bit of that after 9/11 when people bought the lies about there were many lies about 9/11, but the net result was to convince Americans that they were under siege from global Islam, that there were a billion people trying to kill them. I felt this way myself. And many times I said on television,
now they're tripping about radical Islam. It's a Muslim takeover with what? 1% of our population being Muslims. So 5 million Muslims are going to take over, guys, really? And then you guys understand that, like, a very small percentage of those guys are radicals. I know my boy Mons, he likes to say, well, that's like 50 to 60,000. Yeah, but, they also got to fight the non-radical Muslims in their community plus us. So they're extremely outnumbered. And I don't think they'll ever gain popularity here. Why? Because they're already hammering down on radical Islam. Shit, actually, we're trying to throw the entirety of Islam out. When, let's be real, trying to frame the entire ideology as radical is honestly absolutely false. And people doing false readings of the Quran is hilarious. But it just goes to show you that they're trying to sell the hatred of Islam to you, so you think it's okay to go to war with all these Middle Eastern countries. You think it's okay to bomb them out their land and all that good stuff. You think you're freeing the people of Islam when no, you're bringing them into oppression.
The problem is Islam. The problem is Muslims. Like, they all
worst oppression that Islam could have ever brought upon them.
Want to kill us. They're all crazy. They're all in this lunatic suicide cult created by Muhammad in the 7th century. And I believe that. I was hysterical. I believed that. Now, that's not true. Nothing about that is true. But I believed it. So it's a little harder for me to judge Israelis when they're like, every Arab, Christian or Muslim, it doesn't matter. Arabs are by definition committed to the extermination of Jews, and we must kill them before they kill us. Like, they believe that.
Yeah, okay.
I think people are capable.
They're taught that in school. Like, Israeli students are taught in school that Arabs hate them, they want to kill them, they want to genocide them, and that's not true. Not all Arabs want to genocide the Jews. And I mean, bro, let's be real. We know that's true, but they don't.
No, because I have felt it myself, are capable of believing things like that, but they're deranged. And when you do believe something like that, what you need is a clear thinking adult to correct you, just as your children need it when they go crazy, which they do. And your job as the parents, be like, nope, that's actually not real. Settle down. There are universal standards that apply to everybody. Some people are bad, some people are good. That's true of all people, including you. So settle down. I've had this talk with my own children. I'm sure you have too. And we should have that talk with Israel, but we haven't. Because of blackmail and threats and weakness, there are a lot of reasons why Israel has been able to control the United States for decades. But it almost doesn't matter what they are. It's ending. And I hope that we can restore, I hope that the people responsible for the genocide in the US and Israel are punished. They will be. I'm confident of that. After that, I hope that we can have a normal relationship with Israel. Mm-hmm. An allied relationship with Israel, a happy, normal, healthy relationship with Israel, not a master-slave relationship with Israel. That doesn't work.
I mean, this is all very bleak.
It's not bleak. It's good. It's good. It's good. Look, crimes will be punished in this life or the next. But the one thing we know is that justice exists. It's a natural reality that we have no control over. When you do something, all is revealed in the end, period. And so the people responsible for killing innocents will be punished for that, as they should be.
You've spoken about justice and punishment and those who have either been complicit or funded the situation, the war in Gaza. Does that include, seeing Joe Biden punished, Donald Trump punished?
Of course. And, punishment, there's no hope.
In what way?
Well, there'd be no formal punishment for the leaders of anything in the United States because our leaders are exempt from punishment formally. I mean, you mentioned the Afghan withdrawal. The only person punished for that debacle was Stu Scheller, who was a Marine colonel who complained about it, and they put him in jail for complaining about it. But the people who planned it and executed it and resulted in the deaths of a dozen Americans and God knows how many Afghans, they were rewarded for it. So, like, our system is...
Yo, man. I mean, shout out Mike for the rage bait. He says, maybe the Gazans need to be genocided. Just saying. How about no? That's called collective punishment. And you wouldn't want nobody doing that to your people. So why would you want to wish it upon another? That's kind of wild, but okay.
Broken in the most basic sense.
Pretty un-American, but okay.
People who tell the truth are punished. People who lie and kill are rewarded. That's a structural problem that I pray will change. But formal punishment is not the only punishment. I mean, first of all, this is not the end. Human life is not the end, of course. Our souls are eternal. It's just a fact. Okay, so, and we do a lot to deny that. That's not true. Well, it is true. And so there is a reckoning for every person. And we all sort of know that intuitively. But there are social sanctions. Innocent people should not be killed. It's that simple. You can make the case that, people who do something wrong should be killed. Okay. But justice requires you to spare the innocent. You can never kill innocent people. That is never justified for any reason, ever. Let's just start there. And that used to be a commonly understood principle. That's the undergirding principle.
I mean, and here's the thing. You can't really call yourself a Christian and think it's okay to just take innocent life and just sit there and say, oh, but it's war. I mean, okay, well, what matters more to you then? Your faith, or you explaining Donald Trump's intake, or you explaining the instant taking of life? Like, I mean, what your faith should go against. So this low-key kills me. It's like, we should not be thinking like that. And trust me, I get the logic in what you're saying, but if you're a Christian and if this is a Christian country, then yeah, protecting the innocent should be our top priority. Like, the excuse of, oh, well, it's war, so fuck the citizens is insane. And that is low-key genocidal language. Let's be real. So what? Any time war you get into, you're just going to think, oh, well, innocent civilians is okay to take out. Why? Because it's war. Yeah, this is why we try to avoid war as much as possible and not try to just run into it, because innocent people die. Did you forget that? Because Lord knows I didn't. Now, shout out to my man Sid. He said Tucker was one of the biggest cheerleaders to usher in the war. Usher in the world. He had no, hold on. I know you corrected that. He now bemoans. Oh, yeah. Tucker one of the biggest cheerleaders to usher in the war. He now bemoans. He should have seen it sooner. I mean, yeah, but I don't know. The environment that Tucker was in, I mean, bro, this man was raised by the people who pretty much pushed this shit. He grew up in the culture. Like, these people were his next door freaking neighbor. He went to school with their kids. Bro grew up in a lifestyle and somehow found a way out. That's how I can respect him, because it's easy for me and you to find a way out of this, because, dog, you didn't grow up within that shit. We didn't grow up in the mainstream media atmosphere. We didn't grow up in a neocon atmosphere. He did. So I gotta give him that. I gotta give him to him. You're right. I wish we wished he'd have seen it sooner. That's what we can honestly say. We wish, but due to the environment he grew up in, I ain't gonna lie. Who would have told him different? And that was just a common way of thinking before me and you was even really thinking about politics that deeply.
Of our entire justice system, which we inherited, thank God, from Great Britain.
But hold on.
That it is the worst thing you can do.
Shout out to my man Sid, though, by the way. Appreciate the support, brother.
Raise up.
Oh, no, I see it. No, you're right, though. He'll be simping. Yeah, no, I ain't gonna lie. You mean he'll be simping for Vance in year 2, bro? No, you're right. I mean, bro, he's already helping to separate Vance from this Iran war. And I mean, can we fairly give that to no one? Actually, yo, Sid, you got enough time to come on up? I went ahead and posted the call-in link in the I'm gonna go ahead and post it in the tab as well. I'm gonna go ahead and post it in the post tab. I went ahead and posted it in the StreamYard link because I actually want you to come over here and explain a little bit better. But in the meantime, though, let's get back to it as I take a quick little bathroom break.
Punish the innocent. Now, punishing the innocent is just a kind of common tool in our tool bag of foreign policy and diplomacy. Like, we openly, this president openly threatened to blow up civilian infrastructure and kill millions of people who had nothing to do with the war. well, that's obviously a war crime, but it's more profoundly, it's a moral crime. And it will always be. At every time, in every country, that will never change. So, yeah, of course, people, the spell will break, and people look around and be like, I can't believe that happened.
I wonder, Tucker, where this leaves the future of the MAGA movement. I mean,
the future of the MAGA. Well, that's over. There's no future of the MAGA movement. Obviously, we're done.
This war caused the end.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, what is the MAGA movement? Trump has defined it as whatever he wants. Well, that's not a movement. That's a tick. That's a preference. It's like, what do I feel like having for breakfast this morning? Well, today it's.
And all right, man. Shout out to my man Sid, dog. How's it going?
What's up, dude? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you're perfect.
Great. I have new headphones, so I just want to check. But
all right.
No, this Tucker guy, I mean, I appreciate and I love it to see people like him, big voices, come out and speak against the things that truly they helped cause. Tucker, I remember seeing Tucker, I don't know, it was really close to when Trump got reelected, but he came up and gave a speech about how sometimes you just need daddy to come home. And you just need daddy to come home and give you a spanking. And that's how he was talking about Trump, like right before he got elected. And now he's like trying to be like, shut up, bitch. So Trump, it's like, dude, you are a mouthpiece of the establishment just as much as anyone else. And just because you see like the tides changing now, there are people out there that won't forget that and don't trust you and won't trust you.
Like Mehdi Hassan.
Yeah, and like me too. Like I mean, I don't trust this guy, you know.
All right, I can understand that. But I don't know. I think he's trustworthy just because he was so in deep. Bro had all. I'm gonna be real with you. Like he has all the incentive in the world to keep it going on that side. He'd have kept his multi-million-dollar job. He'd have still kept money. He'd have still been in with the president. He had all the incentive.
Well, you know why he lost his job, right? You know why he lost his Fox News job. It wasn't going against Trump.
No. It was something completely different. But you do got to understand
that he was lying. He was lying about the election, the 2020 election.
Yeah, pushing the election.
While he was in private DMs being like, oh, this is all bullshit, LOL, Trump is a demon. But he'd go on a show and he'd repeat Trump's lies and he'd platform them and he'd give them space and he'd bring on, what's her name? That crazy lawyer that Trump had at that time. Like Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani, he'd bring them on and he'd act like they were credible. But meanwhile, he was actively in DMs being like, these guys are crazy. I can't wait till they're out of politics. I wish Trump would die. And so he's a liar, bro. Like, maybe he's unchained a little bit now, but we shouldn't trust this guy. He cost Fox News the largest defamation settlement in the history of defamation settlements.
I mean, I would think that would be something you would support. But okay. But
I support that, but he didn't mean to do that. Like, he didn't think that would happen.
Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. Okay, look, I'm not denying that he was wrong. Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm not gonna deny that he was kicked out for that reason. But seeing the direction he's in now, like I said, I'm gonna be real with you, he could have just went somewhere else. Let's just be honest with you, due to his talent and all that good stuff.
Yeah, but he's making bank. Like he's really savvy. I mean, he sees where media is going. He sees where the tides are turning. And right now, maybe the Republican establishment hasn't totally rejected Trump. But in the same way the Republicans did with Bush, within the next election cycle, it'll be who can shit on Trump the most on the Republican side, especially if Trump's not around anymore. And Tucker sees that early, and that gives him credibility to start doing this now. I think he's like a savvy political operator that doesn't really have any true beliefs and just understands where things are going. He's born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He's an heir of the Swanson Company. He's always bragged about being a multimillionaire and having a trust fund and being fine no matter what, even if he doesn't have a big TV job. His dad was in the CIA. This guy is not like us.
Now, but you gotta be real though. He apologized for most of that stuff already. Remember, he had to turn
Dude,
the
he lied
$5
about
million.
it. He used to talk about how his dad was in the CIA all the time. And then Nick Fuentes, who I also don't like, called him out on it. And Tucker was like, hey, that's interesting. I didn't even know my dad was in the CIA. I didn't even know my dad was in the CIA until Nick said it, and I had to look it up, and yeah, he was. Meanwhile, you go back and you look at years and years and years of Tucker talking about his dad being in the CIA, this guy having a trust fund, being part of the Swanson family. Like, all of this stuff is something he talked about until the political landscape changed. And he thought that, yeah.
So,
like, I mean, that, how do we even explain that?
Now, I'm be real with you, your concern is absolutely valid. If you're pretty much saying that, yo, Tucker's been caught up in a lot of mischievous acts, like, so it's really hard for me to believe him that when he's sitting here going like, or saying all the stuff that I want to say, or that you want him to say. So I get what you're
it's because
saying.
popular. It's because popular. I've been saying this when it wasn't popular, and I'm nobody, but now it is popular, and this guy's saying it, and we're all supposed to like give him a pat on the back. You know,
Well, I
like,
would say this. He came out before. I would say it's like anybody who's saying this before the war can pretty much claim that side. It's not like he's saying this after the fact. And remember, he's kind of kept this anti-war stance for a while now. And the fact that he tried to talk Trump out of it, I mean, you kind of got to give him credit for that one. So you can say he's somewhat changed. Somewhat.
Here's what I'll have to say. I'll have to see a lot more stuff before I trust him. And I think that's fair given his history.
Because I'm be real with you, you've given me a lot more reasons for why you should distrust him than to trust him. So I gotta give you that.
And same thing goes with people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? Like, me and her disagree on so many things. I really don't agree with her on politics, but she's seemingly showed a background on a couple things, and you want to kind of give credit for that, but then again, she created this world that we now live in and that she now rejects, and it's now like biting her in the ass, and she's never fully like taken accountability for that in the same way that someone like Adam Kinzinger or Liz Cheney did. Not that Liz Cheney is like great in my book either.
Well,
but they
Tucker
at least
pretty much said it.
Yeah, I mean, but he's unaccountable. Like, he's not an elected official.
Yeah, that's true. No elected officials pretty much sat there and said that, oh yeah, I regret following Trump on this, that, and the third.
The only ones that are the ones that have been ousted because he endorsed their primary opponent. Like, did you see the story about, Bill Cassidy, right?
Yeah, he stood up and he pretty much, him and Trump pretty much got into a shouting match. I guess he got briefed on the Iran war, and he did not like what he heard. And he took it directly.
He was voting in favor of restricting Trump's war powers because he had not been briefed on the war. And then after that shouting match, Trump finally briefed them, which is crazy to even be a concession. That should just be normal. Obviously, the president should be briefing Congress about what's happening with war. But Trump was not doing that, and Republicans were giving him a pass forever until people like Bill Cassidy lost their primary and, grew a little bit of a spine.
Yeah, I mean, now that you're at your seat, you might as well just go balls to the wall. Apparently, that's what they're doing out here.
I still don't know why Rand Paul voted in favor of it. Like, Trump will probably be dead by the time that guy's facing re-election. So,
well, here's the honestly, with the whole War Powers Act, I mean, let's be real though. Like, a lot of Republicans' constituents was on their ass, and if you just weren't such a Zionist, I mean, you kind of seen how bad this was turning out for us. And let's be real, bro. Most of the Congress people were looking at the news, getting fed the fairy tale. Then they walk into the debriefing and they're just like, yo, what the fuck? Like, wait, hold on. You're telling me this, but what you're telling the American people is a completely separate story. It's like, what's going on?
Rand Paul and Bill Cassidy and all these guys voted to restrict Trump's war powers until they were briefed. You know what I mean? So like they were seeing stuff
so
on
they
the news.
turned around their vote as soon as they were just like, okay, well, you briefed me. I guess I'm okay with it.
Yeah, and Cassidy even said, he was like, well, technically I won this battle, and I kind of agree with him, because he's like, all I was ever asking for was a briefing, because he supported this from day one. He's a hawk, like most Republicans are, and so he supported it from day one. And he's like, well, they gave me a briefing, and it made me think that their objectives are plausibly achievable. Well, okay. We've been told these have already been achieved. They obviously haven't, to anyone following this, but even this Republican senator that is voting in favor of it, he's doing it because he thinks that it is something that doesn't sound totally outlandish to be achieved. Not that it has been achieved. But then Trump comes out and he's saying all of his war aims were achieved.
Yeah, and we can control
totally,
the strait, apparently.
Yeah, even though Iran bombed a ship today going through the wrong passage.
Yep. Yeah, that was the worst part about it. That was
and
absolutely
then their top negotiator also came out and said, like, I don't know what the fuck Vance and Trump are saying. We're definitely not buying any fucking agriculture from the United States. The only thing the United States sells is lies.
Bro. Yeah, I read that one too, though, and I was just like, bro, I hope this is just state media, because they've been trying to sell this propaganda for a minute now. Like, oh no, like it's actually gonna go towards America. What? So you're telling me the Arab countries just bought a gift card, a $300 billion gift card to America for Iran?
Bro.
That's how they sold it to us. But really, they're giving them $300 billion to rebuild their economy and for reconstruction. It says it right there.
Yeah, and it's guaranteed. And also, that wasn't just state media. That was their top negotiator, the guy that's meeting with Witkoff and Kushner. By the way, Kushner's not supposed to be in the government. He's just Trump's son-in-law. I don't know why he's part of all this stuff.
I don't know either. Bro. Especially, bro, all the special interests with the Netanyahu family as well is like, this is insane. Like,
yeah,
he should not be a part of this. Steve Witkoff should barely be a part of this, but oh well. But definitely not.
Yeah, he was just Trump's friend, but he was at least announced as someone that would be like an envoy. Like, Trump explicitly said, "Oh, I'm not going to include Jared Kushner in my second administration," because Jared Kushner was actually a part of his first administration, and he got a lot of flack for it. And he very clearly is part of his second administration, and he is super tied to the Middle East. Like, he has so many investments in the Middle East.
Man, bro. What was it? Well, I think there was an island that him and what was it, Ivanka Trump is also buying.
Yeah, Ivana, and I think it was the Saudi Wealth Fund after the first term gave him like an influx of a couple $1 billion into his bank account. So
yeah, I was just like, and it's so crazy because it's just so blatant. That's what's killing me. That's what's honestly just killing me about this whole Trump enriching himself. Like, dog came up $2 billion so far, and is a World Liberty Financial, $2 billion in profit it just did. I'm just like, okay, bro.
Do you have Audible, like the audiobook app?
Yeah.
You should get the book Regime Change. It just came out. It's by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan, 2 Trump biographers. They interviewed thousands of people for this within the administration, including Trump himself. And 2 excerpts from it have already came out as articles. The one New York Times article that I sent you a while ago that was like that profile on Netanyahu and how he convinced Trump to get into the war. And the other one was the Epstein cover-up. So those are 2 excerpts from it. But it just came out, and it's really interesting into how like the first 1.5 years have gone in the Trump administration. Because it's very clear when you're listening to it or reading it that like really high-profile people are the people that these guys are talking to. I think Vance is definitely one of them, but.
All right, Regime Change, Maggie Haberman.
Haberman, yeah.
Yes, somebody says I'm playing it now. I was like, all right, you done put somebody on, Sid. Shoot.
Yeah, fuck yeah. It's really good. And it's very fair too. Like it's very fair. You'll see that when you
Bro, you hear about
it.
the outrageous sentences that Trump was handing out? Well, not
For
Trump,
like
the judges were handing out for what was it? The immigration. I think it was immigration center that was attacked or something like that.
yeah, bro. The only one that made sense is the guy that shot at that cop.
Literally,
That's the
what I
only
said,
one
too.
that made sense.
Literally, I was like, everybody else, like, bro, that's overdoing it. Like, what are y'all doing?
Yeah, it's not like 30 years, bro, for nothing.
Oh man, oh bro, and trust me, people are about to get more outraged. You hear the Supreme Court ruling said that Trump can expand his expedited deportations
removal. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, and then even Tom Tillis, you know who he is, right?
Mhm.
He heard about the sentences they're trying to give these people that they're accusing of vandalizing the reflection pool, 10 years. And this motherfucker came out and he's like, bro, Trump pardoned people that were on camera, like pummeling police officers. How could you fucking say these people deserve 10 years and there's not even proof?
Bro,
It's not even
pardoned
evidence.
somebody who was running like what was it? Like nursing care fraud and was letting old ladies die in their bed in pain.
Yeah. He also endorsed Ken Paxton. Ken Paxton, who made sure that this proven and convicted pedophile didn't serve any jail time.
Yep.
You know about that, right?
Yeah. Actually, I heard about it. I don't really know too much of the details, but somebody was like, I caught a slip of it. Like I read about it in like an X comment, but I didn't know too much about it. Like,
bro, in his first term, he also endorsed Roy Moore, who was a sitting congressman who was a fucking pedophile, and everyone knew it.
Yeah, I actually heard about that one. Okay. Yeah.
It's like he's used to that or something. I don't know.
Used to that crowd, apparently.
Yeah, I guess.
But shoot, I think we pretty much so Israel and Lebanon. I ain't gonna lie, bro. If this deal sinks, it's gonna be because Israel and Lebanon. Like, I think that's one of the main reasons why Iran's out here shooting ships in the strait is because Israel won't cut the shit in Lebanon. And of course, we're trying to be slick and play cute and try to send these ships through different routes.
Yeah, and also we didn't cue in Israel on any of this deal. Not that I understand why they didn't, because Israel wouldn't accept it anyway.
Yeah,
but like, you should at least try. You should at least try.
Yeah, that's true. We should at least brought them in and sat them down and let them understand the reality of the situation here, at least for us. But I don't even think they cared.
It gives you a better hand. You say like, "Hey, look, we're trying here with Israel," and that would give you more leeway to apply pressure on Israel domestically and internationally.
I mean,
but if you're not even going to cue them in, I mean, can you blame them necessarily?
I kind of get why they're upset, but it is almost just like, well, we kind of knew y'all stance, and that's the sad reality. Like, we kind of knew their stance.
Yeah, but we joined them. We joined them knowing.
You're right, and we should have involved them. But I kind of see why they didn't want to include them. It's just like, look, we know y'all stance. We know you're gonna say no. We know you're just gonna go balls to the wall. But then
did you see that
right,
Hillary
if you
interview?
don't invite them in, then I mean, I can see why they don't respect in the first place because they weren't consulted. But then I also get the argument of like, yo, look, you're a junior partner, so just like you get in line, damn it. But they're not doing that.
Also, Trump, like, he knows he can't restart this war. Like, he knows he lost, but this guy cannot accept loss.
Bro, 4
this
weeks
is the
of
person that used to say
reserves.
He used to say the Emmys were rigged. He's gonna say every time he loses, it's not real, or he actually won. And if everyone starts saying, which everybody is because it's so obvious, that Iran won this, he's going to try to get back in it. Like, he is that disabled.
God damn it, Sid. Maybe we should just shut the fuck up then. Maybe we're doing too much.
Well, that's what people say. Like, there's a lot of people on the left, like, You know Ryan Graham from Breaking Points?
Yeah.
He's on Twitter being basically like, yeah, Trump like totally lost the war here. We totally lost, but let's not really mention it because we don't want to egg him back on into this. And it's like, no, dude, I said this shouldn't have happened from the beginning. You said this shouldn't have happened from the beginning.
Yep.
And now the deal is worse than the JCPOA, which we also said it would be.
Yeah.
We're allowed to point that out. We should be allowed to point that. We're not going to like be like, oh my God, Trump, like, great job losing the war. Great job, like, fucking everything up and then, like, trying to make it better at the last minute and failing because you're total, like, incompetent, like, total retard. But we have to be able to call it out. We can't just sit here with biting our tongues because we will be doomed to repeat the same mistake.
Yeah, you're right. I was saying the same thing. I'm like, bro, if we don't make the American people understand that, yo, we lost this, we made a strategic mistake and we paid for it. And if Trump low-key makes these people truly believe it's a win, then they will not learn their lesson. We'll be right back here again, except it'll be even worse.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, but
and,
all right.
and even oh, go ahead. Sorry.
So Mondani, the kingmaker,
Oh,
apparently.
Yeah.
So pretty much,
well, you know, Trump actually endorsed 347 candidates, and the news never reports it. So.
That's true, but let's be
Sorry,
real. You're good, bro. Mondani, the kingmaker. How do you feel about Mondani's like pretty much sweeping New York? Like as a Dem, how does that make you feel?
Well, I think that he did have a decent amount to do with that, but I also think the broader thing is people, Democrats, and people on the right, Republicans that aren't maybe fully MAGA or whatever, they're totally tired of the establishment, and they will abide a lot of things that people would say is disqualifying in the past. Oh, it's disqualifying if you said that you'd never give aid to Ukraine. Oh, it's disqualifying if you said you'd wipe your hands on the American flag. Oh, it's disqualifying if you're Graham Plattner and you know you said all this stuff on Reddit and you were a terrible boyfriend. That stuff pales in comparison to people that are feeling it every single day, getting fucked up the ass by the current system, and the only people they hear talking about it are the ones that have these troubled pasts, that have this baggage, and everyone else is just a total fucking nerd or a total bootlicker being like, well, okay, we totally flipped the Senate in New York 2 years ago, so I don't see what's going on now, or I just trust Trump. Obviously, people are going to be upset. They're going to want change. And not even that they think that these people are going to fix everything, but they think the whole fucking system needs to get broken. And Trump supporters especially should understand that, because that's why so many of them voted for him.
Oh yeah, bro. That's why I'm not even tripping on the Dems. Like, dog, I felt it. I'm like, I feel y'all. That's what we were going through with Trump, what y'all going through with Mondani. It's like, just like you guys are tired of the establishment, right? They're tired of the establishment left, and they're showing it with their votes. Like, bro, the Democratic Party is pretty much saying, F these guys. They say they're gonna take down the corporations, but they never do. But I know who will, a socialist. So guess what they're going towards?
Yeah.
Socialism. And I keep telling them, look, bro, if y'all let this crony capitalist persist and more people aren't really seeing the results they want to, bro, they're gonna go socialist. That's just human nature, sadly. It just is what it is.
You see people like Elon Musk becoming like, I know he's not technically a trillionaire, but like the first trillionaire. And he has got, like, when he was brought into government, he fucked up things like Medicaid. He fucked up things like Medicare, just out of incompetence. He like cut Ebola funding, and now we have the biggest epidemic outbreak ever of Ebola. He cut USAID, and now we are seeing all these diseases spread. They're trying to like totally dismantle all this stuff while simultaneously enriching themselves and telling like the regular people that make this country run, oh, you're just not smart enough. You just don't work hard enough.
Literally.
Yeah, people are going to go for socialists. Like,
yeah,
I'm not a socialist personally, but fuck, I'm almost there myself, you know?
Like, bro, I consider myself a huge fan of capitalism, but I'm just looking at the other guys going like, bro, I feel you. It's like, I get it. It's like, you're right. These corporations are telling us to eat it. The Republicans are working for the couple corporations, and we're not really getting anything but watching inflation go up, watching them make more money. Their assets are worth now more, and our prices go up, and they're just telling us to kick rocks. Hopefully you can get some change in the next election. It's like, bro, these guys are going to get radical. And when people start pushing for for the socialist agenda, I really don't want to hear it from the capitalists. Because I mean, bro, we had multiple chances to get this under control, but except we kept selling out to crony capitalism.
Yeah, it's just not working for most people. It's working for the people that can buy Trump's favor, that can afford to buy mergers, that can afford to have the government press the thumb in their favor. But for everybody else, they're getting fucked, and they're seeing Trump like quintuple his net worth in less than a year off the office of the president.
Bro, and here's the thing though, like, there's gonna be something where we're gonna have a conservative socialist. They're coming next, bro. They're coming.
Yeah, it's gonna be the next big thing, and this is kind of what Tucker's kind of angling for a little bit. But the next big thing will be someone that is like on social issues, kind of conservative, but on economic issues, pretty far left.
Yeah. And that's sadly, and like I said, it's gonna be because nobody wanted to low-key pull the corporations but to the side and be like, look, you gotta work with us instead of just simping out for them. But if the
you ever watch the All In podcast?
Huh?
You ever watch the All In podcast or listen to that?
Isn't that like with Ted Cruz or Stephen Miller or whatever?
No, it's like I forget the people's name on it, but it's basically like a business podcast, and the hosts are pretty wealthy people, and they bring on like very wealthy business people.
Okay.
And I was listening I saw a clip from it the other day, and it was a billionaire that they had on the show, and the billionaire was like, yeah, this is all well and good and stuff, but I think we might need to do some like wealth redistribution here in America, because I'm worried that in the next 5 years we're gonna all be like guillotined. And he's right.
Yeah, bro, I've been saying this for a minute too. I've been like, bro, if y'all keep this up with the AI and snatching people's jobs and people making less money, we're gonna riot. Like, bro, it's gonna be heads on sticks. And like, bro, as much as I'm gonna sit there and I'm be like, no, guys, don't do it. If they do it to you, I'm not really gonna stop them. I'm gonna sit there and be like, well, we did warn you. Like, sorry.
Well, it's like describing a flood, right? Like, let's say it was raining for 50 days straight, and then the puddle outside your house is piling up and it starts pouring in. Yeah, you could sit there and be like, oh no, water, please don't come in. But it's just like naturally what's gonna happen, you know?
Yeah.
It's just describing reality.
Man, and shout out to Lunatic Libertarian. He says all centralized systems are failed and socialism sucks. Man, look, bro, we might be under socialism if these boys don't change their actions. Like, we will be under it. And I know a lot of y'all don't want to accept that, but I mean, bro, if things keep going in this direction, we are going to head
towards. To be honest, I don't think we'll see anything crazier than what we saw under FDR, which Lunatic Libertarian would hate, but also it's something we've gone through, and it wouldn't be like the Soviet Union. We'd still have our constitution, and like, even if we got a left-wing Trump, you know, like.
Yeah, trust me, I don't really see it as the complete end of capitalism, but you know, like you said, even the billionaires are going like, I ain't gonna lie, some of this do need to be reined in. Like, maybe we do need to distribute this wealth better. And I'm just like, why don't you just pay people more? That's wealth distribution. And I mean,
we should have people in this country that work over 50 hours a week or even over 40 hours a week, that if they like injure themselves or hurt themselves and can't work or get fired for whatever reason, have to leave everything behind and move back in with their parents. Like, we could give people a hand up in this country in so many different ways that we choose not to every single day. And then we can just like piss away billions and billions of dollars on wars that we lose.
I'll get that one. And shout out to my man, the lunatic libertarian. He came in. Socialism is a joke. Antichrist has, well, not Antichrist, sorry. Anarchists have been correct. And we don't have our constitution now. I mean, we still do. Trust me. Nobody done took it out yet. Well, people say, what constitution? I'm weak. Who constitution?
Well, I mean, we're here right now talking mad shit. You think that would happen in fucking North Korea? You think that would happen in China? You think that? Yeah. I know it's not perfect. And I know there are constitutional violations out the ass, left and right, and norms broken and things not remedied quick enough. But we do have it better than a lot of places, and it is because our constitution still holds strong and is a bulwark in many ways, and is upheld often by the judiciary, like truly. And I hate the Supreme Court right now.
Yeah, but I mean, when they give their rulings, at least they give a good argument. As much as you don't like it, at least they forgive a fair one. Like, as much as I didn't like the tariff ruling, I had to sit there and read the
Sometimes
argument.
they don't give any argument. Sometimes they don't give any argument, and they just kind of go against like things they've said in the past before, and just kind of legislate from the bench, like completely. Like,
yeah. Now I've heard some arguments
like the immunity ruling.
I'm weak. Say that again.
Like the immunity ruling.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I'll give you that one. I don't know, but usually the times I hear these guys like the dissent was something, I read the argument, I'm just like, all right, that's fair. It is like,
Well, they're all good writers, and they all they can make a good argument.
Yeah, they can articulate the hell out of an argument. I'll tell you that.
Even if it's bullshit.
Not for real. Because trust me, I didn't like the tariff ruling at all, but I was like, whatever, bro. Y'all got it. You explained it.
Yeah, at least they cited stuff in that one, and it wasn't just like.
Yeah, they cite sections and all this good stuff, past uses of the law or the act, and you're just like, all right, whatever. I'm not gonna argue. Y'all made y'all ruling, and besides, y'all are the final say. This is what we abide by. So it is what it is. Like when the Supreme Court says it, I mean, the argument's over.
I'm more radical on that kind of stuff than like the socialism stuff. I want to see Democrats, if they take back power, do major structural reforms. I'll tell you what I want, and this is going to make you be like, fuck, I hope you don't get what you want. I want court packing. I want to see 13 justices on the Supreme Court. I want statehood for DC and Puerto Rico. I want the House uncapped. And I want the end of the Electoral College.
All right, hold on. The end. Well, you want the end of the Electoral College? Well,
I know that's the farthest stretch because that would take an amendment, but I do want that.
Statehood for Puerto Rico and who?
Washington, D.C.
Really? Washington becomes its own state? I mean, what does that even do for you guys? I am a big.
That'd be well. To be fair, I don't think Puerto Rico is like a guaranteed Democrat stronghold. I think Republicans could win there, but like a huge partisan would be like that would be 4 Senate seats automatically for Democrats.
Yeah, that's true.
Packing the Supreme Court, or you could call it unpacking, would be remedying
9 to 13
past abuses. Yeah, every federal court besides the Supreme Court, or every district court, is 13. Why is the Supreme Court not?
I mean, well, still an uneven number, so I mean, all right, it works out.
Yeah, and Republicans
still
stole
was
2
straight,
seats from
but
Democrats.
I get the idea though. You want to fill it with, pretty much more Dems, or just have the
Republicans stole 2 seats from Democrats.
True.
Obama had a nomination. Mitch McConnell didn't bring it up and decided that it was an election year. So, we can't do that. And I'm going to abide by this precedent that I'm setting that we don't do this in election years. And then in an election year, RBJ dies and we nominate Amy Coney Barrett, and she gets in, and he totally broke the rule that he just created to fuck over Democrats and to steal a seat from Obama. So he kind of stole 2 seats there when you think about it. But
and it's been biting you on the ass ever since. So I can see why now you guys are on the more extreme position of, we can't let this ever happen again.
Yeah, and they pretty much give a pass to almost everything Trump wants to do. Every once in a while, they'll be like, you can't really do it this way, but maybe do it this way. But literally every single fucking thing Biden tried to do, it'd get to the Supreme Court and it'd be struck down. And so any sort of legislative thing we want to do, we will have to pack the court. Like, they've forced our hand. They're not fair in that way. They're totally partisan.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think on both sides are a little bit partisan on a lot of things, but for you guys to pack the court, guy, that's a lot of power to give to the Dems.
Well, I would also agree to like a lottery system where we get rid of all the judges, and each time a case comes to the Supreme Court, we pull random names from district justices all over the country. So it could just be totally random. And then this panel kind of gets together to hear the case and decide on it. I think that'd be more fair too. But here's the thing: Republicans don't want to do either of those things. Like,
yeah, they want a little more
think it's
control
fine
than
that they stole the seats. They're glad they stole the seats. They're glad they've locked themselves in power.
I mean, honestly, yeah, and that's the political objective of each party is to lock themselves in power, except the Republicans just kind of solidified it. The thing is, we gave it to them, and they've completely dropped the ball with it. I mean, let's be real. Like, they've completely dropped the ball. They could be getting a lot more done, but they haven't. And I mean,
they should be pulling way worse than they are. I know they're pulling shit right now. Their favorables are tanking, but they should be a dead party at this point.
Yeah, no, to be quite honest with you, dog, trust me, when more and more starts coming out, like, you know, the backtailing on immigration, the more of the fraud starts getting revealed, yeah, you're going to start seeing that. Like I said, the Trump endorsement is going to turn from like the golden stamp to a scarlet letter, and it's going to be crazy. So trust me, it's going to get but
what about even the housing bill? Right? You saw
the housing bill, bro,
right?
the housing affordability, that shit pissed me off. I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, are you serious? Like, so we're literally trying to stop these corporations from buying up houses. This was part of, you know, making housing just a little bit more affordable, and you're holding it up. Like,
yeah, and he has no leverage. Like, he thinks he has some sort of leverage. But here's the thing: a bill sits on the president's desk for 10 days, it becomes law, whether he signs it or not. And if he does try to veto it, this bill already has a veto-proof majority. So if he wants to, he could veto it and then try to strong-arm other Republicans that already voted for it to take back their vote for this housing affordability bill, which would kill Republicans even further in the midterms. And they wanted to run on this. They were all excited. Like, Mike Johnson was having a press conference. They were trying to take credit for it, even though it was like Elizabeth Warren that kind of spearheaded this thing. But
literally,
they're
and
trying
that's
to
what I'm saying. It's like the fact that we're letting Elizabeth Warren spearhead this, and we're supposed to be the ones focusing on affordability, but we're too busy getting wrapped up in the Middle East. Like, bro, this is why it's gonna tank our. Well, I would say this: it's gonna tank our chances of keeping the Senate, because the House, I think that's already cooked.
I think the Senate's like, it's like a coin flip. I think at this
It
point.
really is. I wish I could sit there and say like, nah, we someone still got it, but it's like, nah, you could toss it up in the air at this point.
Yeah, it shouldn't be, but there's some good candidates in the Senate. As much as there's like crazies in the House running that you were talking about with, and people could say Graham Plattner is crazy, and maybe there's more stuff that will come out about him, but when he talks, he wins. He's running against concerned Susan Collins, who's like fucking vibrating. She's old as fuck. She's like shaking. This comes off weird and doesn't say anything that gets anybody excited. And she's never done anything to speak about at all. And she pissed off Maine voters by being like the confirming vote on Kavanaugh. And she came out and said, "Oh, I don't think he'll overturn Roe v. Wade." He was the deciding vote on overturning Roe v. Wade. And so she's cooked. And Graham Plattner's like comes off as like this fucking just like this regular dude that has made mistakes, but he's like chill, and that's it sounds stupid to do like that sort of analysis, but really the American public is kind of dumb, and that's what they want, and that's why they elected someone like Trump twice. So
True. I mean, bro, let's be real. We're not really looking for somebody with a clean past. I mean, look, we've been fooled with they got such a clean history, wife, kids, the perfect life, and that person turns out to be a completely terrible leader or a complete psychopath. It's like, trust me. So a lot of people, we really don't care about, your past life. Honestly, we'd rather you live a life. We're tired of these ivory tower people who come from these rich backgrounds where it feel like they never really made a mistake. Like, I'd rather a guy come from a checkered past than just have this clean cut guy who ain't never really been through anything. Silver spoon in their mouth completely. And, this is one of the reasons why I kind of like, I say I want Tucker to run, but then again, I'm like, bro, if we can get somebody a little bit more of a rugged past, then I mean, that'd be way better. Somebody that's actually, I would say, live the conservative lifestyle, maybe out there, maybe out here in Ohio or out there in the country of Iowa or whatever. I'd rather somebody like that go for president than another.
Hey, JD Vance is from Ohio, right? Grew up, his mom sold him for drugs. JD Vance is from Ohio, right?
Yep. Yes, he is. But JD Vance, be real with you, I ain't gonna lie. It's like he grew up in that background, and that's why I was for him in the beginning. But I'm gonna be real with you, bro. Got to uplift it, I guess, a little bit too quick.
No, dude, he's just like a snake, dude. He's like and this exists on the left too, but he's the same as Tucker. Every time he can sense the political winds changing, he changes. I've said this before, probably on the stream, but when he needed to be a never Trump Republican, he was the best never Trump Republican. He was writing articles about it. He was saying Trump is the opium for the United States of America. He's saying he's the only politician I can think of that has actually said Trump is America's Hitler.
I'm weak. Well, here's the thing, though. But one thing, though, look, you got to give it to Vance, though. Like I said, the only person separate himself. He's fighting for the deal. You're right. He did go along with it. We gotta ding him on that one. But like him and Tucker, at least they're trying to, fight against this bad idea. I mean, bro, can you
but if Trump started bombing them tomorrow again, he would be supporting it. He'd be on TV talking about why it's good, even if he didn't believe it.
You're right.
He wouldn't resign. And that's the same problem I had with Kamala Harris. She had such an issue with Biden's policy on Israel. I mean, the big thing to do would be to resign. And I've never been in that tough position. I know it's a tough position. It's hard. But we should hold them to that high standard. They have the most important job in the office, in the country.
Yeah, and literally, it's a simple question. I mean, are you against genocide or not? And if you are, go ahead and step down, and that will literally let people know where you stand. And she could have been a more stronger candidate come Biden's decline. But hey, man, she's stuck on a sinking ship. I think you're right. I think Vance might do the same. But
he already has.
I mean, yeah, that's true. I mean, he could always still resign right now and be like let's say Trump goes back to war and he resigns. Then it's like, okay, at that point,
then Trump's term is over if that happens.
I'll give you that. But all right.
But also, I just want to say real quick one thing. I know you're going to say something about Kamala Harris and maybe Vance is a little more savvy or a little more smart. Kamala is not a dumb person. I don't love Kamala Harris. I don't think she's the best. She's qualified. She's smart, and she doesn't seem like a bad person.
No, she's not. She just has terrible performance anxiety.
Oh, and one more thing real quick. Speaking of that, because I think Hillary had performance anxiety too, but did you see her most recent interview?
No, not Hillary's. But I seen Kamala Harris.
Hillary came out and said she was talking mad shit, but she was like, yeah, when I was Secretary of State under Obama, Netanyahu and Ehud Barak, they'd always try to pressure us into going into a war with Iran. They'd say, oh, the fucking planes are on the tarmac right now, we're going to bomb them. And I'd say, oh, good luck with that.
Yeah, okay.
That's what Trump should have done, bro.
Literally,
Yeah.
that's what Trump should have done. It's like, bro, I said the same thing. I'm like, bro, you should have just told them to kick rocks. Be like, oh, yeah, we're about to go bomb Iran. All right, good luck with that, man. Because basically, they did the same trap with Obama. Yeah, we're about to go bomb them. You might have to get involved. And they said, no, we won't. I mean, go ahead. Well, you just know you're on your own. And that's the thing.
Yeah.
Trump could have said the same thing. He's like, look, if you go bomb Iran, I'm going to go call Iran right now and be like, look, man, that ain't on us. That's all on Israel. Like, do what you will.
And Rubio knew. Rubio knew about all that. He knew that Trump could have made that decision and Israel wouldn't have done anything. But instead, he lets them do that. He lets Trump get into this war. And he then comes out and tries to say, oh, well, we knew Israel was going to do it. And we knew if we didn't do anything, then we'd get bombed. No, you're a total fucking liar, dude.
Well, all right.
Not you, but Marco.
No, I get you. Nah, I get what you're saying. But shout out to my man, Lunatic Libertarian. He says the federal government needs to be reduced, not increased. The Supreme Court was never to be political. Justice is supposed to be blind. Reduce it. I mean, what you say to that one?
The federal government is supposed to be reduced. I mean, the federal government has remained the same, like the same level of staffing since I think the 1960s, and the population's only increased. I think if the federal government's actually helping people and actually benefiting people's life, which there's no reason that it can't, and there are many ways that we can show that it has and does. If we're putting effort into that sort of stuff, things like making sure more people are able to go to the doctor, things like making sure more people aren't hungry,
yeah,
especially people that are working.
It's like, you remember what? Remember one of the most scariest lines is, "I'm from the government. I'm here to help." So
that's what Reagan said, but like,
yeah, I know, but it's like, it's real though. It's like the sad reality is, like, I hear what you're saying, because you're right. Like, government does help, but it also f some things up as well while helping.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
that's the thing is, like, we can't always expect perfection. There's going to be corruption. There's going to be fraud. There's going to be all this stuff. That's why you should have a government that is in a constant push and pull within itself, constantly investigating itself, constantly investigating other parts of itself, holding each other accountable. That's the whole point of checks and balances, is that we understood that these things aren't perfect. We understood that there needs to be other branches, other government agencies that conduct oversight on their counterparts. And so when that is going well, it's going well. And we should always root out like the mistakes where they happen. But I don't know. I don't know if I would be a stable person and not a fucking junkie if my mom didn't have access to some government help when I was growing up. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I feel you.
Maybe I'm biased in that one. But
nah, I feel you, dog. Trust me. I think me and my mom probably would have been in the project starving if it wasn't for some government assistance. So I feel
there wouldn't even be no project. The projects suck, but Section 8 is government housing. You know?
Nah, here's the worst thing, bro. The projects in Brooklyn, New York, bruh, is like, they're super cheap and super dangerous for a reason. So it's just like, you kind of get what you pay for.
Mm-hmm.
The government ain't helping with that. The only thing they help you do is bear the life of the projects.
Yeah, or like SNAP. I don't know if your mom was on that, or like Medicaid or anything, but
yeah, like pretty much back
or like free school lunches or like stuff like that. But that's all government, bro. If that stuff didn't exist, who knows? You would have been robbing people at 10 years old. You know,
most likely.
Yeah.
If you're talking
anyone
about, bro,
would.
you ain't getting no food.
Yeah.
Yeah, and who wouldn't at that point? Like, that's how most people turn to crime, because it's just that bad out there.
And the government, if it's supposed to be accountable to the people. So it's not supposed to be this thing that is totally something that we can't touch or we can't change or we can't make a difference in. That's why, dude, if everyone was even as involved as we are, and we're not even like the top of politically involved. Exactly. But if they were even as involved as we are, this country would look so much different.
No,
but most people, dude, there are people that can't even name 2 states.
Yeah.
Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. So when we have this like system that's supposed to represent the people, but the people don't know shit, or like large groups of them don't, or don't have time to, or like just can't do it, or have been purposely like propagandized into not liking the government or not thinking the government is salvageable, then yeah, it's just going to keep being the status quo. Nothing's going to change. And we'll just keep complaining until like the people that actually want to take power. And when you get someone that's savvy enough to do that, it's going to be really bad for most people. So
sure, sounds like me and you here just waiting on the sidelines, waiting for the right group who's really ready to make change. Because it's like, look, man, whenever y'all want to go in and flood the Congress and it's guys like us, I mean, let us know. Right now, a lot of people don't seem serious, and they kind of want to hang on to these non-serious people who's in our government.
yeah, all it takes is everybody voting. Even our voter turnout is so low.
Terrible.
And now
our age group is terrible, bro.
Yeah, our age group, but even in general, dude, even like a ton of people that served in the military for our right to vote and stuff don't vote.
Exactly. And I said this. I said, bro, our generation, and so does younger generation, we gotta start putting boots on the ground when it comes to elections. Like, we actually gotta go out there in full force and take back our country from these, the crazy boomers. Like, and if we don't do it, then we can't complain when they crash this country out. And I'm not even sure if they'll leave us with anything to build off of.
The crazy boomers are only going to vote for things that are beneficial to them, and they're on their way out. They're dying. So the
like
things
I said,
that are
bro, they're
beneficial,
literally crashing out the economy. They just don't care. Long their assets go up and they got it, and then they don't care. But here's the thing: the end result is a bunch of crazy bastards start stealing y'all property because now you
as
guys
long as they
become
get Social Security.
Oh, bro.
Yeah, the government, if it gets bad enough, yeah, they will start seizing these boomers' property, and they're not going to like that, and they will want their grandchildren to fucking take up arms on their behalf, even after voting to fuck them over their entire lives.
And all right, bro. Hey, bro, we got somebody up. All right, yo, Mike, how's it going, man?
Salute, man. Salute. What's up, bro? What's going on?
Awesome. It's all good. So,
Yeah,
wait,
man,
do you have any agreements, disagreements, my friend?
I mean, the whole thing is, when, I'm in my 50s, right? And I look at the younger generation and I can't even associate with them. They literally don't stand for anything. Sometimes. Now, there are exceptions to the rule. There are people that are still patriots. There are people that still want to fight for people's rights and, making the country better. But it just seems like a lot of people now they really don't care, and I remember real quick, I remember being 18 years old and I could not wait to vote. It was the greatest thing ever to put my vote in, my voice in, in the government, whether it was, help or not, but it's like these younger generations, they don't even want to vote anymore.
I mean,
they're just like, what's the point? It's all predetermined. What do you think about that?
I didn't have the mentality to start voting until my mid 20s when I actually started taking stuff a little bit more seriously. And you're right. I wish I had the attitude that you grew up with, where 18, we got to get up.
I couldn't wait, man. And I don't consider myself Republican or Democrat. I like to vote for the best person for the job, and that's what I do. I don't vote party wise. But don't you notice when you go to the pollings, if you do, they ask you what's your party? They shouldn't be asking you that. It doesn't matter. It's just you're voting for the best person for the job. It's almost like when someone comes in you're going to hire for a job, just because they're from the other side, you're going to not like them. They may bring something to the table that's refreshing and new. So
that's the thing is with the primary elections and stuff.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to vote in a primary for a party you're not part of. I can't vote in the Republican primary as a registered Democrat or independent.
So in a way, they're fixing the election in a way.
You kind of got to pick a side when it comes to the primaries. Yeah. That's why it's just kind of if you want to vote for Republicans, you got to register Republicans, but now you're just doomed for whatever the Republicans got for you. And same thing with the Dems.
Yeah. And then once you register, you can't unregister. So in other words, so when I was young, I was a Democrat, for many, many, many years. And then I started to admire the military, and I worked as a contractor for years, and Republicans are always very pro-military. And I just started to admire, some of the Republican views, but I also really appreciate the Democratic views as well, helping the downtrodden, helping people that need help, The Republicans sometimes sticks their nose up at people that need help. The upper middle class, Republicans are, basically looking down upon Democrats that possibly might need help, So I think politics is just like religion. It's very confusing. You don't really know what to believe. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's also so polarized. Like, I know that's been said so much, but it's become more team sports than ever. And people are on their own sides and like dug in so much that at this point, like, there's like this old Soviet saying of like, it's something like a Russian is granted 2 wishes or 1 wish, but the person granting the wish says that they will do to their neighbor twice as much as they do for them. And so they wish to have their arm cut off. So their neighbor has both cut off. And it feels like that's what we are with our neighbors today. Of like, Republicans or Democrats, but Republicans like crash the economy to see liberals crying over how they can't afford food, even though the same Republican can't afford food either. And it's just like such team sports and so toxic. And it's like, there's not really a way to, I don't know the way to remedy that. At least I don't think anybody's figured that out.
Yeah, people will be delusional for the left and right, political divide. Is like, bro, there's literally people on that was in MAGA that's telling me, oh no, actually gas prices are just still at $3 around here. And I'm like, no, it's not. I know you want to see her cheerlead for Trump, but come on now.
There's a lot of but there's a lot of delusion in politics.
Oh, go ahead.
You're right. There's also a lot of delusion in religion, so it's basically like they keep us guessing. We don't really know what's the truth and what's not, if that kind of correlates into what you're saying. But you look at these important topics and it's just very confusing for people. And that's why I almost wish I was like a dullard. Like, I don't think about these things, but the way that my mind works, I'm always thinking about how to better everything, and I overanalyze everything. It's exhausting, but like literally, there are people that go through their entire lives just okay, whatever the government says, right? But then people like us that say no, I want an explanation, because I elected you to where you are. That's my vote that elected you. So, and I pay taxes, so I want an explanation. And then they try to dumb you down by like all this diversion, like wars and like, just hear me out. It's just to sound crazy, but like, you notice how like we're going through all these wars and seas and countries, and now all of a sudden all the UFO stuff's coming out, and it's like all diversion tactics to like take your mind off of what's really going on. So I don't know if you agree.
On your religion point, I know one thing that's been a bit disturbing that I've just been seeing is like the right, they involve religion a little bit too much now, and the left, it's like they're not even thinking about it. It's like the secularism is a little bit too much with them. Yeah, and I think there should be a healthy balance, because
I think it's fine to like respect it, but I also think like involving it so deeply within politics that America is one of the most diverse countries in the world.
Yeah,
like we don't need the leaders to be like, just be constantly denigrating. And I'm not religious, and I kind of think religion does more harm than good. But I don't hate religion, and I don't hate religious people. But I don't think that we should be like a theocracy that puts any sort of religion above another. But respecting and acknowledging them is totally fine, right? Like Biden went to church every Sunday. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't want Christian mullahs or priests or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's everyone's path, you know. If you believe your life has a path, you know, so it all depends on how the path takes you. You know, it could be it could be God, it could be, you know, yourself just being subconscious. It could be so different, so many different things, you know. And when you really start to think about it and then you analyze it, it's a lot of work for your brain, you know. So that's why a lot of people just keep their heads down and work their 9 to 5 and pay their bills and they don't question anything. But I think it's important to question what you may not believe to be true. You know, I think
Yeah,
it's
and
important.
like you said earlier, like some
Yeah,
people just believe whatever the government says. I think
that's
that's
it.
totally true. But I also think that some people just like don't even hear what the government says, don't even pay any attention to
Yeah.
any of it at all. They just kind of are like, if it comes into their immediate life, they'll pay attention to it. But other than that, just tune it out. Just go along to get along, basically. And it's very unfortunate because that's not how our system's set up at all. Like,
It's not. It becomes white noise. As it, remember the term white noise, where it's almost like, you know, it's like when the TV when back when we were kids, the TV would shut off at a certain time, and you'd have that weird screen with, you know, the
static,
crackle
yeah.
and stuff. And this is, you know, before, if you didn't have cable, but the whole thing is like, you know, in a way, I do believe that we're being programmed, you know, to, you know, be sheep to the slaughter, as in mentally, because free thinkers are very dangerous to the government. They're dangerous. Just to be a free thinker, to say, what if this, what if that, you know, but
See,
there are
that's
so
why I don't
many
like
people.
asking questions.
Yeah.
It's all about asking the right questions. That's what I always say. It's like, look, just ask why, or just like ask yourself a question when the media gives you something and they're just like, oh well, I mean, like they do with the Middle East. Oh, the mullahs hate us. All these Islamists hate us. All right, well, why? Like, you tell me they hate us for no reason? Was there anything that we did? Like, what's the real story behind it? Instead of just believing that, well, we're America, we're always the good guys. So when people hate us, it's just because of our freedom. When no, that's definitely not the
Yeah,
full
dude,
story.
it's for freedom.
But
It's
yeah, but
for
you gotta
freedom, but
understand.
I think our freedom's gone a little bit too far. I think people are talking in a line a little bit too much and being too gay in public. So
I'm weak.
Well, I think,
All right.
I think the biggest factor right now, and guys, I was never an active service member, but I was law enforcement in my 20s for years. And then I actually got into being a government contractor. So I work with government, you know, I work with the military, but I was never in the military. And I talk to them all the time. I have a very calming demeanor. They open up to me. We talk about stuff. And
yeah, Seth has a lot of military people in his audience. Sorry to interrupt, but I've noticed that just being in his community, he has a lot of military law enforcement people that watch him.
And they express their disdain sometimes for the way the military treats them. The VA is a complete disaster. The way they treat the veterans is disgusting. And but there's a lot of resentment. A lot of young men and women go into the military, and then they get out, and they're treated like crap. You know, and so it's like, that's why you're noticing that the military recruit rates have dropped so much, because who the hell wants that job? You know, if something happens to them, they're not taken care of. They're not, you know, and you know, I wouldn't be surprised if war breaks out and they implement the draft again. I wouldn't be surprised.
All right.
You know,
all right. And shout out to Ben. Yo, Ben, what's going on? You have anything to share with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I have a question for you. Would you rather be a neo-libertarian philanthropist or a tong Zahua? What?
Can you get a little closer to the mic for me, my man?
What? Yep. Would you rather be a neo-libertarian philanthropist or a tong Zahua accelerationist?
I'm not really understanding. Yeah.
Like God, dude kind of got to sound like he got an Israeli accent a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Sounds almost like Singaporean or something, like Asian. Yeah. That's what it sounds like.
Wait, where you from, Ben?
I'm from Israel.
I knew
Wait,
it. I knew it.
Can I guess what you said? Would you rather be a neo-libertarian philanthropist or an XXX accelerationist? Is that what you said?
Wait, I'll type that.
So since you're Israeli,
Dude,
I'm
about to
I'm
get drone strikes set.
Yeah. So that's cool. So I'm a Roman Catholic, right? I was baptized, of course, circumcised. I'm a baptized Roman Catholic since I was a toddler. And I respect Israel. I do respect Israel. But you as an Israeli, do you think Netanyahu is going a little bit too far? In your opinion, is he getting a little bit too big for his britches, as we would say?
Yeah, he is doing too much.
Really? Yo. Oh wait, who's that? Oh no, I'm sorry. That was a lunatic. But yeah, but all right, you said go ahead, Ben. You said BB's doing too much?
Yes, so is it asking an Israeli, you think, I mean, of course that's your guy, but like it seems like he's kind of he's a habitual line stepper, as Dave Chappelle would say. He just kind of goes outside the box too much. And I think this is my opinion. And from what I've observed, I think President Trump is kind of getting tired of Israel. I'm just, constantly having to protect them and stuff. Because I'm going to tell you this, I'll tell you this very upfront. I will go right to the point. I work for contracting service that we have weapons. There's weapon systems that the United States has that you wouldn't even freaking believe. I mean, we have stuff that is so advanced. Anything that you see is only about 30% of what we actually have. If President Trump pulls back from protecting Israel, Israel's in a lot of trouble. So as an Israeli, does that bother you?
Yeah, I think Netanyahu is starting too many wars, and he is begging the USA for too much help.
Who do you hope becomes the next prime minister?
Someone else?
Yeah, but who? Like, there's people that are running.
Yeah. Yeah. He lost. Remember Netanyahu lost a while back, but then he got reelected again. And then when he lost, there was another guy there, but then everything was like chill. Everything was chill. And then all of a sudden Netanyahu gets back in, Bibi gets back in, and now it's all like, at the brink of World War III again. I don't know what the heck's going on over there,
Oh, hold on.
Like
I need to ask you
Bennett?
a question. Yeah, Naftali, are you more of the right or left? And where would you stand?
I'm a centrist.
Okay.
Are you a Saher accelerationist or a phalangist neo-libertarian?
I'm a phalangist neo-libertarian more.
What is a Saher accelerationist? I actually don't know that. I'm ignorant about that.
It's like a political party in Israel.
Yeah.
So it's like, what's the idea of it, though?
It's like they want to expand the welfare system and make peace with other countries in the Middle East.
And you're the opposite of that?
Sure.
You're the phalangist?
Yeah, I'm a neo-libertarian phalangist, but not fully, but I'm closer to that. And I want a free market,
But do you want to make peace with countries in the Middle East, or do you want to? Or are you more hawkish on that?
I'm in the mid, and I'm not fully hawkish and not fully peaceful. I think Israel should expand a little bit.
Do you approve of how Israel handled the situation in Gaza after October 7th?
And no, they should be expanding soft influence and not doing any wars.
I mean, that wasn't really a war, though. It was pretty one-sided.
Yeah. So what Palestine did is they kicked the hornet's nest, and then Israel responded. Israel is one of the best funded nations in the world, because it's in our best interest to keep them funded and keep them strong to fight off all of our enemies within the Middle East. But the thing is that I think that they're overstepping their bounds, and that the whole point, what I was trying to say earlier, is that I think President Trump is pissed, And he's just like, you know what? We're just going to pull funding. You know, you're on your own. And it's going to be a nightmare for Israel. It's if it happens, allegedly, if it happens.
I think it's all kayfabe, man. That's all smoke and mirrors again.
Well, hold on. I do want to ask.
Isn't
Ben
it
this.
hard to?
Hold on here, Mike. Hey, so Ben, do you consider what Israel did in Gaza a genocide, or do you feel differently about it?
Yeah, I think they shouldn't have done it.
All right, so you don't think that Israel should have just went into Gaza the way they did?
No.
Do you think they should have done anything
And
after
Gaza?
October 7th?
No.
Really? Nothing at all?
Well, they shouldn't have killed any civilians.
True that. I mean, I'm glad we all agree on that. But if someone or if another group comes and kills like over 1,000 of your citizens, there's got to be some response. Like, not that Israel's response was right, but you can't just do nothing. I don't know. I've never met any Israeli that said that Israel should have done nothing. I'll just say that.
Yeah. It's called casualties of war. So whenever we engage, unfortunately we engage and we go to war, there are people that are actually innocent that are going to pass. I mean, it happens. It happens with crossfire and bombing and stuff like that. When the F-18s or the B-2s drop a bomb on a building, there are people that are actually weren't involved in the atrocities are going to pass. And
but I feel like we just say that because I don't know, it ain't us. Something tells me we would quickly move that mindset if there was a country that was able to exert that type of force on us.
Yeah,
we're going to war and they're bombing our citizens, they're bombing our girls' school. I think we would lose that immediately.
I mean,
and much of Israel views Gaza and Muslims in general, especially Shia Muslims, as future terrorists are all complicit in terrorism. Like, what was Gavir saying about every Israeli mother that cries, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must cry? I mean, I know that's they consider that fringe, but show me the person on the left in Israel that has any sort of influence at all that is saying anything that isn't just like this crazy warmongering shit.
Sure. I mean, the Israelis are literally one of the best militaries in the world, and the reason being is because we train them. We train them. Our special operations train the Israeli IDF, the Mossad. I can't remember the number. There's another term. Their special forces and stuff. Like, we train them. We cross train and stuff. They're excellent.
Well, our friend here is Israeli. He must have had to do mandatory service in the IDF, right? How was that?
2 years. 2 years. You have to do 2 years in the military to be an Israeli citizen. You have to do 2 years in the army.
Unless you're
Did you do 2 years? What's this? Mike or is that his name?
Yeah, Ben. Yep.
Ben.
Yeah, I was in the military for 2 years. It was very difficult.
Was it during some of these wars? You sound kind of young.
Yeah.
Are you in Britain right now? You have like a touch of the British accent.
Yeah, it's because my family migrated from the UK to Israel after World War II.
You see how good I am? I can pick up on things. I was a cop, man. I can pick up on things right away. No, but I wish the best for Israel, and I also wish the best for Palestine. But it's just like I don't think in our lifetimes it's ever going to come to a head. I think it's going to be fighting forever, and it's not Muslim and Judaism, so to speak. It's just like they're fighting over a piece of land,
Bro,
so
can I just say something? This is crazy and it's totally derailing everything. I don't think this motherfucker's from Israel, dude.
I don't think so either. I think he's a British Muslim. That's what I think.
Yeah, you just gotta point it out for everybody,
I picked on it right away.
Yeah.
What? I'm from Israel. What do you mean?
Okay, so let me ask you this.
No,
So
you're not.
I got you. So I'm Italian. I'm Sicilian. We're from Gela in Sicily. So what part of Israel did your family come from?
From Holon. Holon. I don't know how you pronounce it.
What's that?
It's
Okay.
state in Israel.
And when's the last time you've been to Israel? When's the last time?
Last year.
Bro,
Are
why are you
you?
trying to do this anymore?
I love this. I love this. I know. Are you really someone called Truth Finder? Is that who you really are?
What?
Okay. All right, Ben.
I got you.
Well,
I got you dead to rights, bro.
all right.
Well, I mean,
He's not Israeli, bro. He's not Israeli. He's
what's
not.
up, Sam?
He's
What's
not.
up, everybody?
He sounded, yeah. You see, he was playing the accent really well. He did play the accent really well.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I
he
ain't gonna
did.
lie,
He
his
did.
nonchalant answers, his non-descriptive answers was just like, okay, hold on.
Dude, the typing really sold it too. I thought we were gonna get like drone striked or something, or like
You can hear it. You can hear it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's a trope. Anyone Israeli has a lot of proud
So
traits.
his Israeli accent,
Yeah. Is it?
it was on point. That Israeli accent was on point. I ain't gonna lie.
Wait, you knew the whole time?
Well, he was trying to hide it. He was
Bro,
trying to hide it,
was
but I could hear the underlining fake accent when he was talking. It was great.
Oh, I gotta love the troll.
It was
See, I
like,
can.
all right,
If you want to hear my real,
I could hear the smirk on his face. You know when someone's like smirking, they're not fully
you
laughing.
can
but they're
hear the
talking
smile, right?
Yeah.
You can hear the smile. So
Can y'all hear me?
I grew up in Queens, New York, right? Yeah, I grew up in Queens,
yeah, we
right?
hear you.
And my family always had a really thick
So
Italian
yeah,
accent.
I don't know what is going on with Israel
yeah.
and what's supposedly going to happen with this peace deal and all that with Trump, but I don't foresee anything actually coming to fruition unless the partnership with Israel ceases to exist.
I think it's going to be
I
a
don't believe any
continuation
of
of
the
just
political theater that's happening out there right now. I think it's all a bunch of nonsense. I think that we have some severe things that are happening in this country, and there's policies being passed that is just absolutely insane. But hey, we got Democrats and socialists in New York, they're going to solve everybody's problem with government fucking grocery stores and free buses, and if we reduce the federal government back to a minimum and reduce our policies and procedures all across this country to allow civil liberties to thrive again and to allow humans to be free instead of all this restrictive activity. Well, if you want to become a barber or a hairstylist, you got to get this license. Or if you want to change something in your own home, you got to get this permit. Or if you want to open a lemonade stand at the end of your own block, you got to get a permit. And if you want to congregate with like-minded people against the form of government, whatever you're protesting, you got to get a permit, you got to get a license, you got to get permission to do anything in this country anymore. It's absolutely insane of the compliance to the reduction of freedom and liberty in this country. And it's all for security or the illusion of security. Now, earlier you're talking about Medicare, Medicaid, and all these programs. Yeah, they all sound good in theory. As long as you don't have greed and fraud and waste. So, I mean, everybody talks about veterans programs. Veterans programs all come with strings. If you're a 100% disabled veteran, you have to be reviewed every 6 months to see if, and you have to be on medical, you have to comply with your doctor's recommendations. And if you're on, SNAP, or if you're on Section 8, the government's got to know how much you're working, where you're getting your income from, and they have to know this reported constantly. It's just an invasion of your privacy to say, hey, we'll take care of you. But yet again, you still have to follow these rules and you still have to be within these parameters in order to still receive these benefits. And if you go outside those parameters, well, then you just get cut off, and there's no transition program outside of that. So if you do
can
well,
I say something real quick?
Sure.
I'm so sorry to interrupt your train of thought, and it's not substantive, but I did not just want to leave because you were kind of responding to some stuff I said earlier. I'm sure we'll talk in the future, but I got to dip out, and it's great talking to all three of you and four of you, I guess. But yeah, have a good night, guys. Sorry to interrupt like that, but
pleasure.
I'll catch you later.
You're good, big dog.
Pleasure. God bless you.
Peace out, man.
Take care.
Peace.
And all right, guys, I got to go ahead and close it down my damn self. So we're gonna go ahead and We're going to go ahead and end it on this one, guys. I do appreciate you guys. Shout out to my man, Lunatic Libertarian. Mike, hey, first time up here, bro. Appreciate you for coming up.
No doubt.
And shout out to our favorite Israeli, Ben.
All right, man. Peace.
All right, man. I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace.
Noah!
Larry, what the hell are you doing?
Larry, you can't just...
Larry! Oh!